Are you now?
Good morning. I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News Now, coming to you from our digital desk. We continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the deadly delivery trial down in Summit County. This was the Akron murder case where there are multiple players in this case. Chad Cobb, who has already been convicted and serving life in prison for the murder of Ashley Biggs. That was the mother of his child. They were going through a nasty custody dispute back in 2011 and 2012. The question is, what role did Erica Stefanko play in that murder? She's already been tried and convicted once that she helped lure Ashley Biggs, who was a pizza delivery driver, to a vacant building, or at least a closed building. And it was there that Chad Cobb, on the stand yesterday, admitted that he murdered Ashley Biggs at that location. Now, the testimony had to be a little different yesterday. The questioning by the state had to be a little different because Chad is still appealing his plea deal. So he did not get into detail about the murder. He was not asked about the details, but we know in opening statements he admitted, or at least the state submitted to the jury, that he tased her, beat her, then used a zip tie to strangle her. Chad Cobb took the stand yesterday. He admitted it, and he said he did not act alone, that the defendant, and that's his former wife, Erica Stefanko, played a role in this. She's the one who made the phone call, according to Chad Cobb, to get Ashley to deliver that pizza there. We also learned yesterday that the reason Erica's last name is not Erica Cobb, it's because Erica had an affair with Chad's best friend, Mike Stefanko. In fact, after he was sentenced, the first time she showed up to the prison to visit him, she was pregnant with his best friend's child. It is a love triangle, octagon, however many sides you want to call it. It is a nasty situation, and it took the life of a 25-year-old, and there are children involved in this all the way around. You can see that it looks like the judge might be having a little bit of courtroom difficulty. We are experiencing a little bit of difficulty ourselves, so we'll be using the courtroom Zoom feed here to make sure you don't miss any of this. We do expect Chad Cobb will take the stand again. Yesterday, it was the state that examined Chad Cobb. Today, it will be the defense. The attorneys who are there to defend Erica Stefanko get their turn at asking Chad Cobb what her involvement was. In the opening, we had heard from the defense that it's not so much how much Erica Stefanko had to do with this. It is how much Chad Cobb's family was getting in the middle of this to try and get Erica Stefanko out of the picture. As they put it in their opening arguments, his mother, Chad Cobb's mother, Cindy, was playing a very large role in all of this, maybe even some form of manipulation, according to the defense. The idea of children being involved in this, according to the defense, the idea was that Cindy Cobb could get both women out of the life of Chad so that she alone could be responsible for the children. She could use Erica Stefanko to get Ashley Biggs out of the picture, and then she could use Erica Stefanko in her trial to get her out of the picture as well. And this idea of getting Chad out of prison and Erica in prison was the idea. We can see the judge has left the bench temporarily. It looks like they may be having some technical issues again this morning. And this trial has been unconventional, to say the least. You have to remember that Chad can only say so much on the stand because he's going through his own appeal. He also has what's known as spousal privilege. So he was not asked about conversations between him and Erica because, much like an attorney-client privilege, what they said between each other gets to stay between them. He does not have to testify and give that in court. For example, it would have been easy to ask, did you ever have a conversation with Erica Stefanko about setting up Ashley Biggs? And obviously, according to Chad, because he did not do this alone, yes, there would have been conversations. But because of that spousal privilege, he cannot be asked about that. He cannot say what those conversations are in front of a jury. Let's remind you why this is a retrial to begin with. It was 2019 when Erica Stefanko was finally charged. This crime happened in 2012. It was 2013, 2014 that Chad Cobb pleaded guilty because this was going to be a death penalty case. This is the very definition of what meets a death penalty case, the pre-calculation, this planning idea. Okay, we're going to go to this building. We're going to call the pizza place. They're going to send Ashley Biggs out to deliver the pizza. We're going to jump her, or Chad is going to jump her, beat her, strangle her with zip ties. He took all the tools he needed with him. That is very calculated. It is premeditated, and that's what can get you the death penalty. This isn't some crime of opportunity. This wasn't two people having an argument and somebody pulls out a gun and shoots the other. That would never get a death penalty sentence because it wasn't pre-calculated, it wasn't premeditated. So there's only so many things, and so Chad takes the plea deal. He takes the death penalty off the table by pleading guilty, being sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. And then it's years later that Chad's mother produces a recorded 3-hour phone call that she had with Erica, hoping that Erica would incriminate herself. And in fact, according to the state in their opening arguments, she does so several times. She talks about her role in this, about how she went along with it, but in quote, what the state said, Chad didn't hold a gun to my head to do this. So at some point we're going to hear that 3-hour, that recorded phone call. According to the state, it's a little garbled, so they were asking the jury, you may not be able to hear everything when they're in court, but she highly encouraged them once they get this case, once they go to deliberations, to very closely listen to that phone call. So we're a little nervous about what we're going to hear when they play that phone call. We don't know what the quality is, but apparently there are some very damning statements in that recorded phone call. And again, keep in mind, Erica Stefanko has already been found guilty of this once. She was already sentenced to life in prison for her role in this. It is the word complicity. That word has been used quite a bit already. Complicity is that you knew about this, you were involved in it, meaning even though you're not the one who beat Ashley Biggs, you're not the one who put the zip tie on her neck, you knew enough about it, you helped in the commission of this, so therefore you too can be charged with her murder. She was found guilty, sentenced to life in prison. But there was a technicality. The trial took place during COVID in 2020. Chad Cobb, the man who committed the murder, is in prison for the murder. He testified against his now ex-wife, but he did so via video from prison with a mask on. An appellate judge ruled that was a foul, that he should have been in the courtroom. That way the jury could see his face. Was he lying? Was he telling the truth? It's all about body language when it comes to a jury. But because they were robbed of that opportunity, the judge threw that conviction out, and here we are starting all over again. Again, it looks like we're in a little bit of a delay. So what we're going to do is I've got a couple of clips from yesterday from Chad Cobb on the stand. And we do have our own shot back now. We'll get to that in just a second. But what you're about to hear, and you're going to see some drone video, this is the scene of the crime. Remember, they have Ashley come to the back of this building that's closed or vacant, and it's a back parking lot, very secluded. You'll see it in the video. If court should start, we will jump out of this. I believe it's about a 9-minute, 10-minute segment from yesterday. You can see court has not started. We'll make sure you don't miss a second of it. But this is Chad walking through what happened, who made the phone call to the pizza place. But again, you'll notice they do not ask him the details of the murder to get into it because he is appealing his plea deal. Take a listen.
And when you say the defendant drove to the back, is this the back parking lot you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you look at this video, is it fair to say that the scenery may not have looked the same back in June 2012?
That's correct. It's different.
Okay. And what is different about it?
I remember the parking lot in the back being larger because it went over what would be to the right-hand side of the screen more.
And the trees, this was in June. Did the trees have leaves and foliage on it?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
Now, once you got to the back of this parking lot,
The parking lot was closer to that large tree right there.
this large tree,
Yes.
okay. For the record, I stopped it and we're looking, there's literally one large tree in the picture. Is that the large tree you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, once you got to the back of this parking lot, and 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road, where we're at right now, is that in Summit County, Ohio?
I believe so.
It's in Akron?
Either that or New Franklin Township. I'm not sure where the municipal lines are drawn.
That's fine. When you were there, tell me what happened. Did you all stay in the car, get out the car?
I ended up getting out of the car and walking over to that tree.
What did the defendant do?
She ended up following me over.
Did you all have conversation by that tree?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were the children at this point?
In the Lincoln.
During the ride with the girls, to Mitco, were they sleeping or were they awoke when you left the house?
I think they were bouncing around in the back seat.
Okay. When you got in the car at Mitco, were the boys woke or asleep?
They were all awake.
Okay. So time has passed. Do you know, were they still awake, sleep when you got to, or you don't know, when you got to 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road?
When I walked out of the Lincoln and walked over to the tree, I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Okay.
That's okay. Well,
So you're at the you're at the tree. You and the defendant are having conversation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long did you stay over at the tree?
Okay, we do have the all rise here, and we're going to get back underway. We have worked out our technical problems as well. That's the great news. You can see everyone is standing, and the jury is being escorted in, and we're going to get underway today. What you were hearing in that testimony, and yes, as appalling as this sounds, the night of this murder, as they were setting up Ashley Biggs, yes, their 4 young children were along for the ride the entire time. So let's begin now, day 2 of our gavel-to-gavel coverage. We expect to hear the cross-examination of Chad Cobb, who, remember, is already in prison serving a life without parole sentence for the murder of Ashley Biggs.
and Adam's going to be bringing over Mr. Cobb, and then we'll have the defense with your cross-examination.
Great.
Anything to put on the record from either side before we get started this morning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And any thoughts on how long your cross will be?
It's hard to say, Judge.
Okay.
A couple hours.
Okay, thank you. They're bringing him over? Perfect, thank you so much. So we will try to take a break in about an hour and a half, a quick restroom break. It might be 2 hours. I don't want to interrupt Attorney Laybourne in the middle of it. So if you see a good breaking point, please let me know.
Sure.
And then we'll have lunch around 12 to 1 and come back. Christy, are you hearing everything okay? Yes, I am. Okay, wonderful.
Turn it down.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here. We're just waiting for Chad Cobb to be brought into the room. Obviously, Chad is being held, detained. He's already been convicted, sentenced, serving life in prison with no chance of parole, which means while he is in Akron for this trial, he is kept in the Summit County Jail. So, you know, with all precautions, they need to make sure that he is secured until it's time for him to be brought up to the room. To the courtroom, and that's the little bit of delay that we have here. And again, I think you'll notice during the questioning, it sounds like we're close, during the questioning of Chad, and I can hear the clicking of
Good morning, Mr.
handcuffs.
Cobb. Just a reminder
So let's
that you
take
were sworn
back
in
into the
yesterday, so
courtroom.
you are still under oath. Okay, sir? Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat.
All set, Judge?
Yes. Go ahead. Thank you, counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Cobb.
Good morning.
My name is Jeff Laybourne. I represent Erica. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning. If you don't understand the question I'm asking you, just ask me to repeat it. That's pretty common. I'm going to assume if you answer one of my questions that you understood it. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Getting a lot of feedback here. Mr. Cobb, you answered questions for about 3 hours or so yesterday. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And Miss Easter with the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, she asked you quite a few questions, right?
Yes.
And you testified and you went into great detail about where you've lived, your old apartment, a tree, a roller skating rink, right?
Yes, sir.
We found out a lot about you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You enjoy martial arts, rollerblading, things like that, right?
Sure.
Do you think those were fair questions?
I believe so, yes.
Get the whole story of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give context to you?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked about a taser yesterday, Mr. Cobb?
Not that I recall.
Were you asked about heavy-duty zip ties?
No, sir.
Were you asked about blunt force trauma?
No, sir.
Were you asked about the manner and method of Ashley Biggs' death?
Not that I recall, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did you meet with the prosecutors in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you went through some preparation with them?
I don't know if I'd really call it preparation. They were just asking me questions.
Okay. Did you know you weren't going to be asked any questions about the murder?
I didn't know what questions I would be asked specifically at all.
Okay. Were you surprised yesterday when they didn't ask you any questions about how you murdered Ashley Biggs?
After all the court proceedings that I've been a part of, I'm sure they have a reason for what they ask and a reason for what they don't.
Sure.
So surprised at this point in time? Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know people's strategies, so.
Sure. You've opted out of being filmed here for this trial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I've been on TV enough. Not a fan of it.
Yeah? You ashamed of what you've done?
Objection, Your Honor. We have other,
We'll do a sidebar.
Very interesting line of questioning here as the judge is about to do a sidebar. It was notable, and I was talking about what was and what wasn't asked yesterday, and we were going to play that clip, but court got started. There were questions asked of Chad Cobb yesterday about, is that the tree you were hiding behind? There's a big tree behind the building where Ashley Biggs was killed, where he was hiding. Were you wearing camouflage? Yes. Did you have duct tape on your jacket? Yes. And then the question immediately went to, is it safe to say that Ashley Biggs did not leave that parking lot alive? And he said yes. And then when it was asked how he left that parking lot, it was asked, and I'm paraphrasing just a bit, did you leave that parking lot in Ashley's car? He said yes. She said, the state asked where was Ashley, and he said she was in her car. And she said in the back seat, and he said yes, on the floor of the back seat. So it was kind of this very strange questioning that you jumped right away from the murder to, or at least the question of, is it safe to say she didn't leave that parking lot alive? And then you jumped right to that he was driving her car and she was on the floor in the back seat. Now, the questioning about him deciding not to be on camera, I'm not sure where they were going with that,
And just
except to
suffice
say that he
you-
was
you
ashamed.
refused to be filmed for this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do you live right now?
I am a prisoner, sir.
Which prison?
I'm down at Richland.
Okay. How long were you in the Summit County Jail before you rode out?
275 days, I believe.
Okay. And where'd you go after Summit County Jail?
Lorraine Correctional.
And then you went down to Richland from there?
No, Lake Erie.
Lake Erie? How long were you there?
Couple of years. 2013 to 2015, 16, something like that.
Okay. And now you're at Richland.
Yes, sir.
Take us through your day. What's day-to-day life like for you?
Well, I'm in prison, so it's unpleasant.
Obviously, but please describe it for us.
It's monotonous. It's boring.
What time do you have to get up?
Lights come on about 6 a.m., 6:30, give or take.
So they wake you up, right?
Not directly, but usually when the officers come in, they're quite noisy with their radios and keys and what have you. So usually end up getting woken up.
So 6 a.m. wake up, then what happens?
Day starts, chow starts, yard usually opens.
Okay. And what do you do in the yard?
Go out there and try to stay out of the trouble.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm sure you can imagine prison's kind of a violent place, so
Okay. Are you a violent guy?
I don't believe I am.
You're not?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you classified differently because you're serving life without parole?
I think so.
Okay. And what's the difference in classification there?
Well, I'm a 1A, which is the lowest security that you can become, but I have a double fence restriction because of my sentence.
Okay. And is that because if you're serving life without parole, you may not have a lot to lose? Is that the thought?
I guess they feel you're going to make a run.
objection, speculation. How does he know what the prison rules, regulations are?
Because he lives there.
He,
I'm going to allow an answer. Go ahead, overruled.
You can go ahead and answer.
I assume they just don't want you to make a run for a fence, so they put up two to make it difficult. They're just guessing.
So when did you and Ashley split up?
Officially, a couple months after Grace was born.
Okay. How about unofficially?
Well, when we were dating, we broke up probably a couple months after she was born, but when she was coming in and seeing Grace, we weren't necessarily dating at the time, but we were still, civil and talking and spent time with one another or whatnot.
Okay. So what were the reasons that you split up?
She decided to pursue other relationships.
She took off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she stay in Grace's life?
It was on and off in the beginning, but then she ended up just taking off. I think she joined the Army, moved out of state, etc.
Okay. You didn't stay in the Army. Did she stay, or you didn't stay in the Marines? Did she stay in the Army? Do you know?
I think she went through basic training, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But she ended up coming home early.
Okay.
Same as me, pretty much.
Okay. So you testified yesterday that there were about 2 years where Ashley didn't have contact with Grace, correct?
Yes, sir.
How'd that make you feel?
Not surprised, but at the time, I was in a new relationship myself, so it wasn't exactly something that was, on the right in front of me, so to speak.
So you moved on. Was that with Erica?
And not at first, no, sir.
Okay. Who was that with?
Who was what with? I'm sorry.
The new relationship.
Susan Wingrove.
Okay. And we didn't hear about her yesterday, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And you talked a lot about your children that you had with Ashley and Erica, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified in great detail about them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a child with Susan Wingrove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't mention that child yesterday, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And who's that child?
And if, excuse me, how old is, before we ask, if that child's under 18, please just use initials, okay?
Sure.
Forgive my hesitation. I don't know her last name. I'm assuming it's the same as her mother, so I'm going to say JW.
So you have a child and you don't know that child's last name?
Susan's been married a couple of times, so I'm not sure the last name that the child has.
When's the last time you saw this child?
I seen her once, I think when she was an infant. And that's it.
Okay.
I've seen pictures of her, but as far as in person, I seen her once when she was an infant.
Did you ever make any attempt?
That wasn't possible.
Why not?
The defendant did not like me talking to Susan.
You keep calling Ms. DeFanco the defendant, correct? Like yesterday?
I can refer to her as Miss DeFanco. I didn't know if that was inappropriate.
I was just wondering, are you also a defendant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that there's no confusion there. You're a defendant, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, should I call her Miss DeFanco or?
No, that's fine. So you're saying that Erica prevented you from seeing your daughter?
Yes.
How'd she do that?
She would call Susan. I think she would send her emails. I believe some of them were kind of threatening. She wasn't a fan of me really having anything to do with Susan or Jaislyn.
Okay.
JW, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so you were afraid of making Erica mad, so you stayed away from that, right?
I suppose that's fair.
She gave you orders, stay away from that daughter of yours. You listened, right?
She made it difficult, yes, sir.
She made it difficult.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you said that the only reason that you pled guilty to aggravated murder and accepted a life without parole sentence was because of your children, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a difficult thing to do, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
The most difficult thing you've ever had to do?
I think that's fair.
Where does it rank in terms of difficulty with killing Ashley Biggs?
Never said I killed her, sir.
You didn't kill her.
No, sir.
You didn't kill Ashley Biggs.
That is correct.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. So the most difficult thing you've ever had to do was plead guilty to this for your children, correct?
It was not an easy decision to make. That's correct.
But you powered through anyway and you got it done, right?
I was a dad.
Your dad.
I think that's what had to be done.
Okay. But any difficulty involving JW, the daughter you haven't seen, you weren't willing to make that effort, correct?
I mean, to be fair, she's never really been in my life. So we're talking about somebody I know who exists, but just I don't have
It's too
anything to do with
difficult,
her.
right?
I wouldn't say that. It's just, it's complicated.
Okay. When Ashley was able to go to the school and get grace, what was like the legal mechanism that allowed her to do that?
I believe it's called a custody by CPO.
Okay, and what does that mean?
The way it was explained to me, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but a CPO where somebody mentions something's going on with the kid is a way to circumvent the custody process and get it by the civil protection order opposed to going through just a normal custody proceedings.
Okay,
Now, that's my understanding. I'm not saying that's right or wrong.
fair enough, and that's all I'm asking for, Mr. Cobb, is your understanding of it. So that's fair. I know you're not an attorney, right?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay. So instead of, filing a petition with the domestic relations court and saying, this is Ashley, by the way, saying I want visitation or I want full custody, they filed this CPO, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember, what did that CPO allege? Because it's a civil protection order. That's what CPO stands for, civil protection order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Ashley was seeking protection from whom?
It was against me.
Okay. And what was the basis of why she was seeking that protection order?
They saw me, Brittany filmed me at McDonald's up in Akron. They saw my company and my employees and my vehicles working up in Akron near their street. And I think that's pretty much it, if I recall correctly.
I'm a little bit confused. So Brittany, and you mean Brittany Dunson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Brittany filmed you working, and that enabled them to get a CPO?
I wasn't working when Brittany filmed me. We're at McDonald's. Usually we'd meet at like a fast food restaurant to discuss the plans of the day, what poles we're going to be working on, streets, and et cetera. And she recorded me and Mike Stefanko having a conversation at the McDonald's, and I guess the McDonald's was close to where they were residing at the time. And that's when they filmed me. I don't think they actually filmed me working on utility poles.
So they didn't film you threatening Ashley, right?
No, we weren't even aware that we were being filmed. I guess I remember in the paperwork that we got from the CPO, Brittany mentioned that she was filming Mike and I talking at McDonald's.
Okay. So it's kind of a dirty trick, right?
I don't think it was very fair.
Okay. When you showed up at school, and what was the name of Grace's school?
St. Peter and Paul Catholic School.
Okay. And that's in Wayne County, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have other children that went there?
Yes, sir.
Who else went there?
It would be Alexander.
Okay. Did Alexander go there at the same time that Grace went there? I know I'm sorry, we should probably say AC.
He's over 18.
He's over 18. Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
sir.
Did Alexander go there at the same time that Grace went there?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So after you guys lost Grace and weren't able to or allowed to pick her up or drop her off at that school, you still had to deal with Alexander, correct? Like take him to school and drop him off.
In the beginning, we didn't take Alexander back to the school. I think he might have missed a couple of days, and we were actually considering enrolling him in a different a Catholic school, if I remember correctly.
Okay. But after a couple days, Alexander went back to that school, correct?
Couple days, give or take, yes, sir.
Okay. And would Erica ever help picking up and dropping off Alexander at that school?
Of course, yes, sir.
So if Brittany Dunson says that she saw Erica sitting at that school, it could have been because she was just picking up or dropping off Alexander, right?
You'd have to ask her, but I don't have any reason to say that's why she wasn't there.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after you show up to the school and Grace is gone, how'd that make you feel?
Shocked?
Shocked? Good shocked? Bad shocked?
No, sir. Bad shocked.
Okay. And who's the first person you called?
It was my grandmother.
Okay. Did you try to call your mom first or did you call your grandmother first?
My grandmother.
Okay. And you talked to her and then you tried to call your mom. You testified to that, right?
I believe my next phone call was my dad.
Because your mom was at work,
Correct.
right? And your dad is Jay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your dad got a hold of Cindy, your mom, right?
I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you if he got a hold of her or if I got a hold of her first.
Okay.
I'm sure he ended up calling at some point.
Sure. But Cindy found out relatively quickly because Cindy, your mom, and your grandma went over to Brittany's mom's house, right?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that was happening?
I believe I was at the time. And if I remember correctly, I think it was my grandmother, maybe my dad, my mother, and Miss Stefanko went over to check on Grace,
Okay.
if I remember right.
You may not because Brittany testified that it was just your grandma and your mom. Is that possible?
It could be.
Okay.
I've-
Because you
like
lumped,
I said, I've-
you lumped Erica in on that, but Brittany did not.
Well, again, I said I may not be remembering that accurately.
And you weren't there.
No, I was not.
You weren't there, right? So would Brittany know or would you know?
Well, she was there, so she would definitely know better than myself.
Fair enough. You testified yesterday that this was a bitter custody dispute. You wanted Grace back, right?
It was definitely contested, yes, sir.
Sounded like it. It sounded awful, quite frankly, right?
That's fair, yes, sir.
I've got kids I can't imagine. You had an attorney for that, Beth Judge?
Yes, sir.
And you said that your attorney advised you and Erica to call the cops for what you called welfare checks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Why would she inform us to do that?
Well, what's the purpose of that?
Well, the purpose.
Objection. Just clarification of the question, Your Honor. Is it speculation as to what Beth Judge was thinking?
Counsel? Do you want to rephrase?
Why would a person call the cops to do a welfare check on someone that had your daughter?
When we were informed by Beth Judge, we were just doing what our attorney was advising us to do. Her reason for advising us was probably to see if something was going on with Grace. Maybe it was a legal strategy. I have no idea.
So you were just following the advice of counsel?
At the time, I didn't have a reason not to.
Sure. And Erica was as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you guys didn't call the cops on Brittany and Ashley out of spite, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You called the cops on Brittany and Ashley for welfare checks.
Under the advice of our counsel, yes, sir.
Pursuant to the advice of counsel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified that when you went to court and you saw Miss Biggs, Ashley Biggs, that you went up and shook her hand.
Yes, sir.
Would that not have been a violation of that CPO order, or is it because you were in court you're allowed to do that?
I don't believe it would have been a violation because we were both scheduled for a court hearing that day.
Sure. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just don't know how it works. So this was in court, right?
It was actually, it was in this very court building.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it was in the seating lobby. So I don't know if it was technically allowed. I don't know if it wasn't.
And you had a little brief conversation with her?
I did, yes.
And you said you invited her to dinner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where were you guys going to go to dinner?
Luigi's.
Okay. And what would be the purpose of that dinner?
I haven't seen her in about 2 or 3 years, so I just thought it was a nice thing to do. Even though after the dirty trick, as you said, it was to get Grace, I just figured it's like, let's start off on a nice foot here.
Okay.
It's like, it's nice that you're back. Let's go to dinner, maybe figure some things out. But I mean, ultimately, we didn't end up going.
Okay, catch up and talk to her.
Yes, sir.
So this person that's directly responsible for the worst thing that's ever happened to you, you then want to take her out to dinner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point prior to that, when you were dating Miss Stefanko, or possibly married, you tell me, you had an affair with Ashley, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what year was that?
That we were living in Barberton at the time.
Were you married?
No, sir. We didn't get married until 2010. Excuse me. We resided at the Barberton house 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. So I'm going to say that that occurrence between Ashley and I was probably 2007, 2008-ish.
Okay. Was Susan Wingrove, the woman that you had I mean, would that be your first child, the one you had with Susan Wingrove?
No, sir. Grace is my first child.
Grace was your first child.
Yes, sir.
And how much older is Grace than the child you had with Susan Wingrove?
Maybe like year and a half, 2 years,
Okay.
give or take.
In 2013, you testified that you were divorced from Erica, correct?
You saying in 2013 I testified that I was divorced against Erica?
No, you testified yesterday that in 2013, you got divorced from Erica.
I believe the divorce was finalized in 2014.
2014.
I believe so.
Okay. And how did that all come about? Because you were in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't have a lawyer.
No, sir.
So you got some paperwork in the mail and signed it? Long and short of it?
Basically. I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but basically.
Okay. And, at this time or even prior to that, you found out that Erica was now with Mike Stefanko, correct?
In 2014, yeah, I knew that they were together at that time.
Okay. And he was your best friend.
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday he was 2 years younger than you, right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember his birthday, but I do know that I'm older than him by a couple of years. Maybe 2, maybe 3.
Okay. And how old were you when you met Mike?
7, 8,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
So he would have been 5 or 6.
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And you testified that you're an only child.
Yes, sir.
Your parents didn't have any other kids from any other relationships, correct?
That's correct.
So you're all they got
Yes,
in
sir.
terms of children. Okay. And you testified that you didn't really play sports, but you were into martial arts, right?
Yes, sir.
What kind
well,
of-
I mean, I played sports, but martial arts was a thing that I enjoyed.
You had a passion for that?
That's fair, yes, sir.
What kind of martial arts?
Korean-based stuff. I was Tang Soo-do, Taekwondo, kickboxing. It was all taught at the same place.
Okay. A dojo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you were into rollerblading, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you rollerblade?
Wow. Honestly, I think all through my childhood and teens and 20s.
Teens and 20s.
Yes, sir.
Kept going with the rollerblading.
Not as much as I used to when I was in my youth, but yeah.
Okay. You testified that you entered the Marine Corps and you were there for a short period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long were you with the Marines?
6, 9 months, give or take, somewhere around there.
So did you get through basic training?
Yes, sir. I did graduate basic training.
Okay. And why'd you quit? Or I retract that. I'm not saying you quit. I don't know what happened. How did you leave?
You were correct. I ended up quitting, and it wasn't for me. I wanted the title. I didn't want the work.
What about the work didn't you like?
I signed up for infantry, and it was combat oriented, and it was nothing. completely combat oriented, and I didn't know at the time that I could have changed my MOS to something that I'm actually have an interest in, like mechanics or aviation or whatnot. And instead of pursuing the path to change my actual job assignment in the military, I kind of took it as a take it or leave it thing. And it's like I earned the title of Marine, but it's like I didn't want the job responsibility, so quit.
You didn't like the combat aspect of it.
I didn't. Well, I mean, I've never seen combat because I was never even deployed or anything like that. But they were training you to be a Marine infantry rifleman, and it was just too much.
So training you to fight and kill ultimately, right?
Yes, sir.
Be a soldier, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say it was too much. Describe to the jury what you mean by that.
Just that's you're training every day for combat specific theaters, and I really just didn't want anything of it. I wanted the title. Once I had the title, I opted out of the rest.
Okay. Did you, in addition to your martial arts training at the dojo, did you learn any other, combat techniques, fighting techniques when you're in the military?
What they teach you in basic training?
Like what?
It's called line training.
What's that?
It's similar to martial arts. Takedowns, self-defense, etc.
Okay. How to handle yourself in a fight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even if you had a fight with a woman, you'd be able to handle yourself.
With a fight with anybody.
Okay. How about a fight with Ashley Biggs?
That was more raw.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. What's your discharge status from the military?
I believe it's an other than honorable discharge.
Explain to me, I'm sorry, I'm not a military guy. Explain to me what that means.
There's, hopefully my knowledge is accurate, but I think there's 3, maybe 4 types of discharge. I know there's honorable, there's dishonorable, and then there's other than honorable.
Okay, and you were other than honorable.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually awarded a good conduct medal when I was in there, but when I was supposed to receive it, I had already actually been home, but it does show up on my DD-214 from what I recall correctly.
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you testified that you're very, very close with Grace, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you still close with Grace?
Yes, sir.
Does she visit you?
Yes, sir.
How often?
Every 2 weeks, every 2-3 weeks, give or take.
Okay. How far away does she live? Don't tell us where she lives, but how far away does she live from where you live?
Half an hour, give or take.
And she comes there every 2 weeks, about.
About.
In between those visits, are there phone calls between you and her?
Yes, not many. She's pretty busy. So I mean, sometimes I just wait until I see her to actually talk to her. Sometimes I'll check in on her in between visits just to see how things going. But she's pretty busy.
Do you write letters to her?
Not as much as I used to.
Does she write letters to you?
She texts a lot. She likes doing the text stuff on those tablets that we have. But as far as like actual letters, no, I don't get letters from her.
Okay, kind of antiquated at this point. You've got it. So explain to the jury how you're able to text when you're serving life without parole.
Well, they started introducing those. I think it's like a GTL tablet. They're tablets. It's like a tiny computer.
Like an iPad or something?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
something like an iPad, and they can text over that. We can text back. So I mean they're all text. I guess you can kind of consider that a letter, but they're generally super short.
Okay, so you're able to text with Grace. How often do you text with her?
A couple times a week.
And then you see her in person every couple weeks.
Yes, sir.
And how long are those visits typically?
Visiting session is usually like 2.5 hours, give or take.
Are Are those visits emotional for you? Are they happy, sad? Tell us about those visits.
They're comforting. They're definitely not sad. She likes talking about her boyfriend. She likes talking about college. She likes talking about her truck and whatnot. So really the conversation is, about her. I mean, what is she doing now? What is she interested in now? How's her boyfriend treating her? And, how's she doing at school? She's in college. So there's really not a lot of room for, negativity or sad stuff. It's all, happy stuff with her.
You want to keep it positive.
Well, I mean, she definitely likes talking about what's going on in her life, and I like hearing about it. So
She's out there still living her life, right?
she's doing very well.
That's great. And you're in there and you're kind of stuck, right? Or you are stuck, right?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
And you killed her mom, right?
Never said I killed Ashley, sir.
You didn't kill Ashley?
That's correct, I did not.
Okay. If you know, do you think Grace wants you to get out?
Honestly, I don't think it's fair. I can say like what she wants. I mean, I would assume, but I don't think it's really fair to, speak what's on her heart.
Even though you killed her mom?
Why, I suppose we are disagreeing on that, sir.
Well, you pled guilty to it.
I pled guilty to the charges, yes, sir.
And the charges were that you committed an aggravated murder against Ashley Biggs. So we do agree.
No, you're saying that I pled guilty to killing Ashley. I'm saying that I did not kill Ashley. I did not plead guilty to killing Ashley. I pled guilty to the incredibly long kitchen sink full of charges that they had against me. And the reason I had to do that was because
Of your children. We'll get there.
Yes.
So if you didn't plead guilty to aggravated murder involving Ashley Biggs, then who did you kill? Because you had to have killed somebody, aggravated murder and murder. Who did you kill?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
I pled guilty to the charges.
Okay.
And it's complicated. I know, and in one part it don't make sense, and I'm not trying to be insulting by any means, but when a situation like that is presented to me, it's like, you're going to plead guilty to these charges or you're going to lose your kids and they're going to get adopted out. I mean, it broke me. I pled guilty to every single one. And that's why I told the judge in my sentencing, it's like, there's a lot that I need to say about this, but there's very little that I can.
Okay. You mentioned yesterday it's complicated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you still communicate with a woman named Mary Brinkman?
I haven't talked to Mary in years. I mean, I used to. I remember her and Ben came to see me at prison years ago. But I mean, this was like 2018, maybe before.
She ever put money on your books?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And that's your commissary account, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anybody put money on your books?
Yes, sir.
Who?
A family.
Who?
And my grandmother, my mother, my daughter, my father.
So Grace puts money on your books?
Yes, sir.
Cindy Cobb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speaking of Cindy, are you close with her?
My mother?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Very close?
No, she's my mother. Yes, sir.
Sure. You're her baby. You're the only one, right?
Well, I don't know if I'm her baby, but
Well,
I'm the only one.
You're her only child.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does she visit?
Yes, sir.
How often does she visit, Chad?
About the same as Grace, like every 3 weeks.
Does she's older now. Do you know how old she is now?
I don't think I'm allowed to know how old my mother is. 60. Yeah, 61. Let's
Okay.
say 61.
I only ask because it sounds like with the iPad, you got to have some technical knowledge. Your texting iPad, are you able to text with your mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she figures all that out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how often do you text with Cindy?
More often than Grace.
Oh, okay. So every day?
No. couple times a week, maybe every 3-4 days, something like that, just to check in, say hi.
Okay. And she puts money on your commissary account, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is she helping you in any other way?
Yes, sir.
Like how?
She's done an amazing job trying to procure case files for this case. She's filed public records request, has tried getting information from the police station, the prosecutor's office.
And and when you say this case, you mean your case?
Yes, sir. Holistically, yes, this case.
Holistically. Right? Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, should I not?
No, I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so your mom has been, describe for the jury what she's done specifically for your case.
I'm struggling with dates here, but I think in the beginning of 2019, she filed a court of claims action in the Supreme Court of Ohio against New Franklin Police Department, Summit County Prosecutor's Office, in trying to obtain public records for this case and my case, Ms. Stefanko's case. And they actually, she was up against a law firm. If I remember correctly, I think New Franklin hired a Browse McDowell law firm to prevent her from getting the records, so she had to go through mediation for 6-8 months. And actually, it was during that mediation that New Franklin said that they had a pending arrest and we couldn't have the records. And that's when they arrested Erica.
Okay.
So
Okay, let's just go back. So a court of claims action against a municipality in the Ohio Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, sir.
That sounds complicated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I'm an attorney doing an aggravated murder trial. I don't even know what that is.
Your
was she-
objection. The commentary before questions, can we just ask?
Just get into whether he had an attorney. She had an attorney. That's all. I withdraw that. Did Cindy Cobb have an attorney helping her on that?
No, sir. We've got a couple of attorneys in our family that have been trying to help us, but they don't reside here in Ohio. So laws are completely different, but that's all we got.
So you have some attorneys in the family, but they're not licensed in Ohio, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What's the highest level of education your mom achieved?
I believe high school.
Okay. And she's taken on Browse McDowell.
Yes, sir.
What is Browse McDowell to you, to your knowledge?
I believe it's a law firm. I don't know where they're from. I'm assuming Summit County.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
They're pretty big, right?
Honestly,
That's your understanding?
I have no idea.
Okay. How did your mom know how to do all this?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Do you want to rephrase?
If, to your knowledge, did your mom educate herself on the law?
You'd have to ask her, honestly.
We will, but if you know.
Here, we'll have a sidebar.
Jesus Christ.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. Sidebar here, the line of questioning, and this is what we had been told in opening arguments, that the defense was going to try and show that Chad's mother is deeply involved in this, to the point of maybe this idea that if they can pin this on Erica, that maybe somehow Chad could get out of prison. This idea that and we keep hearing him reiterate that he did not kill Ashley Biggs. Well, that kind of contradicts everything he said yesterday, or quite a bit of what he said in yesterday's testimony when he was asked, and you can see what they're doing here. You see a lot of gamesmanship, I guess we can call it, in this. If Chad is still waiting for his appeal, he can't simply be up, or he can't be up on that stand saying, yes, I killed Ashley Biggs. He can't say it over and over again because, well, that would pretty much do in your appeal. Now, what was interesting in yesterday's questioning is when they asked about Chad showing up to the parking lot, and he was there, and then asked, is it safe to say that Ashley Biggs did not leave alive? He said yes. They kind of left it right there. They didn't ask him, did you strangle Ashley Biggs? Did you put a zip tie around her neck? And we heard from his attorney that we'll talk more about that later, but he did ask him. He said, were you asked about a taser yesterday? He said no. Were you asked about zip ties? He said no. And then was even asked about his level of fighting through his military training. It looks like we're done with our sidebar here, so let's get
Mr.
back
Cobb, if you know, did your mother educate herself before undertaking these filings in the law?
I do not know.
Okay, fair enough. So the Court of Claims action is filed against the village, or is a city maybe, of New Franklin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the Court of Claims action? And this is on your behalf, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're the client, so to speak, here.
Well,
I'll withdraw that. It's Chad Cobb versus New Franklin.
no, sir. That was Cindy Cobb versus New Franklin.
Cindy Cobb versus New Franklin. But seeking information on your behalf.
My behalf, but also theirs.
Who's there?
Her behalf, my father's behalf, my daughter's behalf.
Okay. So it's you and Jay and Cindy and Grace, correct?
As far as,
The Court of Claims action.
no, sir, the Court of Claims action was Cindy Cobb versus New Franklin and Summit County.
Okay.
Everybody else's name wasn't on there, but I mean, she was getting the information collectively for all of us. That's fair to say.
Okay, I think there was some confusion there. I'm not saying it was Chad, Jay, Cindy versus, but I'm saying as a practical matter, it was getting information for that group. You, Jay, Cindy, and Grace.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the Cobbs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's the Cobbs seeking information from New Franklin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the goal of that information is to assist you in your case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's the Cobbs trying to get information to assist you in withdrawing your plea or getting a trial, correct?
Ultimately, we were trying to get information to find out what has been used in this case and what has been withheld from this case. So ultimately, yeah, we wanted to get a lot of information to be able to try to appropriately put this case back in front of the court saying, hey, look, this is a little wrong. We need some more transparency here.
Okay, so in the event that you're able to withdraw your plea that you entered into, you could potentially use this information at your trial, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that you're going to have a trial one day, Mr. Cobb?
Well, I'll have to wait to see what the appeal does.
Okay.
So I'm fighting my case, obviously. I've had something in the 9th District pending. It's been under review since October, so.
Sure, and we're going to talk about that in great detail, but the purpose of those filings is for you to get a trial, right?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's fair for me to ask you, do you believe that you're going to have a trial in your murder of Ashley Biggs?
I hope I can have a fair trial.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that you hope you could have a fair trial. You didn't have a trial before, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because you pled guilty, right?
Yes, sir.
You stood up in court under oath on the record and said guilty to aggravated murder, kidnapping, retaliation, tampering with evidence, and domestic violence, correct?
Plea that I was coerced into, yes, sir.
Coerced into, sure. And the victim on that plea was who?
The victim in the case is Ashley.
Okay. Now, the other option that you had, rather than entering that plea, would be to go to trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's every criminal defendant's option, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if they want to accept responsibility and stand up in court and say, I did this, they enter a plea, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
If a criminal defendant is charged with a crime and they want to accept responsibility for it, they plead guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they deny the charge and they want to say that they're not guilty, then they have a trial, correct?
Unless you're put in a situation like I was and that option wasn't given to you.
You're special, right?
I don't want to say I'm special, but this case is quite complicated. There's been some things that have happened that should not have happened.
Okay. So you're saying that there's a third option for a criminal defendant.
I'm not saying there's a third option. I'm saying that all this shit took a left turn a long time ago. Pardon my language.
That's
Sorry.
okay. So if somebody is charged with a crime and they did it and they want to accept responsibility, they plead guilty, correct?
I'm so sorry. One more time, please.
I'll rephrase that. At the time that you were charged with the murder of Ashley Biggs, why didn't you go to trial?
Well, as I think I've already stated, I couldn't go to trial because if I did, I was going to lose my children.
Explain what you mean by that, explain what you mean by that.
Well, it's not only just what I mean by it, because this threat was very well known amongst myself, Ms. Stefanko, my parents. Matter of fact, I still have copies of every single letter that Ms. Stefanko gave me when I was in jail of the problem with this plea, taking this plea. So it wasn't just something that I was facing. This was a very real threat that was against all of us at the time. And by all of us—
Who was going to take the kids?
the state.
Who had the kids at the time?
The state.
So they already had them.
Yeah, but they were, I believe, in foster care at the time. And if they would have stayed in foster care under the JR6 parameters, I think that's how I need to phrase that, for a year or more, they would actually move for permanent custody where we'd lose them and they would lose their last names. Like our children would not even know that they came from Erica or myself. Like we would lose them completely.
They'd lose all their memories.
At that age, most certainly. I mean, our little boy was only 2.5 months old. Our little girl was 2 years old. The older ones, I'm sure they would remember, but we would lose them.
You're talking about Grace?
Grace and Alexander.
How old was Grace at this time?
6.5, 7, give or take, 6.5, I think.
Does she remember that you killed her mom?
You'd have to ask Grace what she remembers.
Now, this belief that you have that the government was going to come and take your kids if you didn't plead guilty, did you bring this up to Judge Corrigal Jones, who you entered your plea in front of?
Was told not to.
Is that a no?
I was told not to. That's correct, sir.
Did you bring it up to Judge Corrigal Jones? Simple question. Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I thought I just answered that. No.
In your first appeal, and you filed several appeals, correct?
No, sir.
How many?
I believe I filed one in 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. I have recently filed another one, so I guess I'm in the middle of number 2.
Okay. In your 2013, 2014 appeal, How soon after you stood in front of Judge Corrigal Jones and said the words guilty after every one of those charges did you file the appeal?
As soon as I could.
As soon as you could.
Yes, sir.
So you started to regret it almost immediately?
I started the efforts on trying to really expose this case and what I believe was going on.
Okay. It's complicated, like you said, correct?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Okay. Did the Court of Appeals in that first appeal, did they believe it was complicated?
I never got that far.
Okay. How far to go?
That appeal got dismissed or denied.
It did. Do you know why?
Well, that appeal was for issues that that particular appellate attorney brought up as assignments of error. So that being said, the assignments of error could only be drawn out of the record. I'm not an attorney. I hope I'm saying this right.
You're fine.
But a lot of stuff that was an issue is outside the court record. And to my understanding, you can't bring up issues outside of a court record on appeal because they're not appealable because they're not on court record. So as far as, the situation with the kids and a lot of the stuff that we didn't know at the time, it wasn't in court record, so you can't appeal it. You can't bring that up.
This theory that you have that the government's going to take your kids if you don't plead guilty, did you raise that in your first appeal?
Again, sir, that was outside the court record.
So no?
It was not in the record. I couldn't raise it.
So no?
Yes, sir, no.
In this newest appeal, and you had an attorney for that appeal, correct?
For
The first appeal?
Yes, sir.
Who was the attorney?
I think Wesley Buchanan.
Wesley Buchanan.
I think,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Did you make it known to your attorney that there was this huge issue that if you pled, your kids were going to go bye-bye?
Yes, I did.
You did. And was that acted upon?
No, sir.
So who hired the attorney?
I believe he was court appointed.
Okay. So you got a court-appointed attorney, and this was an attempt to withdraw your plea?
No, sir. This was a appeal. And I explained everything about the kids and everything else to him. But like I said, he's the person that I got the information from that it's outside the record, so it couldn't be appealed.
What are you appealing if there was no trial?
Everything. This seemingly took a left turn from the very beginning, and I'm trying to properly expose the elements on this case. My mom always had a real good saying, it's like everybody just needs to put their cards on the table. Who did what, why, and when? And it's like that's kind of the easiest way forward, and I see this as being the same thing. It's like for this case to actually have some transparency in it as far as my actions, as far as Erica's actions, as far as what happened to us, what happened to Ashley, what happened to Grace. It's like all this information really needs to be kind of put on the center table and properly discussed.
Okay.
To some degree, at least.
Okay. After you killed Ashley Biggs and hid in the woods, were you being transparent at that point?
I don't think that statement's very
Objection,
clear,
Your
sir.
Honor. May we have a sidebar?
Sidebar, please.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. It's been very interesting this morning to watch this cross-examination and to have the defense keep asking the question, when you killed Ashley Biggs. You have Chad Cobb there yesterday admitting that he was at the scene, that he was in camouflage, that Ashley did not leave that parking lot alive, that he was driving her car and she was in the back seat on the floor. Again, this is after saying she was not alive, leaving that. So he's trying to protect himself by not saying and not answering these questions. And you can see the attorney try and slip it in. No, how does your daughter feel about you, even though you killed Ashley Biggs or you killed her mother? And he keeps trying to say, well, I didn't kill her. Well, he has to say that. He's waiting for appeal. And it is messy. And you keep hearing him talk about like his mom's phrase, I want all the cards on the table, or this case took a left-hand turn, and he learned a lot of things afterwards. I believe he's referring to the fact that when his wife at the time, her name was Erica Cobb, the woman you see sitting there, when she showed up to the prison the first time after he had been sentenced, she was pregnant. Well, how could she be pregnant? Well, she'd been having an affair with his best friend, Mike Stefanko. Yes, that's her new last name after getting a divorce and carrying on a life with Stefanko. It was literally Chad Cobb's best friend. It was his not so much a business partner. Chad owned a cable installation business. He worked with Stefanko every day. He talked about how Stefanko was at the hospital for the birth of, he said, most of his children. He had keys to his house. He had keys to his apartment. And so when you hear Cobb talk about that this case took a left-hand turn and he was learning a lot more, he also mentioned yesterday that after he went to prison that his cable company was liquidated by Erica, and he said, and I have a feeling in some respect by Mike Stefanko. So that's what he's getting at here. It is very confusing, but to hear him sit up on the stand and say, oh, I didn't kill her, or, we disagree that I killed her. I think ultimately what he's trying to appeal, what he's trying to get his mother to appeal, is that maybe there was some information about Mike Stefanko and his relationship with Erica that did that play some role in the planning of this murder. And again, it does get very confusing. You have Chad Cobb in the middle there. He was with Erica Cobb at the time, that night of the murder back in June of 2012. They go to that parking lot. He hides behind the tree. He admitted to all of that in court. He admitted that Erica called up Domino's and ordered that pizza to be delivered there. They knew that Ashley Biggs would be the one bringing that pizza. Keep in mind, Ashley and Chad were going through that nasty custody battle. Chad feels his daughter Grace was basically snatched out of his custody by a false report filed by Ashley and her girlfriend, and that's what led to all of this. But to again hear him repeat over and over, I didn't kill Ashley, but that's what you're in prison for, right? That's what you're serving. And this idea that he had been told by his attorney, not the state, he had been told by his attorney that if he didn't plead guilty, if he didn't take the plea deal, which, by the way, took the death penalty off the table, that if he didn't plead to that he would end up losing his kids. Now, he was going to prison. It was whether or not his kids would be able to stay with Erica, whether they'd perhaps be able to stay with his mother or his grandparents, and as you heard, go through the adoption system and completely lose their name of Cobb and be taken away, put up for adoption, and gone through that process. So it is a very interesting court case. It is very convoluted. It is a mess, to say the least. And in the end, you have a young woman, just 25 at the time, who was murdered. But yet, here's the man on the stand who is serving time for that murder, claiming he did not do that murder. So you can see where this gets into a little bit of an issue with this case. A very dangerous case as far as being now on the stand and testifying, and he's got to be careful not to say the wrong things. So this sidebar is basically, you probably have the state up there saying he's got to quit asking the question, when you killed Ashley Biggs, or how does your family feel about you after you killed Ashley Biggs? Whether he's trying to get him to backdoor trap himself into saying, well, when I did that, these are the games and the strategy that are being played. The defense is trying to get enough of doubt in the mind of the jury that maybe they say they're so confused and they're not sure what Erica Stefanko's role was in all of this, and come back with a not guilty plea. You can see some strenuous talk there. That is the lead prosecutor, although we haven't seen him take a role in this case yet. He is the individual that had COVID, and he's letting his co-counsel really ask all the questions here. But this is as convoluted a case as I've ever covered in my 20-plus year career and I've covered a lot of court cases, especially here in Cleveland. So this is difficult, to say the least, and we get 3 or 4 of these sidebars just about every day now. Yesterday was day 1, here's day 2, and we're still getting these arguments about what can and can't be said, what types of questions can and can't be asked. Yesterday, the issue was spousal privilege. You couldn't ask Chad Cobb, well, what did you say to Erica? What was the conversation between you and your wife about setting up Ashley Biggs? You can't ask that. It's just like having an attorney-client privilege. You can't ask what conversations 2 married people had and have it play out in court. Again, quite a bit of an argument there, and everybody's being civil. You see the judge saying, let's take it down a little bit, trying to come to an agreement about what can and can't be asked. This is where you wish we could have the microphones on, but we can't. It is a sidebar. They're more than likely there as they were about to listen. They have the technology in court. The court reporter is technically even recording this, and they can play back live what questions were being asked. If you're just joining us, this is the gavel-to-gavel coverage of deadly delivery. The murder took place in 2013, and it looks like we're about to head back on the record.
Sorry about the white noise.
Mr. Cobb, let's go back to the Court of Claims action. So you said that your mother, Cindy Cobb, was in mediation for about 6 to 8 months with a big law firm, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that mediation?
I'm struggling to try to remember here. If I recall correctly, they put a pause on it because the law firm for New Franklin said that there was a pending arrest, so they couldn't have the public records. And it was a short time after that that they ended up arresting Erica. And then she continued to try to get the records, and then she was told that she was denied because it was a pending case. Like there was an open case.
Okay.
So
And what's the status of Cindy's efforts now?
they ended up fulfilling the public records request sometime ago.
Oh, so Cindy was successful.
Yeah, she did get some information from both the prosecutor's office and the police department.
So sounds like she's got quite a bit of perseverance, Cindy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I mean, you tell me. She went toe to toe with Browse McDowell, right?
Well, when you said that, I was just kind of thinking of the comment she always tells me that she's stubborn. So when you said she has perseverance, I could kind of hear my mom saying it's like she's stubborn and kind of bullheaded. So
Okay,
I might get in trouble for saying that.
that's okay. Did you get some of that from her?
What's that?
Stubbornness?
I don't think I'm stubborn.
Okay. Now tell us about this most recent appeal, Mr. Cobb. What are the grounds of the appeal?
I filed a 32.1, which is a motion to withdraw. I believe I filed that December of 2022, if I remember correctly. The state did what the state does and objected to it. It was ruled on, and it was denied based on jurisdiction. And the argument on that jurisdiction is what's being contested in the appeal. Okay. So I'm appealing this court's decision on denying it based on jurisdiction, and that's what's in the 9th District now.
Okay. And tell us about your legal team for that case.
Well, in the beginning, it was me.
Well, in the beginning, you had Wes Buchanan, right?
Oh, that was way back in 2013, maybe 2014.
Oh, well, maybe I missed some steps here. So after your first appeal was denied or dismissed, what's the next thing you did to try to undo your plea?
My cousin started trying to get records from my case.
Okay. And is your cousin live in Ohio?
No, sir. He lives in Louisiana.
Is your cousin an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's his or her name?
John Green.
Say that again?
John Green.
John
Green Jr. Technically, I think.
Okay. And what's his area of law?
I believe it's criminal.
Okay. And did Attorney Green, your cousin, contact any attorneys in Ohio to help?
I know he had dealings with Court Goddardam.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I know he had some type of dealings with Court Goddardam. I know there was correspondence between my cousin Johnny and attorney Court Goddardam here in Ohio.
I'm not hearing that name. Court Goddardam?
Yeah, Court Goddardam.
An attorney whose first name is Court.
Yeah, Kort, I believe.
Oh, okay. Like a Courtney, a woman.
Well, I believe his first name is with a K, not a C. It's Kort.
Okay, and where's this attorney located?
I honestly don't know.
Did you talk to this attorney?
I talked to him one time. It's been so long ago, I don't even remember how long or what even was the main topic of discussion.
Okay. And what did Attorney Court file on your behalf?
Mr. Goddardam didn't file anything on my behalf.
Why not?
He was not asked to do so or paid to do so.
Oh, okay. After that kind of went by the wayside, what steps did you take at that point?
With what Johnny found out and told Court Goddardam, that's pretty much what prompted the public records request because we needed more information.
Okay, so Cindy versus New Franklin was the next step, right?
More or less. I think Johnny's quest to try to get records went until, I think, about 2018 or so. And then my mother filed that public records request. I think it was in the beginning of 2019.
Okay, so we're in 2019 at this point. We are now 6 years after you stood up in court under oath on the record and pled guilty to all the charges in the indictment, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is a long-term fight, correct?
It has been thus far, yes, sir.
Okay. And here we are in 2024, and you're still fighting that fight, right?
Yes, sir.
So we are beyond the decade anniversary of you pleading guilty and accepting responsibility in this case, of you fighting to undo that, correct?
I think that's a fair statement, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Is it also a fair statement to say that all of the efforts that you've undertaken thus far have been unsuccessful?
I don't think that's fair.
Have you gotten a new trial? Yes or no?
No, haven't gotten a new trial, no, sir.
Have you been permitted by any court in the state of Ohio to withdraw that knowing, voluntary, intelligent plea?
That plea was definitely not voluntary or knowingly or intelligently done, sir.
Has any court agreed with you on that point, Chad?
Not yet, sir.
But you've got hope, right?
I've got the truth, and I think that matters.
You said not yet. You've got hope that this is going to happen for you, don't you?
Equally as important, I have the truth, and I think that matters.
You've got the truth, right?
Well, there's a lot of pieces of paper to back up a lot of what's being said, so.
Sure, Cindy's out there gathering them up, right?
I mean, there's a lot of people trying to gather the information up and get in front of this court.
Okay. Who are your lawyers now?
Kim Corral.
Kim Corral.
Was recently retained, and her team. Well, I don't know if team, but I have a lady by the name of Carly, who's been apprised of this case and been assisting. That's been just here recently, though.
Okay, so Attorney Kim Corral and her team have taken up your most recent attempts to withdraw your plea, correct?
That's fair, yes, sir.
Who hired them?
My cousin,
Your cousin? Which one?
Lori,
And where's she live?
Texas.
Is Cindy involved in this effort,
In what effort, sir?
this latest appeal?
Involved how?
Is
I mean,
she-
she knows of it, yes.
Okay. Okay. Has she met with the attorney?
I think my mother and father just recently met Carly,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So they've talked to a member of the team.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that your mom loves her grandkids?
It's fair to say, yes, sir.
Okay. Does she spend time with them?
I'm sorry, with them, with who?
Her grandchildren?
Well, she spends time with Grace.
What about her other grandchildren?
No, sir.
Do you know why not?
We are not allowed to see them anymore.
Let's go back to your indictment in July of 2012. Do you remember getting that indictment?
I'll say yes, but it's been a very long time ago, so.
Sure. And I'm not asking you to recite it or anything like that, but you remember getting a copy of that indictment at some point or being shown it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, right at the top there, or attached to the top charge, the aggravated murder charge, was a specification, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was that specification?
It's a death specification.
And what does that mean? Explain to the jury what it means to have a death specification.
I think to try to technically, they're going to kill you. That's
Yeah.
long and short of it. They're going to kill you.
And by they, who do you mean?
The state.
Okay. So if you're convicted of that aggravated murder, then the state can give you the death penalty, correct?
Yes, they can.
Do you know how that's carried out?
Lethal injection, I think, because I don't think they do firing squads or anything like that anymore. So
They don't. How'd that make you feel to find out that you got indicted with the death penalty?
shocked.
Is that a common thing or is that pretty rare? The death penalty?
Case specific, I suppose.
Sure.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's common, but I mean, it's case specific.
If you know, when you were in the Summit County Jail, was there anybody else facing the death penalty that you know of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many other guys?
Don't know their names. I want to say like maybe 5, 6.
Really?
Give or take.
Okay. Now, when you got that indictment, the first step of that case is an arraignment, right?
I honestly don't remember.
Do you know what an arraignment is?
It's some type of hearing you have after the indictment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's where you get a chance to plead guilty or not guilty, correct?
Yeah, that's where your attorney puts in and the initial plea.
Okay. Now, I do want to go through your indictment here just real quick. So you had the top charge, which was aggravated murder, correct?
Sounds right, yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an unspecified felony, and that charge carried a specification with it that could carry the death penalty, correct?
Sure.
And then you also had a separate count of just murder, right?
Sure. It's been some time, so I don't remember it specifically, but I don't have any reason to disagree with you.
Sure. It's been a while since you got that indictment, correct?
12 years, yes, sir.
Has it also been a while since you pled guilty to that indictment? Is that
Yes, sir.
fair? Okay. In that indictment, there was also a charge of kidnapping, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what degree of felony is that?
I honestly don't know.
If I told you that's a first-degree felony, would you believe that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you plead guilty to that charge?
I pled guilty to everything on that indictment, yes, sir.
Okay. So you pled, except for the death specification, obviously. You're still alive, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you pled guilty to aggravated murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that carried a sentence of life without parole.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're serving that sentence right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you're trying to not have to serve that sentence. Fair?
I'm trying to have a fair trial. Yes, sir.
But you're trying to have a trial, right?
No, I'm trying to have a fair trial.
Did you have an unfair trial at some point?
When somebody forces you to plead guilty or you're going to lose your children, there's nothing fair about that.
Mr. Cobb, have you had a trial in this case?
No, sir.
So have you had an unfair trial?
I guess, technically speaking, this would have been done during the pre-trial phase.
Okay.
So
Not asking about that.
So I apologize if I'm...
Fair enough. You're not a
labeling
lawyer. Have you had a trial?
that. No, sir.
Have you had an unfair trial then?
Well, I haven't had a trial period, so
Fair enough. Because you pled guilty, is that correct?
had to, yes, sir.
Okay. So you had to plead guilty to aggravated murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you also plead guilty to murder?
I don't remember what was all on there, but because I don't know if you can have both, if you could have both aggravated murder and murder.
Did you plead guilty to kidnapping?
I pled guilty to everything that they had, but like you said, with the exception of the death penalty.
Okay. I'm going to ask you specifically about the kidnapping charge in the indictment, a felony of the first degree that you pled guilty to, okay? Who was the victim on the kidnapping charge?
Well, that would have had to been Ashley.
Okay. And if you know, just to you, what were they accusing you of doing in the kidnapping charge?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do a sidebar.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here. Again, this is getting into what did you do that night? And the state is trying to keep this from turning into a trial of Chad. Let's remember, this is a defense team of Erica Stefanko that is sitting there, and yet they have not asked really any questions about his relationship with Erica or what her involvement was that night. Obviously, they can't ask about conversations the two of them had. They have spousal protection, spousal privilege. Any conversations, husband and wife, a married couple has. Boy, that's interesting. Just saw Erica Stefanko eat something in court. I've never seen that. I'm trying to think of, because she's locked up currently on bail. Probably not a big deal. Back to court.
Okay, objection overruled. You may answer the question, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Forgive me, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, no problem. To your knowledge, if you know, as it relates to the kidnapping, felony of the first degree charge, what is the state accusing you of doing in that charge?
I think a kidnapping charge is if you prevent somebody from moving by any means necessary. So like, I think you can get a kidnapping charge like if you tell somebody not to move, that actually, and like they're under threat of harm or something like that.
Okay.
That's to the best of my knowledge.
And who is the victim on that charge in your indictment?
The victim in the case is Ashley.
Okay. You pled guilty to aggravated robbery. Do you know the degree of felony that is?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. If I told you that's a first-degree felony, does that sound about right?
Sure, yes, sir.
If you know, on the aggravated robbery charge against Ashley Biggs in your indictment, what is the state accusing you of doing on that charge?
I'm assuming robbing something.
Okay. Taking something from her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take something from Ashley?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you take her life?
No, sir.
You pled guilty to felonious assault in your indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that a felony of the second degree?
Sure. I'm sorry, I don't know what the degrees are to the specific charges.
And do you know what felonious assault is?
That's an assault.
Okay.
It's some type of an assault, obviously, by the charge. I don't know.
Serious assault?
I honestly don't know the difference between, like, say, an aggravated assault or like a felonious assault or an assault and battery. I know they all have to do with some type of like physical altercation. I just don't know what differentiates between one or another.
Okay. And who is the victim on that felonious assault charge in your indictment?
Ashley.
Okay. And did you plead guilty to that charge?
Yes, sir.
You've got a charge here that you pled guilty to called retaliation. To your knowledge, what is that?
I honestly have no idea.
You don't know? Okay. Were you ever informed of what these words mean?
Well, I know retaliation means like getting back, I guess. So like if somebody kicks you and you kick them back, I mean, that's by definition, I think that's retaliation because you're retaliating for something that was done. So
Okay. You also pled guilty to tampering with evidence, a felony of the third degree. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what does that mean on your case?
On my case,
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, after everything that occurred, I'm pretty sure me driving Ashley's car after we got into a fight, after everything that happened, would technically be tampering with evidence because I'm driving her car.
Okay. Would that also apply to the charge that you pled to called abuse of a corpse, a felony of the third degree?
I don't know.
Okay. Who's the corpse in that charge?
That would be Ashley.
Ashley's the corpse.
Yes, sir.
You pled guilty to a charge called possession of criminal tools, a felony of the fifth degree. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What were the criminal tools that you possessed?
I think they can designate anything as a criminal tool.
Okay, but what were your criminal tools?
Well, one would have to be the taser that I had. Maybe the clothing that I had.
Tell the jury about your taser.
I kept the taser on me for work. We usually kept them in the trucks or on our person, depending on where we were working.
Why?
Cable can be kind of rough sometimes.
Explain what you mean by that.
Well, like if you're doing disconnects, especially in, I guess, urban areas is a safe way to put it. Sometimes people aren't too happy about you shutting off their cable, and things can get kind of rough. You can get a lot of mean, hostile people out there. And never had an issue, but I just wanted to make sure that myself and my employees were protected. So I had some, non-lethal stuff in the vehicles to be able to just deter everything in case something ever did happen.
Whose cable were you disconnecting on the night of June 20th, 2012 into the early morning hours of June 21st, 2012?
During those hours, I wasn't out working. I was working earlier in the day on an allotment
So why did you have the taser on you at that point?
because I was in one of those urban areas we weren't disconnecting cable, but we were pulling lines, and it's just something to have.
So at midnight on the 21st, you were working?
It was on my belt loop and just never took it off.
Okay. Did you wear head to toe camouflage that day at work?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yeah, I had a shirt that said Cobb Cable Company on it.
Camouflage?
No, my shirt was green.
Okay. What about your jacket?
Yes, that's camouflaged.
Is that a Cobb Cable Company jacket?
No, that didn't have a company logo on it.
Okay.
Only my shirt did.
Did your camouflage pants, did they have Cobb Cable Company logos on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Camo boots?
I don't remember what color the boots were. I probably wore camouflage. They were just work boots.
What about the camouflage backpack?
That is not a work backpack, sir.
What kind of backpack is that?
Just a backpack that was kept in the closet with our other backpacks.
Is that a place that you stored your criminal tools that night?
I did not store any criminal tools in the closet, sir.
In your backpack?
No, sir.
Okay, where did you store your criminal tools?
I did not have criminal tools, sir.
You pled guilty to it, right?
Yes, sir. Pled guilty to everything.
But you didn't have criminal tools.
Well, if they're referring to the taser as a criminal tool, then I would have that, yes, sir.
Okay. So some of the charges that you pled guilty to involve things that happened after, as you put it, Ashley died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, maybe that was a confusing way to ask that, and I apologize. To abuse a corpse, there has to be a corpse, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's say tampering with evidence. That can happen after she's passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So could a person go to prison for tampering with evidence or abusing a corpse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So somebody could go to prison for committing crimes that happened after the person's already dead, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cobb, you talked about your legal team at this point, and that they have an appeal pending, or you have an appeal pending in the 9th District Court of Appeals, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that your goal is to obtain a trial, or as you call it, a fair trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it your belief that if you receive that fair trial, that you will be acquitted?
I have to see what a trial's outcome would be before I can actually say that. But to be acquitted of everything, no.
Okay.
I have grave responsibility in this also.
Okay.
So no, I'm not going to be acquitted.
Okay. Let's just talk specifically about aggravated murder. Do you believe that you'll be acquitted of aggravated murder?
I would like to think so, yes, sir.
Okay. And why is that?
Because there's some facts that need to be presented on this case.
Okay. You're aware, because you pled guilty to it, that an element of aggravated murder is prior calculation and design, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At your trial, would you argue that you didn't have any prior calculation or design?
Wouldn't that be an argument for that trial?
Yeah, I'm saying at your trial, at this trial you think you're going to have, would you argue that you didn't have prior calculation and design?
I would do my best to show Ms. Stefanko's efforts in prior calculation design against my own.
Sure.
Because the only prior
you'd put it on
calculation
her.
design that I had was to go to Disney World in a couple of days.
Okay. What about your presence in that parking lot at 647 West Turkey Foot Road was about preparing for a trip to Disneyland?
I didn't drive to that parking lot, sir.
Okay, but you were in the parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you going to take a taser to Disneyland?
No, sir.
Were you going to take industrial zip ties?
To
Disneyland.
no, sir.
Were you going to wear full camo head to toe at Disneyland?
I'm sorry. I'm failing to see. It's
You
just an
said
odd
all
question.
you were planning on doing was going to Disneyland.
In a couple of days.
Okay. So
This occurred, I believe, on a Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. We were supposed to fly out to Florida Friday morning. So this would have been a full day and a half away.
but you were in the Summit County Jail on Friday morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Facing a potential death penalty charge, correct?
Not at that time, sir, no.
Okay. Aggravated murder, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who is the victim on that charge?
Ashley Biggs, sir.
So let's go back to that parking lot at 647 West Turkey Foot Road where you said Ashley died back there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked a lot yesterday about a conversation under a tree. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified that you, from that tree, could hear a phone call that Erica made. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was she in? So then she was outside of the Lincoln, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She was not in the Lincoln when she made that call, correct?
No, sir. She was standing right next to it.
Okay. You said that she gave the name Jennifer or Katie McSomething. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
So you distinctly remember that she did give a last name, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
I just remember it was Mick something.
But it stands out enough to you that there was a last name at all, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she gave a last name on that call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you recalled her ordering a pepperoni and mushroom pizza.
I recall her making the order for a pizza and it had some type of half topping on it.
Okay.
Like I said, it was bits and pieces, so I don't remember exactly what it was.
Well, could you hear it or could you not hear it?
Again, it was bits and pieces. I could hear it, but I couldn't hear the entire thing. But it's, for the most part, I could hear everything.
Okay. Did she ever leave your sight? Like, did you go around the corner? I mean, could you see her the whole time this call was happening?
Yes, sir.
And then after this call was made, do you recall anyone calling that phone?
She had it on her, so
But did you see her having another conversation?
no, sir.
Okay.
She wasn't with me the entire time. There was a point where she left and then she came back. So if she received a phone call on that phone during that time, I wouldn't know.
Right after she made the call, did anybody call that phone right back?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We've heard testimony that your 4 children were in the Lincoln Navigator real late at night, early in the morning that night, correct?
I wasn't here for that testimony, sir.
You testified to it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said that you heard testimony. I didn't know it was from me. I thought somebody else was giving it to you. I apologize.
Fair enough. Were your children with you that night, Mr. Cobb?
Yes, sir.
And what was the youngest age of, it would have been AC at that point, right?
That would be Casey.
Oh, Casey, excuse me. How old was Casey at that point?
About 2.5 months.
Okay. Was Casey's, was Erica breastfeeding Casey?
At that time, I believe so, yes.
Okay. So with 4 kids in the Lincoln Navigator, and you in full camo in the parking lot, she had a lot to deal with in that car. Fair to say?
You'd have to ask her. I don't know if I can answer that, honestly.
Okay. You couldn't breastfeed a baby, obviously, right?
Well, that's fair to say.
Okay. So she had to take care of these kids while you were alone in that parking lot, right?
She wasn't taking care of the kids in the parking lot, sir.
Okay. But if KC got hungry, she needed to deal with that. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Throughout this whole night of horrors, correct?
If that was something on her priority list to do, yes, sir.
Mr. Cobb, that night, or the early morning hours of the late night of the 20th, or the early morning hours of the 21st of June, 2012, did you use your taser that night?
Yes, I did.
And who did you use that taser on?
Ashley
Ashley who?
Biggs.
Where did you shoot Ashley Biggs with the taser?
I think it was in the side, if I remember right.
Okay. Did you shoot her in the back with the taser?
I remember when she threw her phone, that's when I deployed the taser, and I remember her shoulder was facing me, but as far as specifics after that, I'm not sure.
What do you mean by that? You don't remember the specifics now?
As far as the specifics of where the taser actually
The taser, okay.
got her, yes.
So you may have shot her in the back with the taser. Is that fair to say?
I remember her shoulder being pointed towards me, so I'm assuming I deployed it on her side.
Okay. The front of her shoulder or the back of her shoulder, Mr. Cobb?
I just remember her shoulder being pointed towards me because she
Part of her shoulder.
I'm handcuffed, so it's very hard to point, but like her shoulder, not the front, not the back, but like the side of her shoulder. Almost like if I sat like this and my shoulder was, directly towards you, that's what I remember.
Okay. Did you have zip ties on you that
No.
night?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
If you didn't have zip ties on you, then how did one of them end up around Ashley's neck?
That would be the defendant.
The defendant did that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stefanko put the zip ties around her neck.
I remember one around her neck. Yes, sir.
Who put the zip tie around her wrists?
I only remember the one around her neck, sir.
Who put the zip ties around her legs?
Again, I only remember one around her neck.
If I showed you a picture of Miss Biggs with zip ties around her legs, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't see how that would refresh my recollection.
Well, here's why. Because you said that you don't remember zip ties around her legs.
Because I only remember the one around her neck.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Cobb?
What's it numbered? Is this defense
I'm
exhibit?
not introducing
Okay.
it into evidence. I'm sure the state will ultimately.
I do not recognize that picture.
You don't?
No, sir. But I can assume what it is.
What is it?
I'm assuming it's Ashley with zip ties around her ankles.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture, sir?
I understand what that scene is, but I do not recognize it.
What do you mean when you say you understand what that scene is?
Well, because I know that when I had to leave the parking lot, I ended up putting Ashley in the back seat of her car. That is clearly the back seat of her car, and that is clearly Ashley with zip ties on her. All the zip ties that are on her I can't recall, but I remember the one that Erica put around her neck, and that's what made me leave the parking lot. Because once that happened, I had to go.
So this is Ashley's dead body in her back seat?
That you have in front of me, 2 inches in front of my face, yes, sir.
Okay, and are her feet bound with a zip tie?
In that photo, yes, they are, sir.
Okay, do you use zip ties in your work? Did you?
We do occasionally, yes.
These zip ties?
They do not look familiar. Ours have a plastic spacer right by the top of them.
Do you see that her hands are also zip tied, sir?
I saw that in the photo, yes.
Okay. And this is Ashley, who you put in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Sir, are you aware of what the police found amongst your possessions at your home? Do you know what they found there?
I've been told they found, I think, bloody tissues in the trash can.
Did they find zip ties?
I think if I remember correctly, they found some on what they're calling an improvised work table down at the back of the property.
An improvised work table? What's that?
That was their description of the little construction area I had by the chicken coop.
You had a construction area by the chicken coop? What's that mean?
Well, there was a chicken coop at the back end of the property that was, I was in the process of building it, and I had a couple of sawhorses, and I think that I might have had a circular saw down there and hammer, nails, those type of things. And from what I remember, well, I guess over time was that a lot of the stuff that I took off by the Lincoln ended up on that table.
Okay. Are you aware that, did they find any zip ties that matched the ones that were on Ashley in your work truck?
They probably could have, because we had a lot of different zip ties and cable ties in both the vehicles.
Okay. The ones that I just showed you, those long gray industrial zip ties, did you have zip ties like that were found in your truck?
Possibly. We might have had those in the truck. It's been so long. I know the ones that we usually use to hang cable, they're a little different. They're black, they're a little shorter, and they have a spacer on them. But we had all kinds of different zip ties, just depending on what exactly we were working on.
So it's possible that the zip ties that were on Ashley were the same zip ties in your truck. Is that correct?
To be fair, they could have came from the van, they could have came from the bucket truck, they could have came from the storage room, because both vehicles were loaded down with a lot of equipment and materials. We had a storage room in the basement that also had a lot of surplus materials, and then I had my garage, which also had a lot of, just a little bit of everything in it, really.
But all that would have come from Cobb Cable Company, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a knife on you that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of knife was that?
It's a diving knife.
Okay. How big is it approximately?
I don't know, 6 inches, 7 inches, give or take. It's been so long since I've seen it. I mean, it's a hefty knife. It's good for taking those copper staples out of boxes.
Okay. Did you use that knife that night?
No, sir.
Okay. You had duct tape on you. Is that correct?
On my jacket, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you use that duct tape on Ashley that night?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't?
That's correct. No,
did
sir,
not?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that the police matched that duct tape they found on Ashley to your duct tape?
I was not told that, but I do remember seeing something like that in the records and files that we've been able to get from the prosecutor's office and police department.
So you do know that then, if you saw it.
I remember seeing in the paperwork, yes, sir.
Okay. So do you know that they matched that duct tape up to your duct tape?
Yes, sir.
So yes, you're aware then, correct?
Yes, sir.
So did you use that duct tape on Ashley Biggs?
I did not, sir.
How many pairs of gloves did you have on you that night, Mr. Cobb?
I was not wearing gloves, sir.
How many pairs of gloves did you have in your backpack?
I did not have a backpack, sir.
You didn't have a backpack?
No, sir.
Did you have a camo backpack?
There was a camo backpack in our closet that I ended up bringing up on request. But once I put it in the back of the Lincoln, I didn't see it again.
Okay. Did you put a backpack in the Lincoln?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that your backpack?
Yes, sir. I mean, it was,
How many pairs of gloves were in your backpack, Mr. Cobb?
I couldn't tell you what was in that backpack aside from a flashlight.
You didn't look in it.
No, sir.
Are you just along for the ride?
I don't think that's fair to say, no, sir.
Okay. So you say that you did not kill Ashley, correct?
Correct.
Why were you, strike that. What was your plan when Ashley showed up?
I didn't have a plan, sir. I was stuck there.
Did you have a plan to kill Ashley?
No, sir. The only plan I had was to go to Disney World.
Sure. Why did you deploy your taser?
When she threw her phone at me, I just kind of seen it all going sideways, so I deployed my taser. I figured she was going to go off, and it actually had the opposite effect of what I thought it was going to do.
Okay, let's back up. When Ashley pulls into the parking lot, you're alone back there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happens when she pulls up.
She pulled into the parking lot. She circled around where her headlights were pointing towards 619.
And she couldn't see you because you were in head-to-toe camouflage, correct?
I don't think she was looking for me or paying. I remember I was walking around in circles over by the tree, but the parking lot at that time was a lot bigger than what it is now, so it went over near the tree quite a bit. So if she was paying attention, yeah, you'd see me just walking around in circles.
Were you wearing a mask?
No, sir.
Were you wearing a hat?
Not that I recall. I don't believe so.
Were you wearing gloves?
No, sir.
Why were you just walking around in circles under a tree?
Because Erica left me there and I was just walking around in circles.
She just left you there and you don't know why.
She left me there because she just called Ashley's place of work to have a pizza delivered. And after some of the conversations at the tree, which I don't think I can mention because she's invoked spousal privilege, unless I'm mistaken, can I mention?
No, and the judge has restricted that, not Erica. So you're correct.
Oh,
That's not correct.
Let's take a sidebar.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here as we get yet another sidebar. A couple of pretty big bombshells here, and we're just getting into the meat of this, really the trial and the situation. Let's keep in mind that Chad Cobb has never had a trial because he pleaded guilty to all these charges. He's now claiming that he only pleaded guilty and that he was almost forced into that guilty plea by his own attorney so that he could keep his kids safe and keep them out of the foster care system. So when he was on the stand yesterday and the state was examining him, they did kind of gloss over that he was there, he was alone, that when Ashley showed up, she was pretty upset when she saw him, and that I believe he said things went sideways. And then the state asked, did she leave that parking lot alive? And he said, no, the state did not get into what he was just about to get into here. How did this happen? But this is the first time we're hearing the accusation that Erica is the one who put the zip tie around her neck.
Perspective, so we're fine with a break.
Okay, perfect. And just to clarify for the record, the spousal privilege is not something the court invokes. It's invoked by the defendant and the court enforces it. So at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Just a reminder, not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else or to do any research, please, okay? Thank you very much. We'll be back at, let's see, it's 10:53. Let's come back at 11:08. Thank you, Adam.
All right.
Some interesting testimony, to say the least, as we take our morning break here. We're going to continue our coverage. This is gavel to gavel. You're not going to miss a second of this as we walk through. But again, what a bombshell that was just put out there, that for the first time we are hearing Chad describe the scene that night in the parking lot in Akron, behind that closed or vacant building, in which Chad has testified that Erica called Domino's trying to get a pizza delivered to that address. Now, what's interesting is that he is trying to, you have to keep in mind, he has not testified to any of this because he pleaded guilty. There was no trial. So this is really the first time we're hearing the testimony of what happened. And he started to get into that he was walking in circles around that tree. And they asked why he was walking in circles. He said because he was in distress, that he had been left there by Erica Stefanko, and that's when the confrontation started. And in fact, we have the scene explainer. I want to watch at least some of this, and this will give you an idea. This is the building in question where Ashley would have driven up. And they explained that on the right-hand side here that the parking lot used to go all the way back, where you see grass there now. It used to be all parking lot.
And when you say the defendant drove
Take
to
a
the
look.
back,
This was
is this
from
the back
yesterday.
parking lot you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you look at this video, is it fair to say that the scenery may not have looked the same back in June 2012?
That's correct. It's different.
Okay. And what is different about it?
I remember the parking lot in the back being larger because it went over what would be to the right-hand side of the screen more.
And the trees, this was in June. Did the trees have leaves and foliage on it?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
Now, once you got to the back of this parking lot,
The parking lot was closer to that large tree right there.
this large tree,
Yes.
okay. For the record, I stopped it and we're looking, there's literally one large tree in the picture. Is that the large tree you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, once you got to the back of this parking lot, and 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road, where we're at right now, is that in Summit County, Ohio?
I believe so.
It's in Akron?
Either that or New Franklin Township. I'm not sure where the municipal lines are drawn.
That's fine. When you were there, tell me what happened. Did you all stay in the car, get out the car?
I ended up getting out of the car and walking over to that tree.
What did the defendant do?
She ended up following me over.
Did you all have conversation by that tree?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were the children at this point?
In the Lincoln.
During the ride with you with the girls to Mitco, were they sleeping or were they awoke when you left the house?
I think they were bouncing around in the back seat.
Okay. When you got in the car at Midco, were the boys woke or asleep?
They were all awake.
Okay. So time has passed. Do you know, were they still awake, sleep when you got to, or you don't know, when you got to 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road?
When I walked out of the Lincoln and walked over to the tree, I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Okay. So you're at the you're at the tree. You and the defendant are having conversation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long did you stay over at the tree?
Minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes, if that.
After that conversation under the tree, did the defendant make a phone call?
She left the tree and walked back over to the Lincoln. At that point in time, she ended up making a phone call.
Okay. I want you to tell the jury about that phone call. Could you hear that phone call?
Bits and pieces of it.
Okay. And when she walked back over to the Lincoln, that's where the children still were, correct?
We're going to continue with our coverage. For some of you, you're about to see our 11 o'clock news turn on. If that is the case, you can go to cleveland19.com, click on the story, or go to the Cleveland 19 Facebook page.
Used another person's name like Jennifer or Katie.
Okay.
I remember the last name was Mick something. And I want to say it was like a half topping. I remember either half pepperoni or half mushroom or half something. I remember her saying working in the back to like keep knocking on the door. That's about all that I remember overhearing.
Okay. What was the defendant's demeanor when she was making the phone call?
Seeing her smiling.
After that phone call was made, did you have conversation with the defendant after that?
Yes, ma'am. She walked back over
Back over to
the tree.
You were still at the tree at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the environment like out there? Was it light? Was it dark?
I remember it was a parking lot. I remember it had lights in there. It was dark outside, though.
Was anyone else back there? Were there any other cars?
No, ma'am.
So you were the only ones back there?
Correct.
Was the business open or closed?
Closed.
At some point in time, did the defendant leave that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long after the defendant left did Ashley arrive at that scene?
She arrived relatively quickly, but I don't know, like, as far as the exact time, 10, 15 minutes, give or take.
And do you know approximately what time that was? Do you know approximately what time the phone call was placed to order the pizza?
I'm assuming late in the evening.
How did Ashley get to the scene?
She drove. She had her car.
Was that the same car that the defendant pointed out at Domino's?
Yes, ma'am.
When Ashley arrived, where did she park?
She came in the back, circled around, and then ended up driving up to where that door was.
And you saw the photo, there was parking in the front. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
You just testified, per the defendant placing the order, she was instructed to come to the back?
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant was not at 647 Red Lake Road at this point in time. Is that a fair statement?
When Ashley arrived?
Correct.
No, ma'am.
You were there and you did not have a vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing camouflage that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have duct tape on your jacket or coat that night?
My jacket, yes, ma'am.
And what was Ashley's demeanor when she saw you?
She was pretty worked up.
Is it fair to say that Ashley did not leave that parking lot alive that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take Ashley's car that night?
Yes, I did.
When you left out from 647 Rex Lake Road, where did you go?
I ended up driving to a bridge that's close to my family's property.
Where was Ashley?
At the time when I left the parking lot, she was in her car.
In the car you were driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in the back seat?
Yes, ma'am.
In the back seat on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the defendant?
She was right behind me.
So that was testimony from yesterday from Chad Cobb. That was the state examining him. But you could see how difficult of a job that the prosecution has dancing around these questions. Chad Cobb is not going to give up too much of what his role was in this because he is appealing his guilty plea, his plea deal. He's hoping that the state will let him withdraw his plea so that he can have, in his words, a fair trial. He's claiming that there is information out there that would shed light on a new trial or on a trial in this case for Chad Cobb. And I thought it was interesting. The prosecution asked, if you ever got that trial, do you think you would be acquitted? And he said that he has grave responsibility in this case, but he does not believe he would be found guilty of aggravated murder. So we'll wait to see on that. But again, you're about to hear the first accusation that it is Erica that placed the zip tie around Ashley's neck. We know that according to the opening arguments from the state that it was the zip tie that eventually strangled Ashley. And you now have Chad Cobb saying that it was Erica that placed that. Let's take a listen while we get through the rest of this break. We're going to make sure we continue our coverage, but we are still in break. Take a look. Take a listen to testimony just a few minutes ago.
Mr. Cobb, that night, or the early morning hours of the late night of the 20th, or the early morning hours of the 21st of June, 2012, did you use your taser that night?
Yes, I did.
And who did you use that taser on?
Ashley
Ashley who?
Biggs.
Where did you shoot Ashley Biggs with the taser?
I think it was in the side, if I remember right.
Okay. Did you shoot her in the back with the taser?
I remember when she threw her phone, that's when I deployed the taser, and I remember her shoulder was facing me, but as far as specifics after that, I'm not sure.
What do you mean by that? You don't remember the specifics now?
As far as the specifics of where the taser actually
The taser, okay.
got her, yes.
So you may have shot her in the back with the taser. Is that fair to say?
I remember her shoulder being pointed towards me, so I'm assuming I deployed it on her side.
Okay. The front of her shoulder or the back of her shoulder, Mr. Cobb?
I just remember her shoulder being pointed towards me because
Part of her shoulder.
I I'm handcuffed, so it's very hard to point, but like her shoulder, not the front, not the back, but like the side of her shoulder. Almost like if I sat like this and my shoulder was, directly towards you, that's what I remember.
Okay. Did you have zip ties on you that
No.
night?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
If you didn't have zip ties on you, then how did one of them end up around Ashley's neck?
That would be the defendant.
The defendant did that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stefanko put the zip ties around her neck.
I remember one around her neck. Yes, sir.
Who put the zip tie around her wrists?
I only remember the one around her neck, sir.
Who put the zip ties around her legs?
Again, I only remember one around her neck.
If I showed you a picture of Miss Biggs with zip ties around her legs, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't see how that would refresh my recollection.
Well, here's why. Because you said that you don't remember zip ties around her legs.
Because I only remember the one around her neck.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Cobb?
What's it numbered? Is this defense
I'm
exhibit?
not introducing
Okay.
it into evidence. I'm sure the state will ultimately.
I do not recognize that picture.
You don't?
No, sir. But I can assume what it is.
What is it?
I'm assuming it's Ashley with zip ties around her ankles.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture, sir?
I understand what that scene is, but I do not recognize it.
What do you mean when you say you understand what that scene is?
Well, because I know that when I had to leave the parking lot, I ended up putting Ashley in the back seat of her car. That is clearly the back seat of her car, and that is clearly Ashley with zip ties on her. All the zip ties that are on her, I can't recall, but I remember the one that Erica put around her neck, and that's what made me leave the parking lot. Because once that happened, I had to go.
So this is Ashley's dead body in her back seat?
That you have in front of me, 2 inches in front of my face, yes, sir.
Okay, and are her feet bound with a zip tie?
In that photo, yes, they are, sir.
Okay, do you use zip ties in your work? Did you?
We do occasionally, yes.
These zip ties?
They do not look familiar. Ours have a plastic spacer right by the top of them.
Do you see that her hands are also zip tied, sir?
I saw that in the photo, yes.
Okay. And this is Ashley, who you put in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Sir, are you aware of what the police found amongst your possessions at your home? Do you know what they found there?
I've been told they found, I think, bloody tissues in the trash can.
Did they find zip ties?
I think if I remember correctly, they found some on what they're calling an improvised work table down at the back of the property.
So what an interesting morning so far. We are still on break. Live look into the courtroom here. You have to kind of, if you've been watching this gavel to gavel, and like I have, and I hope you've been able to watch this, you're seeing this narrative being set up by Chad Cobb really for the first time on the stand this morning. That, and I thought it was interesting when he talked about just a little bit after this, you have the defense asking, did you have your backpack with you? And he said, no. And he said there wasn't a camouflage backpack, and he said there was. And he said, do you know what was in it? Or he asked about how many pairs of gloves he had in his backpack. He said, I didn't have a backpack on me. But clearly there was. And he starts to say, I was told to bring my backpack, and I didn't know what was in it other than a flashlight. He is trying to set up this story that Ashley was killed because Erica Stefanko wanted her out of the picture. Let's remind you the players here because it does get a little confusing. He is trying to say that Ashley Stefanko packed that backpack with zip ties, with gloves, and that she put it in the back, or that he was told to bring that backpack and put it in the back of the SUV. And it is quite the narrative that is trying to set her up. And we are getting back to court here, and it'll be interesting to watch the rest of this play out. We are just getting to the portion of this testimony that walks us through the actual attack and
Record,
death.
It's 1113, State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. I did just want to address the jury very quickly about the invocation of spousal privilege. A privilege is essentially a personal right. It's statutory in Ohio to preserve confidentiality of communications. The fact that any individual invokes the spousal privilege is not to be inferred in any way, okay? Positive or negative. Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cobb, you testified that you zip tied the hands and feet of Ashley Biggs and put them in the back of her car. Is that correct?
Objection. That is not what he testified to, Your Honor.
I believe he identified. Do you want to
Okay.
rephrase?
Did you zip tie the feet of Ashley Biggs?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you zip tie the hands of Ashley Biggs?
No, sir.
Okay. And you testified you did not zip tie her neck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you put her body in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You picked it up and put it in there?
Yes, sir.
And where did you put it?
Ashley, sir? In the backseat of the car.
Okay. And we're going to hear from the coroner that she had blunt force trauma. Who inflicted that?
We got into a fight, sir.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
Ashley and myself.
Okay. So did you inflict blunt force trauma on Ashley?
We fought, yes, sir.
So is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you use your fists?
It was a really bad fight.
Please answer the question.
Did you use your fists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you strike Ashley Biggs? What part of her body?
I don't even recall. It's a really bad fight, though.
Would it refresh your recollection to show you pictures of her body and injuries on it?
That is not going to refresh my recollection, but it's safe to say when I'm saying it was a very bad fight that she probably had injuries from my hands on multiple areas.
Okay. What do you mean when you say it was a really bad fight?
It was a really bad fight.
Okay. Did you punch her in the head?
Yes, sir.
Did you punch her in her face?
Yes, sir.
Did you punch her in her torso?
I would assume so. Yes, sir.
Did you punch her in her lower body?
I can't say that I did. I can't say that I didn't. I'm not sure. But if she had injuries on her lower body, they would have had to been from me. We got into a very bad fight.
Okay. And you've testified that throughout your life, you've been trained to fight. Is that correct?
Different type of fight, sir.
Have you undergone fight training in your life, Mr. Cobb?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that training entail?
Self-defense.
Self-defense?
Yes, sir.
Were you defending yourself this night?
When we were fighting, absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. So you were defending yourself against Ashley Biggs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She attacked you?
It was almost like a car crash. We came at each other equally, I suppose, is a fair way to say it.
Okay. How tall is Ashley?
She's a little shorter than I am.
Okay. What's she weigh, do you know?
She's hefty and strong, especially when she came back from the Army. But weight, I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Okay. Did she weigh less than you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Ashley have any weapons on her that you recall?
No, sir.
Did Ashley have a taser?
No, sir.
Did Ashley have a 6 to 7 inch diving knife?
No, sir.
Did Ashley have zip ties?
No, sir.
What was Ashley wearing?
I don't even remember.
Okay. But she was at work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, Ashley thought she was delivering a pizza to that residence, right?
I don't think I could safely say what she knew and what she didn't know.
Okay. Well, she was there to deliver a pizza, right?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
Is it fair to say she didn't go back there looking for a fight?
That's fair to say. Yes, sir.
In the military, did you receive hand-to-hand combat training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did that entail?
Just line training.
Okay. And you've described this as a serious fight, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which means that, well, you tell me this. Does that mean that at some point you felt like you were losing that fight?
That fight was all emotion. So when you're referencing, that I was trained in combat fighting or martial arts, or even if you're mentioning, Ashley's military training, that was all emotion, that fight, between what was going on with our child. It was just, it was a train wreck.
So there were a lot of emotions between you and Ashley because of Grace, correct?
The custody situation holistically, Brittany's involvement, Erica's involvement, there was a lot.
I'm sorry, you said another name there. What was that?
Brittany's involvement and Erica's involvement.
Oh, okay. So this fight behind the abandoned business or the closed business, was an emotional fight to you, correct?
I more describe it like it's a train wreck. I mean, I definitely should not have been there. I wish Erica did not leave me there. And I don't think Ashley and I had any business having anything to do with one another like that, because there were too many unresolved issues that were playing on both of our emotions, and it was a train wreck.
So you've described this as a train wreck. After you were finished assaulting Ashley, did it look like she had been hit by a train?
She was in very bad shape.
Was there a lot of blood?
Yes.
Was there a lot of bruising and swelling on almost the entirety of her body?
I can't accurately recall that, but I have no reason to say that there wasn't.
So did it look like she had been run over by a train?
Those are your words, sir.
Okay. You've described your presence in that parking lot as being left there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was anyone else in that parking lot between when you say Erica left and Ashley showed up?
When Ashley showed up, no, sir.
Okay. Who was restraining your ability to leave that parking lot?
I suppose nobody was there physically restraining me from leaving the parking lot, sir.
So no one was?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you could have walked out of that parking lot?
If I would have been thinking straight, yes, sir.
So could you have walked out of that parking lot?
If I would have had been thinking straight, yes, sir.
Yes. There were multiple ways, and the jury, and we all went there. Johnny Lauderdale took us there. There was a way to go back behind there. There were woods and things like that. you were able to walk back there if you wanted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And no one would have seen you because you had camouflage on, correct?
That's a safe assumption, sir.
Okay. You could have walked around the side of the building that didn't have the driveway on it, correct?
There would have been a lot of different things that I could have done.
There are a lot of ways for you to walk out of there, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did not, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You said that this was a horrible fight between you and Ashley, an emotional fight. Who struck whom first?
She threw a phone at me.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
I couldn't at that time process, how that particular action made me feel.
Did you feel like your life was threatened by the presence of a phone coming at you?
No, sir.
How did you respond to, where did the phone hit you?
Somewhere around my face, neck.
Okay. Did that hurt you?
Don't even remember, sir.
Were you injured by that phone?
Not severely, sir.
Is it at that point that you're struck by the phone that you deploy your taser in her back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After she threw the phone at you, what did she do?
She was struck by the taser and she clenched up, but then she came after me.
So is it your testimony that she was unaffected by the taser?
It did not stop her.
Describe the taser and the voltage of the taser for the jury, please.
The voltage, I have no idea on the specifics on its output or anything like that. The taser itself was a cheap brand. If
A what brand?
like a cheap brand, like a economic brand.
So you testified that you got the tasers because the cable company is a tough business and you wanted to protect your employees, right?
Yes, sir.
So you bought them cheap ones?
Yes, sir.
Why? That was a tough business.
Well, why not?
So that you have a taser that works, right?
And to my knowledge, they did and they do. But when they're
Did the taser work on Ashley?
No, sir.
Okay.
But I've never been trained in how to fire a taser, and now I know that the barbs have to be in specific locations or something like that for it to actually. I think you have to have one barb higher and the one barb lower, and it sends an electrical current through those two barbs that touches the organs or something along those lines. So when I deployed it and got her in the side, it didn't have that that effect.
So are you saying that when you shot Ashley in the back with a taser, it didn't have the effect that you were hoping for?
Didn't shoot her in the back with a taser, sir. Her shoulder was pointed at me, and as far as the desired effect, when she threw her phone, I seen this going badly. I thought the taser would stop her in her tracks, and it didn't.
Okay. Did you get scared at that point, Chad?
I don't know what specific feelings or emotions that I would have been feeling at that point in time, just because it was like a train wreck of emotions at that point.
Okay.
I'm sure fear, anger, and confusion. I mean, just kind of balled up into one.
Fair enough. So one of the emotions that you were feeling after you tased her and it didn't work was fear, right?
Well, when the taser didn't work, she was coming towards me, and I also was going towards her, and that's when I started pushing, and that's when punches were followed directly afterwards.
Punches from whom?
We came at each other equally.
Okay.
I mean, I can't say that she came after me and attacked me. I can't say that I went after her and attacked her. I mean, once I deployed the taser, we both went to each other pretty much simultaneously and just proceeded to get into a very bad fight.
Did you have any hesitation in inflicting these blows upon a woman, you being a man?
We just fought, so there was no hesitation. We met and we fought.
So, somebody's in front of you and you need to fight, you're going to fight them, man or woman, correct?
That's not a fair statement.
What about in this instance? Did it matter to you that the person that you were beating up was a woman?
At this point in time, absolutely that matters to me. But at that point in time, when we got into a fight, there was too much. I was not thinking clearly. I couldn't process anything. I mean, it was all just raw emotion. I mean, there wasn't thinking, there wasn't logic, there wasn't training, there wasn't any of that garbage. It was just two people mad as hell at each other, just beating the hell out of each other.
And you won that fight, right?
Nobody won that fight, sir.
Did you incapacitate her?
Yes, sir.
Are you still alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you knock her unconscious?
I'm not sure. After we fought, she was barely moving, but she was moving. But if she was knocked unconscious or not, I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember the placement of the first punch that you threw that connected with her?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember at what point she became incapacitated and she wasn't fighting you anymore?
That would have been after we fought.
How long did you fight? Well, let me ask it this way. How long did it take you to incapacitate Ashley?
I don't know how long we fought. Sometimes it seems like it lasted, 20 seconds. Sometimes it seems like it lasted, 20 hours.
I'm asking you about a lot of details, correct?
That's fair, yes, sir.
Do you find it convenient that you can't remember these details now?
There's nothing convenient about this, sir.
I agree with you there. But do you think that your failure to be able to recollect these details could be seen as convenient?
Sir, you can see it however you want to see it.
I'm asking how you see it, Chad.
I'm just trying to answer your questions to give you the best recollection that I have with what I can remember and with what I can't remember. And what you do with it is entirely up to you.
Okay. So how did you get Ashley's body into the back seat?
I picked her up and put her, well, I mean, I didn't pick her up. She's a bigger lady. I remember picking her up and just putting in there. Might have picked her up and put her in there.
You mentioned she's a bigger lady, but you were able to get her into that back seat, correct?
It was a struggle, but yes, sir.
Okay. You're a strong guy, right? Strong enough to be able to subdue this woman, right?
Sure.
And strong enough to then get her body into the back seat, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Who did you call right after you put her body in the back seat and started driving? Did you call somebody on the way?
First phone call I made was after the fight.
Okay.
Ashley was not in her car when I made that phone call.
Okay. Did you call your parents?
No, sir.
You never called your parents that night?
Well, you were asking about after Ashley and I fought when she was on the ground in the
Okay.
parking lot.
I'm
I made a phone
asking
call,
you-
but it wasn't to my parents.
Okay. Did you call your parents that night?
When we were behind my grandmother's barn, yes, sir.
How many times did you call your parents?
A couple. I don't exactly recall. I believe I called them more than once
Okay. Why did you call your parents?
to get Mike, to go over to Mike's house and wake him up.
And when you say Mike, who are you referring to?
Michael Stefanko.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you tried to call Mike Stefanko previous to calling your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you trying to get a hold of Mike?
I was instructed to.
Okay. What was Mike supposed to do?
Go over to our house and get medication, some anti-seizure medication, or just Erica's medication.
Okay. So you needed Mike to get anti-seizure medication for Erica, correct?
She just wanted her medication, yes, sir.
Okay. So I mean, this sounds obvious, but let's just kind of establish this. Erica has some sort of seizure disorder as far as you know, or did at that point?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And to prevent her from having a seizure, which would be very bad, obviously, she needed to take medication. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you needed to call, Mike needed to get that medication to Erica so she didn't have a seizure, right?
Well, I didn't want to call Mike to get, she told me to call Mike to get her seizure medication, so that's what I did.
We've established that, but she needed this medication to prevent from having a seizure. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Erica took off that night, whenever that may be, without this necessary medication of hers? Correct?
Yes, sir.
That she was going to be away from the house for a number of hours, but didn't have this medication, correct?
But to be completely transparent,
Sir, I'm just asking you if she left the house that day or that night, whenever it may have been, and she didn't have her seizure medication. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And the fear then is that she could have a seizure, right?
Never actually seen her have one, sir.
Is that perhaps because of the medication?
Well, and she was also prone to leaving without it. Looking back now, it's kind of odd how she would ask for it at that particular time when it never was really something that important before. Before that time, if she felt that she was going to need it or something along those lines, she would take it. But I mean, I remember when we went to a vacation in Bryson City, I do not recall her taking that with her, and we were gone for like 3 days.
Okay.
So just for transparency, I suppose.
I appreciate that. So in the effort of transparency, you remember a lot of details about her seizure medication habits, correct?
A little bit, yes, sir.
But in an effort of transparency, you don't remember details about assaulting Ashley Biggs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see how that can be convenient, Chad?
Well, considering the fight that I got into, again, there's nothing convenient about it. And
Your failure to recollect details about it is convenient. I understand. The fight was very inconvenient. Can you see how your failure to recollect details about your assault of Ashley Biggs can be seen as convenient?
sir, I'm just trying to cooperate.
Okay. The cornfield that you drove Ashley's corpse to was, you testified, about a 5-minute walk to your parents' home, correct?
Give or take, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to your parents' house that night?
No, sir.
But you called them multiple times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Despite calling them multiple times, you did not, your testimony is that you did not go to your parents' home that night, correct?
That's correct.
What does it mean to you when strike that? Yesterday, you testified that about a bridge, and this is the bridge right by your parents' house and right by where Ashley's corpse ended up, correct?
If you're referring to the bridge on Poor Road surrounded by the cornfields. Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the significance of that bridge to you, Mr. Cobb?
That was Ashley and I's bridge. We didn't own it, but it was just a place where, when we were dating, we would hang out and pass time and whatnot.
So is it fair to say that that bridge held sentimental value to you?
Yes, sir.
When you drove her corpse over that bridge, how did you feel?
I was just kind of dazed. I honestly couldn't tell you how I felt one way or the other. I was just dazed. I was just driving.
What had you guys, prior to you driving her corpse across it, what had you two done on that bridge?
We would just hang out there. I mean, no funny business or anything like that. We'd hang out, we'd sit on the bridge and watch the fish. And there's some turtles in there too, and it's just a nice little place in the country to just spend time.
Okay. Did you think about the significance or the irony that then some years later you're driving her dead body on that bridge?
At that point in time, sir, I was not really thinking much of anything.
Okay. How long were you in prison, Chad, before you, mentioned Erica's name as having something to do with this case?
Well, I mentioned her name to the retained counsel I had in the very first.
Okay, and those conversations are private, and I don't want to get into those. But I guess let me rephrase it so it's easier to understand. When's the first time you said something to law enforcement that Erica had something to do with this?
That would have been my cousin Johnny in 2014, 15, somewhere around there.
So your testimony is that the first time that you made law enforcement aware that Erica had something to do with this would have been 2014 or 15.
Well, it wasn't me making law enforcement aware. My cousin, who's an attorney, Johnny Green, mentioned me willing to testify against Eric or mention Erica to law enforcement. It was like 2015, give or take. But
so you told Johnny, I'm willing to testify against Erica, and then he let them know.
I think his exact wording of it was that I was willing to name her as a co-defendant or co-conspirator or whatever the term would be.
Okay. Do you remember if it was in 2014 or 2015?
It's 2015, somewhere around there. I don't remember. The correspondence itself is actually in that motion withdrawal. I just don't remember the year.
Okay, fair enough. But is it fair to say it's at least 2.5 years after Ashley dies?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Okay. When you entered your guilty pleas in front of Judge Corrigal Jones, did she ask you a number of questions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. This is an extremely important matter, so there were a lot of questions posed to you by the judge before you entered your plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did she ask you your educational background?
Not that I recall.
She didn't ask you how far you could go. You went to school?
Not that I recall.
Did she ask you if you could read and write the English language?
I vaguely remember something along those lines.
Okay. Did she ask you about all of the constitutional rights that you were giving up by entering pleas of guilty?
I remember her making some mention, yes.
Okay. Did she ask you that the first and most important right that you're giving up was the right to have a jury trial? Do you remember that?
Sounds familiar, yes, sir.
Did she ask you that at that trial, you're giving up the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf? Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes, sir.
Do you recall the judge telling you that if those witnesses refused to appear, she would send a Summit County Sheriff deputy out to bring those witnesses to court to testify for you. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that that's called a subpoena power? You can get people in here, right?
Yes, sir.
Did she ask you if you had the right to remain silent at that trial should you choose to do so?
Yes, sir.
Did she advise you that you were giving up the right for the prosecutors to prove each and every element of each and every charge that you're accused with beyond a reasonable doubt?
I sacrificed a lot to take that plea. Yes.
You gave up all those rights, correct?
For the sake of my children, yes, I did.
We've established that, but just my question is, did you give those rights up?
Yes, sir, at that time.
Okay. And she asked you these questions in open court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were on the record, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she asked you if you understood those rights. What did you say to her?
The most important thing I said was there's a lot that I need to say, but there's very little that I can right now.
Okay. And after she brushed that aside and she asked you if you understood the rights that you're giving up, how did you respond?
But the only choice I had left was say yes.
You said yes. Okay. She asked you, did she ask you if anyone threatened you to enter the plea?
She did, and I had to say something that was the complete opposite of what was actually happening.
And what did you say when she asked you if anyone threatened you to enter that plea?
I said no.
Did she ask you if anyone coerced you to enter that plea?
Again, I had to say something the exact opposite of what was really going on.
Okay. How did you respond under oath on the record that day?
Told her no.
Did she ask you if anyone has forced you to enter that plea?
Again, I told her no.
But today, 12 years later, your testimony is that you were coerced, correct?
Not today. It's been every day since.
Oh, so including today, you've been coerced to enter that plea, correct?
It's been every day since.
Correct? Yes or no?
Every day since, yes, sir.
Have you been threatened?
To take that plea?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Have you been forced to take that plea?
Yes, sir.
Did the judge ask you if you wanted to use your right of what's called allocution? Do you know what that means, Mr. Cobb?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that term.
Fair enough. It's a legal term, and it means that your ability or your right, quite frankly, to make a statement before the judge sentences you. Do you remember that?
I remember making a statement before the judge sentenced me. I didn't know that was called allocution. I don't recall that term.
Fair enough. In that allocution, did you say the name Erica Stefanko?
No, sir.
So it's not until 2014 or 2015 that her name gets brought up into it by her cousin with law enforcement, correct?
Unless Mr. Buchanan mentioned something to law enforcement.
I don't want you to talk about conversations with your attorney. But
I wasn't referencing the conversation
Oh, okay.
that I had with my attorney. I was just saying that unless he informed law enforcement when he started taking it, but I don't know if he did or not. The first person to my knowledge would have been my cousin, Johnny Green.
okay. Is it fair to say that prior to 2014, 2015, you had opportunities to bring her into this, including at your plea?
No, that's not fair at all.
Okay.
Say that I had opportunities to mention her. No.
Were you given a chance to speak at your sentencing or at your plea and sentencing?
Yes, sir.
And at that sentencing, at that plea and sentencing, Mr. LaPrinzi removed the death penalty specification, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And you agreed to a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what that, it may sound silly, it seems kind of obvious, but explain to the jury what it means to be serving a sentence of life without the possibility of parole.
They have two different types of parole type sentences, in my opinion. They've got like a 15 to life or 20 to life, which just means that you see the parole board after that designated time. And then you have life without parole, which just means that you do not see the parole board.
So is it fair to say that you don't get a chance under any circumstance to ever get out of prison?
Not until I have an appropriate trial. That's correct.
Okay, but as you're sentenced right now, right? You're sentenced, you're doing life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
Assuming that all these plans that you have don't pan out, right? And all these plans that your family is undertaking for you, and you're stuck with that life without parole sentence, will you die in prison?
Yes, sir.
So 2 years after you've, or a year and a half or 2 years after you've pled and you've gotten your life without parole sentence is when you bring Erica's name into it, correct?
When she wasn't necessarily first mentioned there. She was mentioned from the very beginning. But the attorney who was representing me got kicked off the case, and then I was appointed two court-appointed attorneys that had a different opinion on her.
Okay, so you went through some attorneys?
Yes, sir.
You had some disagreements?
No, sir. My first attorney was retained, and when they ended up re-indicting me, the judge kicked him. I hope that's the appropriate term, but the judge kicked him off of the case, even though I actually still wanted him, because he knew what was going on with Grace at the time. But then when they kicked Adam Van Ho off, they gave me two court-appointed attorneys, and that was Donald Malarsic and Donald Hicks.
Okay.
And they had a different opinion on Erica.
Okay. At the time that your cousin Johnny told law enforcement about Erica's alleged involvement, what was the status of your first appeal?
I believe that appeal was denied.
It had
by
been denied at that point, correct?
At that point in time, yes, sir.
There was some testimony yesterday about Erica and Mike winding down the Chad or Cobb Cable Company business. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, you seemed a little bit upset or not happy with that. Is that fair?
Heartbroken. Yeah, that's fair.
Heartbroken. Did you think you were going to continue operating a cable installation company while serving a sentence in prison for which you will die in prison from?
At that time, I wasn't sentenced, sir.
You were, what, you had pled?
No, it started getting liquidated, I think, like 2 months into me being at the county jail.
Okay. So you were facing the death penalty at that point.
I don't think so. Not at that point.
You were facing an aggravated murder charge.
Yes, sir.
Which carries the potential for life without parole, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to make your bond?
I don't even know if I had a bond.
Okay.
I mean, I may have. I don't remember.
Did you post a bond?
No, sir.
Okay. You stayed in this whole time.
Yes, sir.
And then ultimately, you pled guilty to all the charges in the indictment, correct?
Ultimately, yes, sir.
So how could you possibly run a cable installation business under those circumstances?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I was never even given the opportunity. It was liquidated before I could even try to formulate a plan on what to do with it.
What could you have possibly done with it from the Summit County Jail?
I have no idea, but maybe something other than what happened to it.
You've testified that your children are very, very important to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to you going to jail for the death of Ashley Biggs, were you the sole provider for them?
Yes, sir.
If that company is not liquidated and sold off, how are your children going to eat?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Did you ever plan to kill Ashley Biggs with Erica?
No, sir. The only plan I had was to go to Disney World.
How long were you going to be at Disney World, Chad?
We're going to be over there 3 days, if I recall. We're going to leave Friday and come back. I think it was supposed to be either Sunday night or Monday, somewhere around there.
So there was not a plan other than Disney World.
There was not a plane.
A plan, excuse me. You didn't have a plan to kill her, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News here. We'll be
Your
with
Honor,
you
I
in
have
just a
no
second.
further questions. Thank you, Mr. Cobb.
Wow, no further
Did
questions here.
State
We'll
want
see if we
to
get a
redirect now or
cross.
break for lunch and do it after?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't, sorry.
I can, I'll be a lot brief, but I can leave it up to the court or the jurors.
By brief, how long do you estimate?
A half an hour.
Okay, I think we'll take a break then. So I want to, again, of course, give our jurors the admonishment. We're going to have a lunch break. Please don't talk to each other or anyone else about the case. Please don't do any research. We will all come back at 1 p.m. and enjoy your lunch, okay? Thanks, everyone.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. As we go to lunch here in this case, again, we are the only station giving you fronted gavel-to-gavel coverage here. A very important case and a very complicated, convoluted case, to say the least. We'll stay on this picture as we head to lunch just to make sure nothing happens. But that question right there at the end, did you have a plan to kill Ashley Biggs with Erica Stefanko? And his answer was no, my only plan was to go to Disney World. Jokes aside, it doesn't exactly ring like a Super Bowl commercial, but it is interesting to say the least, because here's a man who is serving life in prison without parole, and he keeps going back to that he was coerced into that, even though he was asked in court before he pleaded guilty, has anyone promised you, has anyone threatened you, has anyone coerced you into this plea? And on the record, he would have answered no to all of those, and he said no. But he now is saying that those weren't true statements, that he was coerced. And he keeps going back to this fact that he claims his attorney said if he pleaded guilty that his kids would not be taken away. And you might be asking, well, wait a second, you're going to prison for life in prison. What do you mean your kids will not be taken away? Well, he claims that they would have taken those children away, even from his wife, Erica Stefanko, well, Erica Cobb at the time, and that they would have been put into the system and eventually put up for adoption, had to get rid of their last name, and he would have lost them in the system forever. He is claiming that is why he pleaded guilty to all of those charges, every single one of them, and it just is just a tough pill to swallow. You have a man, is he grasping at straws? Is that the reason he is trying to come up with this new idea? And he's starting to plant the seeds here. You heard the questioning about his cable company, the fact that it was liquidated while he was still in county jail. He hadn't even pleaded guilty yet. He said it was within a matter of months. What is he talking about? What is he planting the seed? It is clear that Chad Cobb, and let's put up their pictures so you understand, it is very clear that Chad Cobb is now trying to claim that Erica Cobb, and I'm waiting for our defense attorney Jared Klebanow to come on, and he's on. We're going to get to him in a second, but I wanted Jared to hear some of what we had to say here, or some of what was said in court this morning. But Chad today, through cross-examination, is furthering his accusations that the reason his company was liquidated within 2 months of being in county lockup, before he was, and he claims this was before he was facing the death penalty, is that this goes back to, let's remember, at the time of the crime in 2013, 2012, her name was Erica Cobb. She was married to Chad Cobb. Her name is now Erica Stefanko because she was having an affair with Chad Cobb the entire time, with Chad's best friend, Mike Stefanko. In fact, we heard yesterday on the stand, Chad said the first time Erica came to visit him at Lorraine Correctional Institute, that's after he was sentenced, she was pregnant. And they asked, well, who was the baby, or who did the baby belong to? Even though Erica and Chad were still married, he said it belonged to his best friend, Mike Stefanko. So he is trying to lay all of this out. And in his testimony, talking about how his mom is doing all this legwork. She's the one applying for all these court records and all the records, Freedom of Information Act requests from the police department. It is clear Chad is hinting throughout his testimony that Erica and his best friend, Mike Stefanko, had something nefarious up their sleeve. And that's why he is claiming he was in the passenger seat when that Lincoln Navigator drove to that building in Akron, and that Erica's the one who made the phone call to get the pizza delivered, knowing that it would be Ashley to show up. And he said in testimony today, I wish she would never have left me there. He claims she abandoned him there, basically throwing a rock at a beehive by leaving Chad in that parking lot, knowing that Ashley was going to show up, and that's exactly what Chad is claiming happened. He claims he did try to use his taser. It didn't work. He claims they got into a fist fight. He can't remember how long it lasted, but that at some point she was incapacitated. And what a bombshell that Chad laid in court today. And we thought it was interesting. Every time he was asked by the defense attorney today, did you kill Ashley Biggs? His answer was no. You didn't kill Ashley Biggs, even though he's been sentenced and in prison for aggravated murder. He said no. And then he goes on to ask about the zip ties and the zip tie that was around Ashley's neck that ultimately killed her. And he said he didn't place that zip tie there. And so the defense attorney said, well, then who did? And he said Erica put the zip tie around Ashley Biggs' neck. I believe we have that clip here. I'm going to play it for it because it is so important. Let's listen to just the portion. I've got to make sure I get the right video here. The portion talking about the zip ties and that Erica is the one that put it around her neck. Take a listen.
Mr. Cobb, that night, or the early morning hours of the late night of the 20th, or the early morning hours of the 21st of June, 2012, did you use your taser that night?
Yes, I did.
And who did you use that taser on?
Ashley
Ashley who?
Biggs.
Where did you shoot Ashley Biggs with the taser?
I think it was in the side, if I remember right.
Okay. Did you shoot her in the back with the taser?
I remember when she threw her phone, that's when I deployed the taser, and I remember her shoulder was facing me, but as far as specifics after that, I'm not sure.
What do you mean by that? You don't remember the specifics now?
As far as the specifics of where the taser actually
The taser, okay.
got her, yes.
So you may have shot her in the back with the taser. Is that fair to say?
I remember her shoulder being pointed towards me, so I'm assuming I deployed it on her side.
Okay. The front of her shoulder or the back of her shoulder, Mr. Cobb?
I just remember her shoulder being pointed towards me because
Part of her shoulder.
I'm handcuffed, so it's very hard to point, but like her shoulder, not the front, not the back, but like the side of her shoulder. Almost like if I sat like this and my shoulder was, directly towards you, that's what I remember.
Okay. Did you have zip ties on you that
No.
night?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
If you didn't have zip ties on you, then how did one of them end up around Ashley's neck?
That would be the defendant.
The defendant did that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stefanko put the zip ties around her neck.
I remember one around her neck. Yes, sir.
Who put the zip tie around her wrists?
I only remember the one around her neck, sir.
Who put the zip ties around her legs?
Again, I only remember one around her neck.
And that is Chad Cobb denying that he put that zip tie around Ashley Biggs' neck, claiming that it was his then wife. Now they would go on to ask, how many pairs of gloves did you have in your backpack? And he said, I didn't have a backpack. Well, there was a backpack in question, so they had to whittle it. And, okay, Chad, did you have a camouflage backpack? Yes, I did have one. But I didn't have it on me. Well, Chad, there was one in the back of the Navigator, wasn't there? And he said, yes. Okay, how did it get there? I was requested to bring the backpack. Well, what was in it? He said, I don't know. The only thing I know that was in it was a flashlight. Well, who made that request to bring? Well, clearly he is saying that Erica Cobb, his wife at the time, is the one who asked him to bring the backpack. You see the wheels turning from Chad trying to put the onus on Erica Cobb, Erica Stefanko, trying to put this on her. That serves him well in a couple of different respects. And to get to that, we're going to bring in our defense analyst. Jared Klebanow has helped us on several cases. He's a noted defense attorney here in the Cleveland area. Jared, this has been a very, very interesting morning. Accusations being thrown out. We get a little bit of the description about the struggle that night back in June of 2012. Why is it so important? And when you hear almost the defense's sort of shocked reaction when Chad says it was Erica who put the zip tie around her neck, why is that a pivotal moment in this case?
Well, right. When we knew coming into Chad's testimony that it was going to be extremely important. He is obviously the one person who was there at the scene when this happened, along with potentially Erica. So it was going to be very interesting to see what he had to say. Now, coming in, obviously, the state is the one that called him, expected testimony to implicate Erica. And he not only has done that, but seems to have taken it to an even further extreme that essentially the mastermind behind this and has thrown around allegations that her and her now husband, Mike Stefanko, set Chad up or set this whole thing up. Again, I think that you heard the defense attorney trying to poke holes in that story every which way he could, and that's his job. So questioning, over and over, you heard that defense attorney say, isn't it convenient that you can remember some details but not others? What he's trying to do there is put jury's mind testimony at large. And that's his goal and going to be his goal throughout the trial.
It has been interesting, to say the least, what Chad Cobb can and can't remember. Maybe the better question is what he wants to and refuses to remember, because let's keep this in mind for our viewers. Chad is still trying to get his guilty plea, his plea deal. He's trying to get that plea removed so that he could then move forward for what he is calling a fair trial. Now, he did say earlier today, he was asked by the defense, do you think you're going to get an acquittal if you get this trial, of which he's been denied every step of the way so far? He said, do you think you're going to get an acquittal? Do you think you'll be found not guilty? And he said that he has a grave responsibility for what happened. Really the first admission real admission from Chad of his role in this. But then again, setting up, Jared, correct me if I'm wrong, this almost feels like this is Chad Cobb's trial. Chad did not get a trial because he pleaded guilty. He took the plea deal to get the death penalty removed. It kind of feels like this is Chad Cobb's first ever trial.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon in a situation like this. People always want to tell their story and tell their side of the story. And Chad, by his own choice, never got that opportunity. But I think he sees this twofold as his way to tell his version of the events. And then, who actually knows whether what he's saying is the truth or whether or not he is, in his mind, using this as an opportunity to further his own interests. That's why we have a jury. That's why, in this particular instance, actually, the appellate judges ordered a retrial. They felt that his testimony was so important. They wanted a jury to be able to see him in person, watch his facial expressions, watch his body movements, his language, and hear him and see him speak because of the importance of his testimony. So, in this case, it is extremely important, but I think he is viewing this as his opportunity to tell his side.
And I want to play some video from that, of this very discussion about whether or not Chad is using this to get his guilty plea thrown out. Take a listen.
Now tell us about this most recent appeal, Mr. Cobb. What are the grounds of the appeal?
I filed a 32.1, which is a motion to withdraw. I believe I filed that December of 2022, if I remember correctly. The state did what the state does and objected to it. It was ruled on, and it was denied based on jurisdiction. And the argument on that jurisdiction is what's being contested in the appeal. Okay. So I'm appealing this court's decision on denying it based on jurisdiction, and that's what's in the 9th District now.
Okay. And tell us about your legal team for that case.
Well, in the beginning, it was me.
Well, in the beginning, you had Wes Buchanan, right?
Oh, that was way back in 2013, maybe 2014.
Oh, well, maybe I missed some steps here. So after your first appeal was denied or dismissed, what's the next thing you did to try to undo your plea?
My cousin started trying to get records from my case.
Okay. And is your cousin live in Ohio?
No, sir. He lives in Louisiana.
Is your cousin an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's his or her name?
John Green.
Say that again?
John Green.
John
Green Jr., technically, I think.
Okay. And what's his area of law?
I believe it's criminal.
Okay. And did Attorney Green, your cousin, contact any attorneys in Ohio to help?
I know he had dealings with Court Goddardam.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I know he had some type of dealings with Court Goddardam. I know there was correspondence between my cousin Johnny and attorney Court Goddardam here in Ohio.
I'm not hearing that name. Court Goddardam?
Yeah, Court Goddardam.
An attorney whose first name is Court?
Yeah, K-O-R-T, I believe.
Oh, okay. Like a Courtney, a woman.
Well, I believe his first name is with a K, not a C. It's K-O-R-T.
Okay, and where's this attorney located?
I honestly don't know.
Did you talk to this attorney?
I talked to him one time. It's been so long ago, I don't even remember how long or what even was the main topic of discussion.
Okay. And what did Attorney Court file on your behalf?
Mr. Goddardam didn't file anything on my behalf.
Why not?
He was not asked to do so or paid to do so.
Oh, okay. After that kind of went by the wayside, what steps did you take at that point?
With what Johnny found out and told Court Gotterdam, that's pretty much what prompted the public records request, because we needed more information.
Okay, so Cindy versus New Franklin was the next step, right?
More or less. I think Johnny's quest to try to get records went until, I think, about 2018 or so. And then my mother filed that public records request, I think it was in the beginning of 2019.
Okay, so we're in 2019 at this point. We are now 6 years after you stood up in court under oath on the record and pled guilty to all the charges in the indictment, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is a long-term fight, correct?
It has been thus far, yes, sir.
Okay. And here we are in 2024, and you're still fighting that fight, right?
Yes, sir.
So we are beyond the decade anniversary of you pleading guilty and accepting responsibility in this case, of you fighting to undo that, correct?
I think that's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Is it also a fair statement to say that all of the efforts that you've undertaken thus far have been unsuccessful?
No, I don't think that's fair.
Have you gotten a new trial? Yes or no?
No, haven't gotten a new trial, no, sir.
Have you been permitted by any court in the state of Ohio to withdraw that knowing, voluntary, intelligent plea?
That plea was definitely not voluntary or knowingly or intelligently done, sir.
Has any court agreed with you on that point, Chad?
Not yet, sir.
And that brings us to the controversy to this, and we'll bring Jared Klebanow, our defense analyst, in on this. What is Chad trying to do here? Why is he, this sticking to that this process hasn't been fair to him, that when he pleaded guilty that first time around, that he was coerced? What is he trying to do, Jared, and what is the message that's being sent to the jury?
Two different things, right? The first thing he's trying to do, clearly he's still in the process of trying to withdraw that plea. He still believes that someday in the future he may get a new trial. Now, the chances of that statistically are extremely low. It doesn't mean it's not possible, but clearly he is out there trying to push this narrative that he did not make a voluntary plea. He answered the defense attorney's questions numerous times, saying that he was coerced into making those statements. I think he said something like he was still being coerced to this day, although it wasn't really clear how he was still being coerced. How the jury perceives this is interesting. I think what the defense attorney is trying to do is paint Chad as an individual who is self-serving, somebody who will say anything to help himself. And obviously the testimony he is setting forth is not good for Erica Stefanko. So the defense attorney is doing everything he can to paint Chad in a light where the jury, quite frankly, won't believe what he's saying. How the jury feels about the testimony, who knows, right? The jury, each individual person is watching him, and we'll get to make that individual determination and weigh the credibility of the witness themselves.
Let's talk about redirect. So Chad has been on the stand since yesterday afternoon. It was the state's turn first. This morning started the cross-examination by the defense, and then, as is the case in trials, after the defense goes, the state gets to come back up and do redirect. I certainly hope that and let's remember who's on trial here. This is not Chad Cobb on trial. This is Erica Stefanko on trial. Very little of the cross-examination had really anything to do with Erica until we heard Chad Cobb say Erica's the one who put the zip tie around her neck. The defendant did it. I would hope, and Jared, if you are in a courtroom, you've been in numerous courtrooms, obviously as a defense attorney, I would hope that the state's redirect goes right after that, goes right after the fact that, okay, wait a second, back up. You're claiming that it was Erica Stefanko. Okay, walk us through. When does Erica come back into the parking lot? When does Erica get out of the Lincoln Navigator with the 4 kids in the back? That's just made to make her look bad. It makes it look even worse. When did Erica get out of the car? Was Ashley still breathing when the zip tie was correct? Is this huge that they need to just now that this quote unquote cat is out of the bag, do they need to go after this?
Yeah, I think they would. I would think that it's certainly going to be important. And you heard the prosecutor say she's going to be brief, but I would assume that she wants to tie together the actions of Erica into all this. I mean, Chad alluded to the fact that really he believed he was brought there to be set up to get into this altercation. I think you had said something like, throwing a rock at a beehive, right? Which is exactly what Chad was saying. He was brought there and essentially set up to get into this fight. But I think the prosecutor does need to tie it together. You heard the defense attorney ask an interesting question of, look, Chad made a comment of, I wish you wouldn't have left me there. And he followed that up nicely by saying, you could have just walked away, right? You could have walked into those woods, you could have walked away, and none of this would have happened. And I think what he's trying to paint the picture of is, even if Erica was somehow involved in putting you there, she was not involved in the death of Ashley Biggs. And I think the prosecutor really needs to reset the stage and show this jury that she was an instrumental part of that plan. She was involved in it. She knew what was going to happen when she brought them all together. And then, according to Chad, she also physically was involved in the murder itself. So I would certainly agree that this redirect doesn't have to be lengthy, but should certainly retie Erica back into the fold here after Chad's cross-examination.
And you would really think, and after yesterday, we heard the state really sort of, and I've just been calling it dancing around. And of course, there's only so much Chad can say. He has an attorney present in the courtroom to make sure he doesn't say anything that gets himself in trouble, that incriminates him if he were ever to get this trial that he's hoping for. So I guess that explains why the state yesterday didn't go real far with okay, what was Ashley's reaction when she saw you? And he said it wasn't good. And the state never asked, well, did you hit her? Did you deploy your taser? And the defense made it very important. Those were the first questions out of his mouth this morning. Did the state ask you about a taser? No. Did the state ask you yesterday about zip ties? No. Did the state ask you about rubber gloves? No. So again, we go back to, I understand needing to dance around the act itself, but did the state do too much dancing?
Yeah, I think it's a fine line. I think the state wants to still focus this case on Erica. They want to make this about Erica and Erica's involvement. And I'm sure they knew bringing Chad in to testify would involve some risk of him starting to speak about his own plights, his own issues. But they felt his testimony obviously important because he can really link the crime. With that said, I think that the defense jumped on the fact that they were, in certain respects, not making it enough about what happened. They want the jury to hear what was going on, what Chad was doing, and I think he made that a point, like you said, right off the bat. They're going to hear everything Chad did, and he wants to paint this picture as Chad is the bad guy, not Erica, and that's his job as the defense attorney. Now, will it work? I still think there's an uphill battle based upon all of Erica's involvement, but that's the prosecutor's responsibility to retie in Erica back in to Chad's statements.
Is it possible the state didn't know that Chad was going to come out? Now, granted, this is a retrial, so they've already had Chad testify before. This would have been in 2020 during COVID. I'm going to admit we did not cover that trial in 2020, so I do not know what was in Chad's testimony. Is it possible the state didn't know that he was going to get up there today and say that Erica is the one who put the zip tie around her neck?
Possible, right? Anything is possible. It's in criminal cases are very different than civil cases, right? In a civil case, a lot of times there may be more opportunity even for a hired attorney to work with the client or people surrounding them in a corporation, so on and so forth. Here, and as well as with the opposing counsel here, the prosecutor has only so much access to him. It's not as if that he is somehow their client or somebody they get access to. He's a witness, right? The state doesn't represent Chad. They've had some limited opportunity potentially to get an idea of what he's going to say. Obviously, a huge advantage being that first trial. But, he probably feels no allegiance to the state, really, considering they're the one who, in his mind, probably put him behind bars or had a hand in putting him behind bars. So, is it possible that they were led to believe he would say one thing and he is now saying another? Absolutely, especially in a criminal trial of this nature, where you have a unique circumstance of a convicted individual testifying on behalf of the state. It's always risky. You never know what they're going to say. So, obviously, as we sit here, we don't know what testimony they expected, but very possible it's different. And, they're having an interesting lunch hour potentially talking about what they now need to ask him coming out of the break.
And that lunch hour may be very beneficial. We talk about how strategy is such a big part of every case. You get an hour as opposed to the 30 seconds before you have to stand up and start going on redirect. They have time. I'm just putting myself in the shoes of a prosecutor. If my job is to make Erica Stefanko look so bad that the jury is going to come back with, oh yeah, she's guilty, she had a hand in this, I can't think of any better way than come back from lunch and start off with the first question. Chad, how did the zip tie that we know is what ended up being the death of Ashley Biggs, how did that zip tie get around her neck? And he's going to have to give a response, correct?
Yeah, I think so. And if they knew or expected that testimony, I'm sure they're ready for it. In the event that they weren't, they are certainly not out to lunch, right? They're scrambling in the courtroom, getting ready for that redirect. And I would agree, they've got to now put the burden here on Erica, right? They've got to show that she this testimony that the jury just heard back to her. So I would completely agree. The jury just heard him say she is the one who put the zip tie around the neck. She is the one who was somehow instrumental in this. I would fully expect there to be some questions about her involvement prior to arriving at the scene and what her involvement was at the scene. I don't really see why the prosecutor in this case would dance around that issue any further now that the jury has just heard it and it's fresh on their mind.
And the questions about the backpack, where he claims he was instructed to get his backpack, that he didn't know what was in it other than a flashlight. That is basically him putting it out there saying, well, somebody packed the backpack full of zip ties and gloves, and he's basically saying it without saying it. So again, the prosecution should say, okay, Chad, if you didn't pack that backpack, who do you think did pack it? And you can't ask who do you think did it. Why did you not know what was in it? Who requested you? He didn't even say who told him to get the backpack. When he just went through that, he said, I didn't know what was in the backpack. I was just requested to get my backpack. Well, who made that request? And if his answer is, Erica told me to get the backpack. Why did Erica tell you to get the backpack? A whole line of questions.
Yeah, and one of the balancing acts that I think the prosecutor is probably going through is they want Chad, or they need Chad really to implicate Erica if that's what happened and that's what he's going to say. They also, I think, now are balancing this issue with the jury of making sure he's still believable, making sure he's still credible. And what I mean by that is, if he goes too far, and for example, the line of questioning about his business and how he alluded to without saying to the fact that now Erica and Michael were somehow involved in ruining the business. When we get too far off and get too far into what I will call conspiracy theories, or some people may view them as, hurts the credibility of the witness. So the prosecutor will now have to balance what questions do we retie this together, make this about Erica Stefanko's involvement without going too far where we hurt the credibility of our own witness by having him go off on all sorts of tangents about how Erica and Michael set him up to ruin.
I want to talk about, and let's remind our viewers, there is this strange line of questioning revolving around Erica's seizure medication. We heard it a little bit yesterday, and we heard a little bit more today. And I think this is going to go into Chad's conspiracy theory. So we found out yesterday that after the crime is committed, after the couple goes home, gets cleaned up, takes off his clothes, apparently those clothes made it to the burn pile, they decide that, and we heard it today, and we wondered yesterday when he said, we went back to the crime scene to clean it up and to get something. And the state said, well, to get what? And he said, Ashley's cell phone. And that took me back for a second. I was like, well, wait a second, how did Ashley's cell phone? Well, we found out today. Ashley threw the cell phone at Chad, and that's what started this fight. So they knew that Ashley's cell phone would be somewhere in that parking lot, and they better go get it to remove any kind of evidence that was the last place she was. So they think they're going to go back to that same building. It's now somewhere around 4 or 5 hours afterwards because they've driven the body out into the middle of nowhere, dropped off the body inside the car in the middle of a cornfield, make it back, get cleaned up. Now they go back to the crime scene, and the police are already there. They quickly leave that scene and they go to his grandmother's house that is very nearby, and they pull beside a detached garage to be in the dark and to get out of the way. Well, it's at this point, and they keep harping on who did you call first? Who did you call second? When did you call your mom? So apparently Chad again says, I was instructed to call Mike Stefanko. And he said the reason he was instructed to call Mike was to get Erica's seizure medicine. And we hear that he couldn't get a hold of Mike, so then he had to call his mom, who then had to get up out of bed and go knock on the door. They must live in proximity to Mike, and get Mike up because he has to deliver this medication. My theory, and we're going to throw out conspiracy theories, I think and they kept asking, well, did she need it? Was she about to have a seizure? And he said, no. And in fact, I've never seen her have a seizure. And he said, well, isn't that because that's why she's taking medication? And he said, that's possible. But he also said, we've been on a 3-day vacation where she never took it with her. So why this then sudden concern 4 or 5 hours after this crime to call Mike Stefanko and get the medication? And I think, and this is just me running with Chad's conspiracy, does Chad seem to think that was some sort of signal to Mike Stefanski, or Stefanko, to Mike Stefanko, that this crime, that it's done, that it's over? Why else would Chad keep harping on, I was instructed to call Mike, I was instructed to call and get her medication? Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I thought that was a bit strange, and he even conceded, that it is weird considering, like you said, that she has been on these trips and not needed to use it. And it was kind of, I guess a tangent in that bringing in this call to go and his parents have to get out of bed. They didn't see the testimony as overwhelming important, that particular fact. I don't think Mike Stefanko has really been featured as an important witness or individual in this case. So, I didn't really know what to make of it. And I would be surprised, based on watching that testimony, if the jury really put a lot of thought or importance into that detail. I think that the defense attorney tried to circle that back and use it again as, wow, it's interesting how you remember all these details about her medication, but you can't remember the details about the fight. And that kind of signaled me as that the defense attorney didn't feel like it was an overwhelmingly important fact either. He was just trying to direct it back to one more thing to show that it's convenient that you can remember certain things, but not others. So to your point as to what was the purpose of Chad bringing it up, could it be that it's one more thing that he's trying to link the conspiracy theory together? Very possible, but I don't think has profound impact in the line of questioning.
It does just sort of seem to be this trial within a trial is really how this has been playing out. And I think just from watching Chad and listening to Chad and his sort of, he's trying to lead his own case here, his own trial within a trial. But to me, he was making it, well, I don't know. I don't know why she needed me to call Mike Stefanko and why it was so urgent. And I almost wonder if he's trying to lay the groundwork as that's part of his conspiracy theory, that Erica and Mike Stefanko, who would eventually get married and obviously have children together, that was maybe a key or a signal. Why couldn't Erica have called Mike? They talk about how he's a close family friend. He's been in their house. He's been alone with his wife before. He had keys to their apartment, keys to their house. Why wouldn't Erica pick up that phone call and call Mike Stefanko to go get her seizure medication? Just very interesting little breadcrumb that was dropped there. We are at recess, a live look inside the courtroom. Expecting to come back to court around 1 o'clock. I'm looking at some of the clips I have in here. I want to play, we've already played the sound on the appeal. This is the opening of the cross-examination. This is going to be that opening about they're really harping on what the state, what the prosecution didn't ask yesterday when Cobb was on the stand. It's only a 3-minute clip. Take a listen.
Were you asked about a taser yesterday, Mr. Cobb?
Not that I recall.
Were you asked about heavy-duty zip ties?
No, sir.
Were you asked about blunt force trauma?
No, sir.
Were you asked about the manner and method of Ashley Biggs' death?
Not that I recall, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did you meet with the prosecutors in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you went through some preparation with them?
I don't know if I'd really call it preparation. They were just asking me questions.
Okay. Did you know you weren't going to be asked any questions about the murder?
I didn't know what questions I would be asked specifically at all.
Okay. Were you surprised yesterday when they didn't ask you any questions about how you murdered Ashley Biggs?
After all the court proceedings that I've been a part of, I'm sure they have a reason for what they ask and a reason for what they don't.
Sure.
Surprised at this point in time? Not really.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know people's strategies, so.
Sure. You've opted out of being filmed here for this trial. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I've been on TV enough. Not a fan of it.
Yeah? You ashamed of what you've done?
Objection, Your Honor. We have other.
We'll do a sidebar.
And just suffice to say, you've refused to be filmed for this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do you live right now?
I am a prisoner, sir.
Which prison?
I'm down at Richland.
Okay. How long were you in the Summit County Jail before you rode out?
275 days, I believe.
Okay. And where'd you go after Summit County Jail?
Lorraine Correctional.
And then you went down to Richland from there?
No, Lake Erie.
Lake Erie? How long were you there?
Couple of years. 2013 to 2015, 16, something like that.
Okay. And now you're at Richland.
Yes, sir.
Take us through your day. What's day-to-day life like for you?
Well, I'm in prison, so it's unpleasant.
Obviously, but please describe it for us.
It's monotonous. It's boring.
What time do you have to get up?
Lights come on about 6 a.m., 6:30, give or take.
So they wake you up, right?
Not directly, but usually when the officers come in, you know, they're quite noisy with their radios and keys and what have you, so usually end up getting woken up.
So 6 a.m. wake up, then what happens?
Day starts, chow starts, yard usually opens.
Okay. And what do you do in the yard?
Go out there and try to stay out of the trouble.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm sure you can imagine prison's kind of a violent place, so.
Okay. Are you a violent guy?
I don't believe I am.
You're not?
No, sir.
Yeah, that was the end of that line of questioning, and we're going to bring in Jared Klebanow, our defense analyst here. Jared, why is it so important, this line of questioning about where do you live and that you're a prisoner and it's monotonous? Why is that so important?
Yeah, so I think that the defense attorney wants to continue reminding the jury who this individual is. And you heard him ask, do you think you're a violent guy? He wants the jury to continue to remember who has pled guilty for killing Ashley Biggs and keep the focus really off of his client. So we've talked about that a little bit in this segment, that it's a kind of a trial within a trial. The state wants the focus to remain on Erica. The defense attorney seems to want that focus to remain on Chad, so that when they get to the conclusion of this trial, he can paint the picture in closing arguments that, look, we've heard all about Chad committing this crime and what Chad did. And we have Erica sitting here who really wasn't involved or wasn't involved, or to make that argument. So I think that we can keep the focus on Chad, whether it be his day-to-day life in prison, him committing the crime, defense attorney's mind, his client.
Yeah, and Jared, we're going to have you hang tight with us as we continue our coverage during lunch here. We are in recess for the case of deadly delivery. If you're just joining us, this is, of course, the case out of Summit County in the Akron area of Ashley Biggs being lured to her death in 2012. She was a pizza delivery driver going through a nasty custody dispute with Chad Cobb. And it was Chad Cobb who was married to Erica. You see her as Stefanko there. She was Erica Cobb at the time. She was married to Chad. And this idea that the two of them lured Ashley to this closed business and behind the business so that they could carry out this attack. The question is, who was involved? Who played the bigger role? I am joined now by my colleague, Brittany Weir, who is handling our television coverage for this case. Brittany, this has been unconventional to say the least. Covering this case has not been easy. How do you describe your job as a journalist trying to wade through all of this?
I think what's interesting is the fact that you mentioned it's a trial within a trial. There's a lot of factors here. So first you have the original trial that happened, and now we have this retrial that we're going through this week. But then also another factor too is all the people that were involved in the changing of the names as well. Like we said, there's Chad Cobb, and it was Erica Cobb at the time. Now it's Erica Stefanko, and then her relationship and all the things going on in this, especially with the thing that's been mentioned a lot is Mike Stefanko and kind of what was going on behind the scenes that we might not have known about or other people might not have known about as well. And then also keeping in line with it as well, all the places, the Domino's Pizza where Ashley Biggs worked, and then to the location as to where they brought her to deliver the pizza, to where they traveled to bring her body, all of that. So a lot of details and factors to keep in line here with the timeline, places, and people. And again, this happened in 2012, and now it's 2024, and so just kind of all the steps that have been taken in this entire case.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I'm going to go back to something you brought up, that where the body was dumped. We know that Chad claims he left the parking lot and that immediately Erica was following him. They were headed to dump the body. They had to drive about a half an hour to this location where Chad knew a bridge. It was brought up in a little bit of the testimony that that bridge was special for Chad and Ashley. This was a bridge that they knew while they were dating, when they were in their relationship phase. But yet when Chad starts to think about where I'm going to dump Ashley's body, he goes right back to that bridge that held significance. And we heard the defense today ask Chad, did you pick that bridge because it had anything to do with Erica? Did that have sentimental meaning with you and Erica? And the answer was no. But then he claims he didn't know why he picked that specific spot. Very interesting, and just like you said, Brittany, this idea of locations, and then you think about that bridge and the field that the body is dumped in, the car and the body are dumped in, is within a 5-minute walk of his parents' house. This circle and these places and the people that are connected. I've never covered a case like this.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors going on here, like you said, a lot to keep up with. And I think that was interesting, too, is all the thought that had went into every single step of that. And that's something that we've been talking about a lot today, is the planning. Who was responsible for the planning, packing the backpack, making the phone call, like you said, the place to dump the body. So a lot of thought and connections here that you usually don't see in a trial. So that's something that's very interesting. But we keep seeing different twists and turns as we hear more from the witness stand from Cobb and his recount of what happened that day.
And what an interesting question to close on for the defense. One of the last questions. Did you ever plan to kill Ashley Biggs with Erica? No. My only plan was to go to Disney World. And we're going to bring Jared Klebanow back in to help us break down that line of questioning and that answer. Jared, what does that even mean? What? So it seems to be a very important question. Did you ever plan to kill Ashley Biggs with Erica? No. My only plan was to go to Disney. And Jared, I don't think we can answer this question without reminding people this spousal privilege. Walk us through spousal privilege. What does that mean? And why wouldn't you just straight up ask? Chad? When was the conversation about where you were going to dump the body? What was the conversation about how you were going to get her in the car? Walk us through all that.
Yeah, sure. So spousal privilege, it's essentially a doctrine, and different states have different rules. Essentially, the privilege is held by the defendant, so the person on trial here. And if they don't want statements admitted from a time that they were married, those are privileged statements which cannot be brought up. So because they were married at the time, the defendant, Erica, would have the right to keep those statements out. There are certain exceptions. This case wouldn't be one of them if of domestic violence or other sorts. This case is not one of the exceptions. So in this matter, that's why, Erica would have a right to keep those statements out of court. So here, there's this interesting dynamic of what was happening behind the scenes, what was being planned, and it may not be something that the jury is going to directly be able to hear from Chad. With that said, I think that the question is interesting, and I'm not really sure the response was clear one way or the other. I don't know what to make of it. I had no plans to kill Ashley with it. I just wanted to go to Disney World. I'm not so sure that I think the question was meant to have impact, but I'm not really sure what to make of that response, and I'm not sure the jury will either.
Yeah, this idea that was there some sort of overriding plan? Had you been planning this for weeks? Let's keep in mind, Chad, with his own appeal possibility, he does not want to say in a court of law on the record, yeah, this is something we had been planning for 3 weeks, or this is something that we talked about that morning. Why would that be damning to Chad?
Well, right, and I don't know all of the theories behind his request to withdraw the plea and for a new trial, but it sounds like from his testimony that his argument is, in essence, I was coerced or tricked into everything that happened by Erica and potentially Mike Stefanko as well. So his argument, likely, although this is not backed up by anything I've heard or seen, except for his testimony, is that he and his attorneys would not want to put him in a position where he would say he was involved in the planning stage. What I gathered from his testimony is she put me in the car, we rode there, she dropped me off, and I wish she wouldn't have left me there, right? That's what he was saying. Essentially, I was set up, that she knew I would flip, she knew I would commit this crime, and then as you indicated, then there was this weird call that he made to Mike about the medicine. So, in his mind, it really does feel like he believes he was set up, and that is likely a theory he will continue to push, especially considering he has nothing to lose at this point. He's got to try whatever he could try. He's pled guilty. And his attorney indicated no court has agreed with him to let him withdraw his guilty plea or give him a new trial. So at this point, it appears he'll continue to try whatever he can try to withdraw that guilty plea and get himself courtroom for a trial. Although, as I indicated earlier, statistically very unlikely.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. That was something I wanted to ask. How often do you get somebody who puts in their plea? And then we're talking 12 years later that he's still trying to get this plea removed and so that they could go forward. Let's talk about what would happen. And I don't want to spend too much time on this because, as you said, it's very unlikely. Okay, let's say he finally gets some level of a judge to say, okay, we'll let you withdraw the plea. Well, now he's kind of facing a whole new battle. This doesn't just go away. He would then go back. They'd have to set bond. He would face the same charges: aggravated murder, gross abuse of a corpse, kidnapping. He would face all those charges all over again and have to go to court. And he would then, I'm assuming, lean heavily on the fact that if Ashley gets convicted, he will lean on, well, look, there's the convicted killer. She's the one who put the zip tie around the neck. I said that in court. They would be able to pull that in, potentially even pull Erica in for that case to say, no, this is what really happened. It really is just kind of a mess.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, wouldn't that be, I guess something? And we're watching here, Chad, the convicted individual, testifying against Erica. In that hypothetical, it could be the exact opposite, right? It could be Erica, the convicted criminal, if she were to be convicted at this trial, testifying against Chad if he were to get a retrial. Again, the statistical probability, very, very unlikely. He would also then, in withdrawing his plea, I believe it was indicated as part of his plea, the death penalty was taken off the table. If he were to withdraw that plea, that would be something that would likely be back on the table in the event that he went through the trial, was convicted, and the jury found in that manner. So it would certainly be a small victory for Chad, in that he would get to have his day in court, where in theory he could be acquitted if he got a new trial, but it would be a whole host of other issues as well. But for him at this point, he is looking at life without parole. I'm sure he would take the small chance of a retrial over not getting that chance at all.
Except that chance of a retrial, you said a small victory that he would get the trial, but there could be a rather large loss. He could then be given the death penalty if that doesn't turn out. And again, what would be so damning in that case is in death penalty trials, and I'm going to let you expand on it. Why are death penalties convictions so hard to get? And it comes down to the planning. I've given this example before. If you and I were to get in an argument and one of us pulls out a gun and shoots the other, that's not a case that would be eligible for the death penalty. Walk us through why.
Yeah, it's an issue of malice, or right, what the propensity or the thought was of the person who committed the attack, and there's a number of different legal factors that go into it. Additionally, there's a number of phases of a death penalty trial. So first, you actually have to have the person be liable for the crime, and then there's the penalty phase, where the jury would get to go back and determine what penalty is appropriate based upon the crime, the conviction itself. So, in that instance, it would something that Chad would go through if he were to get there. But again, in this instance, based upon the facts that I've seen of this case, it would be rather surprising if he ever gets that chance.
Walk us through malice. What do you mean there needs to be malice? Are we talking about calculation? Are we talking about planning? Are we talking about premeditated? What do you mean by malice?
Yeah, so the premeditation is a big part of it. Also, there are some aggravating factors in certain state laws about who the individual was who was killed, or what happened to that individual. Certain issues or instances of terrorism, if that can lead to the death penalty, and those are state by state concerns. So a number of legal issues go into it. They are heightened level trials, and a lot of times when death penalty is on the table, there is an instance of a plea deal being taken where, as a result of that plea, the death penalty is taken off the table, which is what happened to Chad.
I'm going to play just a little bit more video. We've only got about technically 9 minutes. We saw lunch run a lot longer yesterday. Could there be an issue with what Chad said getting done on cross-examination? Could there be an issue of his implication that it was Erica that put the zip tie? Is that something that the state or the defense would need to go to the judge here during lunch and say, hey, this was wrong, you shouldn't have been able to say that?
It could, right? At any time during a trial, the attorneys have a right to raise any issues of evidence, whether certain things should be heard, or more importantly, whether they can continue to be inquired into the future. In this instance, I would think that, he would be able to speak about what actually happened at the scene. It's obviously his testimony. The jury, again, can always weigh the credibility of his testimony. And that's why I think it's so important for this defense attorney to continue to harp on the fact that he only remembers certain details. He only seems to remember things that the defense attorney claims are self-serving in a way. He wants to paint Chad's all of his testimony as not credible, so that when Chad does say things that directly relate to Erica, he can circle back to, look, if you can't believe him on A, B, and C, you shouldn't believe him on D either. And you can see the defense attorney continuing to do that every chance he gets to talk about the credibility of the witness, and in so he's doing it by what he can remember and what's not. He continues to harp on this theme of coincidence. Isn't it a coincidence that you can remember this but not this? Isn't it a coincidence you can remember A but not B? And I think that that is very strategic, and he may very well circle back to that in his closing argument.
Yeah, let's listen to just a little bit more of the testimony from earlier, just a couple of hours, about the moment that Ashley was killed, Ashley Biggs. Take a
Yesterday, you said that the only reason that you pled guilty to aggravated murder and accepted a life without parole sentence was because of your children, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a difficult thing to do, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
The most difficult thing you've ever had to do?
I think that's fair.
Where does it rank in terms of difficulty with killing Ashley Biggs?
Never said I killed her, sir.
You didn't kill her.
No, sir.
You didn't kill Ashley Biggs.
That is correct.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. So,
And I'm going to stop it right there, Jared. Why is that such a pivotal moment? Because at the time, I was sitting here, and I imagine, put yourself in a juror's shoes. Here's a man who's serving life in prison, no chance of parole, for aggravated murder, for the aggravated murder of Ashley Biggs. And then all of a sudden he says, I didn't kill Ashley Biggs. He said, you didn't kill Ashley Biggs. He said, I did not. Why is that a big moment?
You know, it's big in one way in that it's showing again that Chad is really here trying to put the onus of what happened on Erica. He then circled back and he would likely say, right, it wasn't, he may have hit her, which he admitted to. It was a big fight, which he talked about. But he ended up by saying that Erica is the one that placed that zip tie around her neck. That's his testimony. Now, what jurors are going to consider here is that he has been convicted, right? They are hearing testimony time and time again that he is trying to get a new trial. And that's what I think, again, the defense attorney is focusing on here is you're trying to get a new trial. What is this appeal about? What is that appeal about? And what he's trying to do is have the jury say, look, this guy will say anything he can at this point to help himself. So what he wants the jury to believe is when Chad says, I didn't say I killed her, I didn't kill her, he wants the jury to say, there's no way that's right. You've already admitted to this. He went through and took the time to question Chad about the judge asked you, was it knowing? Was it voluntary? Did you do it without threat or coercion? He wants the jury to say, you know what? This guy did it. He admitted to it. And now he is trying to walk the story back to help himself. And the prosecutor, on the other hand, wants the exact opposite, right? They want his testimony to remain credible.
Let's talk about sort of this idea. And this is going to go into strategy. You're a defense attorney, Jared. You could have really poked the bear, so to speak. I've got to quit using cliches here, but you could have really set Chad off by getting into the Mike Stefanko side of this. We heard yesterday that the first time that Erica came to visit him in Lorain, the Lorain Correctional Institute, that's a prison, she was pregnant, and that he found out she was pregnant with his best friend's child. When it comes to strategy, so that maybe this wouldn't be smart for the defense to really lay into Chad and get him to maybe get a little steamed talking about his best friend having an affair, having a baby with his wife. He was still married at the time, because at the same time, boy, that makes Erica look awfully, awfully bad.
That's exactly right. You took the words out of my mouth. So, having Chad fly off the handle and yell and scream certainly may sound good, but you've got to think about what is the jury going to think about these things. These jurors are real people. They're people in the community. They're people who themselves may have been cheated on by somebody or have dealt with someone in their family who has dealt with that. The last thing the defense attorney wants to do is make Chad sympathetic in any way, shape, or form. So if Chad starts screaming and yelling, but he's upset only because he goes into the fact that at the time the love of his life cheated on him with his best friend, and imagine what that's like. You can see how that could make some jurors sympathetic to his position and could actually make them have more disdain for Erica. So that's exactly right. That is probably a calculated risk that he chose not to take. He feels that he can get enough out of Chad and discredit his testimony without riling him up on something that may make him appear to be sympathetic.
We're speaking with Jared Klebanow. He is a noted defense attorney here in the Cleveland area. Jared, we talked a little bit yesterday about one of the reasons we're having a retrial at all is because in the first trial where she was found guilty by a jury, we did not get to see Chad Cobb in court. He appeared via video and he had a mask on. And you said why that was so important is because the jury needs to see the reaction, the body language, their facial expressions as they're going through this. Are they credible? Do I think they're lying? Did they get uncomfortable during this line of questioning? I want to ask you about, and I'm going to play some video and we can talk over it. Have you been watching Erica Stefanko's body language in any of this? Every time I see her, I try to gauge as if I'm on the jury. What do I think she's thinking? I'm going to play a little video here. We're getting nothing out of her. Granted, she's already been in prison for quite a while. She got her conviction in 2020. Even when this got tossed out, she was given a new bond of $2 million. She is still in the Summit County Jail waiting for this trial. Do you see anything out of her that tells you anything?
No, I would imagine that there have been some discussions between her and her counsel that, look, you need to try to not show too much emotion one way or the other. You don't want to look like you are trying to be overly one way or the other in terms of emotion. So I would imagine that some of those discussions have occurred. But like you said, she's been in prison a long time. It's a very desensitizing place. So I can imagine for what she has now, seen and been through, or, it's hard to judge whether she is attempting to deflect emotion or if that's just the state that she's in. But I would agree, she's not really, I think, doing or making any sort of gestures or motions that would affect the jury's ability to continue to hear evidence or really give the jury, a visual or an interpretation of how she's feeling. I think she's kept that close to the vest at this point.
I want to ask you about redirect. So just so everybody at home understands how trial works, the state has been calling their witnesses first. So the state called Chad Cobb yesterday all afternoon. They went through their line of questioning. This morning started with the defense, the team for Erica Stefanko. They get to now pepper Chad Cobb with questions. We've finished that up. Now it goes back to the state. They get a chance to do redirect. They said it would be brief. I want to ask you, Jared, will the defense get a chance after the redirect, or is this it?
So they can. So the redirect will, in essence, wrap up the testimony is the goal of the prosecutor, right? They will want to circle back to what they originally asked questions about and tie up some of those loose ends that may have been created during the cross. There is an opportunity where if the defense attorney chooses to, he can ask for recross. It's usually limited in scope to the questions that or the topics that have already been raised. Sometimes they will, oftentimes they won't. If the defense attorney feels that he's gotten what he needs out of Chad, it's sometimes a mistake to go back in and re-ask questions that you already have answers to. Let individuals walk back answers they've already given you. He may have a roadmap to his closing, and if he is well along the way with Chad's responses, don't be surprised to see him not ask for recross. On the flip side, if something is said on redirect that cuts into his argument, he may want to ask one or two questions to clean that back up.
We know that there is some evidence coming. We just saw in the cross-examination of Chad Cobb, the defense attorney brought up two pictures of Ashley dead. One with a zip tie, I believe her feet were zip tied, and then one picture where she is laying dead in the back of the car. Those were not shown on our coverage, but even the judge asked if he was introducing those as pieces of evidence, exhibits. He said, no, I'm not, but I'm sure the state is going to. So that tells us at some point the state is going to go through some pretty gruesome pictures. More than likely, that'll be a detective on the stand. You'll also see maybe a medical examiner, a coroner get up on the stand and explain. We talked yesterday about how Chad Cobb was sort of the big gold standard as far as who was going to take the stand. Are you surprised he got called yesterday afternoon? Because he had not been called when we chatted over the lunch break yesterday. Are you surprised he got called this early? And where do you go from here as the state?
Yeah, not really surprised either way. There's theories amongst trial attorneys that sometimes you want to present that biggest witness early on in the case. You want to let them set the stage, set the roadmap, and then fill in the rest as you go. Others feel you want to have the whole stage set and let them walk the jury through it one by one. So in this case, it appears that they want Chad to be on early. They want him to set the stage, and then they're going to go and everything else about his testimony, whether that be medical, executive, photographs, but they wanted his story out first.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting just because, well, as you said, sometimes you're not sure exactly what he's going to say. So that way, if he came out and said something that imploded the state's case, they would have time with other witnesses to call him up and maybe backtrack some of the things he said. But who else could we potentially see from the state? Obviously, you don't have their witness list. A coroner, medical examiner, somebody is going to have to testify about where she actually died. Was it the zip tie in the parking lot, or was she potentially still alive in the car? There's going to be some pretty tough questions that have to be answered.
Yeah, I think certainly the state is still going to want to put on the evidence about what actually happened to her, potentially photographs, the autopsy report. And I think a big part of that is they're going to want to humanize the victim. They want to humanize Ashley Biggs and show the jury what happened to her. And in the end of the case, blame that, at least in part, on Erica Stefanko. So they will want to humanize her, and they certainly have witnesses to do that. I know there was also the issue of the manager of the Domino's as well, in terms of the voice who came through the phone. If that remains in question, they'll certainly want that cleared up. So there are certainly still going to be additional witnesses, but I think a big focus of them is going to be on humanizing Ashley Biggs to show the jury what happened to her, what kind of person she was, and in the end, at least in part, blame what happened to her on Erica Stefanko.
And let's think about another piece of evidence we know we're going to get introduced, a 3-hour phone call that was secretly recorded between Erica and Chad's mother. That is a recording that didn't surface for years afterwards. And here is Erica coming back into the courtroom. We see that blue cloth placed over her handcuffs. Jared, walk us through why Erica has her hands covered there.
Yeah, so a lot of the times it's very, very important. A lot of people ask questions. Why do defendants in criminal cases not have the prison jumpsuit, the orange on? It's to not bias the jury. They want the jury to be able to view the defendant not in any sort of negative light. you are innocent until proven guilty. So having her walk in handcuffed would give a connotation of guilt. Having her walk in an orange jumpsuit that says Lorraine Correctional or Richland Correctional would give an inference of guilt. So the court does everything they can to avoid any inferences, as she's innocent until proven guilty. And that's the reason she is able to wear clothes that say nothing about being a prison inmate and not being handcuffed at her seat in this case.
And Jared, we're getting to see our facial expression. She was talking with her defense attorney this morning before court began. She was laughing. Can you take anything from this? Now, the jury's not in the room at this point, but should people at home witnessing this, can you take anything from that? I mean, it's not against the law for her to smile or laugh.
No, I think that there's always concern that you don't want her to be viewed, if you're her attorney, you're the defense attorney, as somebody who isn't taking this seriously or doesn't feel bad about what happened, even if it wasn't her who committed the crime. With that said, I think most people would still understand she's still a person, and, still has human emotion. I think they would probably want to avoid, the laughing, the smiling, but speaking to her attorney, having some facial expression, I think most people would view that as general human emotion and not take too much out of it.
I want to thank Jared Klebanow for helping us fill this lunch hour. The judge is back on the bench. Jared, thank you for your time, and we'll see you, I'm sure, at some point the rest of the week.
Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. Just a valuable resource, invaluable resource for us. We've got the judge back on the stand. Let's take you back now live as we get the all rise for the jury to come back in. Again, we are about to see the redirect. So this is going to be the state is going to have their last chance to ask questions for Chad Cobb. Hopefully he has to describe the situation and why he is now saying that it is Erica who put the zip tie around Ashley's neck.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead and take a seat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back on the record. This is State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. Mr. Chad Cobb is still the witness, sir. Just a reminder that you were sworn in earlier and you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Easter.
Thank you. Chad, you were asked multiple questions on cross-examination for approximately 3 hours. I have a couple brief follow-up questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, you were asked about your divorce, and that occurred, is it fair to say, when you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Who initiated that divorce?
I started pushing for it.
Okay, you started pushing for that divorce. That divorce was a court process. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did it take a while?
It did. There was a little bit of back and forth on it.
Okay, and when you say back and forth, was there tension among the two parties during the divorce?
That's fair to say. It was more back and forth because of the process. Okay. I couldn't do the marriage anymore. That took a while to iron itself out, and then Ms. Stefanko ended up typing something up or writing something up and mailing that to me, and I signed it, and to my knowledge, that was submitted to the court, but it wasn't accepted. I guess it was a dissolution, and we actually needed a divorce. So then we went through the actual divorce proceedings. So that's what I mean when there was, a lot of back and forth.
That's fine. Were there any issues during the divorce involving your kids or any tools or things of that nature?
At that time, nothing that really sticks out. I mean, the kids were kind of going through their stuff. I think Eric actually had them at the time, if I'm not mistaken. Tools and stuff, I mean, there probably were some left. I know most of it at that point in time was sold off.
The sum that was left, were they supposed to go to your parents?
I just asked whatever property was left of mine just to take over to my parents' house.
Okay. Cindy Cobb is your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she acting as a go-between during this time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when I say go-between, messages you may have wanted the defendant to know about, or the defendant wanted you to know about, you all would communicate it to Cindy Cobb sometimes?
At that point in time, there was an open line of communication between my mother and Miss Lyon and myself and my mom, obviously.
Okay. While you were in the Summit County Jail, did Erica call you?
We're not able to receive phone calls in the jail, ma'am, but
While you were in the Summit County Jail, did you call Erica, the
yes, ma'am.
defendant? Okay. Were you aware that those calls were recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
When the call was made, at the beginning of the call, was there something on the beginning of the call that alerted you that the calls were recorded?
There's something on the beginning of the call that says these phone calls are monitored, subject to being monitored and recorded. And there's an interruption like every 5 or 10 minutes or something like that that says the same thing.
Okay. And at the jail where you were, is there a posting on the wall where a phone is that the writing reads that the phone calls are monitored?
It's been a long time. I don't remember, but I know that there was something around the phones, whether it was on the wall or on the phone itself.
Okay. So anyone you would have been talking to and yourself would have been made aware that the phone calls were being monitored because of, you said it was said at the beginning, and then you also said there would be an interjection every so many minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you want a sidebar? Okay.
Dan DeRose with 19 News here. As you can see, we are in a sidebar here. Some questions about phone calls being recorded. They've gotten into the discussion of the divorce between Erica and Chad Cobb, and some of these phone call conversations, courthouse or jail, prison phone calls, and whether or not he knew they were being recorded. And so this would lead me to believe at some point the prosecution has a couple of phone calls that they wanted to play during this trial. And at least you get, Chad on the record telling the jury, oh yeah, these are being recorded. Somebody comes in about every 5 minutes, recording comes on and says your phone call is being recorded. There may be some question. I could see where the defense, if there's a pretty damning piece of information on one of those phone calls where Erica implicates herself or says we shouldn't have done this, or there's a number of things she could have said that may have been recorded, I can understand why the defense would not want those to be allowed. So if the state is going down this road saying, did you know that these calls were being recorded? Was there a time that she spoke about? And so there may be a question here again about spousal privilege. So when did the divorce go through? How many phone calls she would no longer have spousal privilege, obviously, if there was a divorce. So that makes me wonder if that's what they're talking about, if there's some sort of recording after they were divorced. And I can't imagine she would go see Chad in prison after the divorce, but who knows? So very interesting what's being discussed here as far as the divorce, prison phone calls being recorded, and why the defense is now strenuously objecting to this line of questioning, to what they're going through. Again, this is day 2 of the retrial for that woman right there, Erica Stefanko. What role did she play in the June 2012 murder of Ashley Biggs? Ashley Biggs had a child named Grace with Chad Cobb. Chad was married to Erica at the time. Chad is serving life in prison with no chance of parole. That's who's on the stand. But we've heard him repeatedly say kind of this idea that he was coerced into that guilty plea because he was told by his attorney at the time it was the only way to keep his children. And by keep his children, he means within the Cobb family setting, whether it was his parents, whether it was with Erica, whether it was with his grandparents. It was the only way to keep them from going into the state system. Keep in mind, it was years before Erica was charged with her involvement, largely because of a 3-hour recorded phone call between Chad's mom and Erica. We have not heard that phone call yet. We heard the state talk about it in their opening arguments, saying that in that phone call, you hear Erica admitting to her role, even saying that, yeah, she went along with it, but she didn't have that Chad wasn't holding a gun to her head. So that is going to be a very interesting phone call. Keep in mind, Erica has already been found guilty by a jury of this once. That guilty verdict had to be thrown out because Chad was not testifying in person. It was during COVID. He testified from prison, and that's why now here he is on the stand. And still a little bit of a disagreement between the state and the defense. That's her attorney there in the gray suit, purple shirt. And there is clearly some sort of concern or question about a line of questioning into recorded prison phone calls or jail phone calls that were recorded. And that's what they're trying to hammer out here. Looks like we have some sort of a resolution here.
Okay, we're going to take hopefully just a 10-minute recess. There's some research that the parties are going to be looking at, so we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back on the record, okay? And we'll keep the, should I keep them seated? I'm just trying to think. Do you all mind just staying here for about 10 minutes so we don't have to come in and out? Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to go off the record for about 10 minutes and take a 10-minute recess.
Well, there we have it. We don't have resolution. This continues to be one of the most convoluted cases I've ever covered. And we'll get back to it as soon as they come back on the record. But there's clearly some research that needs to be done, according to the judge. And this clearly has something to do with recordings, prison phone call recordings. What I'm going to do now is I want to play, we didn't get to all of this in our earlier session with Jared Klebanow, the actual killing of Ashley and who was involved. And you're going to hear this really interesting line of questioning where even though the man that's in prison for aggravated murder, for the aggravated murder of Ashley Biggs, he's questioned straight out, did you kill Ashley Biggs? And it's sort of an interesting line of questions because he says he's going to say no, that he didn't kill her. And it would be much later in that testimony that he would say that the zip tie that killed her, we know that she died of strangulation, the zip tie that killed her, Chad Cobb is claiming was placed there by Erica Cobb, his then wife at the time. Take a listen.
Yesterday, you said that the only reason that you pled guilty to aggravated murder and accepted a life without parole sentence was because of your children, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a difficult thing to do, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
The most difficult thing you've ever had to do?
I think that's fair.
Where does it rank in terms of difficulty with killing Ashley Biggs?
Never said I killed her, sir.
You didn't kill her.
No, sir.
You didn't kill Ashley Biggs.
That is correct.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. So the most difficult thing you've ever had to do was plead guilty to this for your children, correct?
It was not an easy decision to make. That's correct.
But you powered through anyway and you got it done, right?
I was a dad.
Your dad.
I think that's what had to be done.
Okay. But any difficulty involving JW, the daughter you haven't seen, you weren't willing to make that effort, correct?
I mean, to be fair, she's never really been in my life. So we're talking about somebody I know who exists, but just I don't have
Too
anything to do with
difficult,
her.
right?
I wouldn't say that. It's just, it's complicated.
Okay. When Ashley was able to go to the school and get grace, what was like the legal mechanism that allowed her to do that?
I believe it's called a custody by CPO.
Okay, and what does that mean?
The way it was explained to me, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but a CPO where somebody mentions something's going on with the kid is a way to circumvent the custody process and get it by the civil protection order opposed to going through just a normal custody proceedings.
Okay,
Now, that's my understanding. I'm not saying that's right or wrong.
fair enough, and that's all I'm asking for, Mr. Cobb, is your understanding of it. So that's fair. I know you're not an attorney, right?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay. So instead of, filing a petition with the domestic relations court and saying, this is Ashley, by the way, saying I want visitation or I want full custody, they filed this CPO, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember, what did that CPO allege? Because it's a civil protection order. That's what CPO stands for, civil protection order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Ashley was seeking protection from whom?
It was against me.
Okay. And what was the basis of why she was seeking that protection order?
They saw me, Brittany filmed me at McDonald's up in Akron. They saw my company and my employees and my vehicles working up in Akron near their street. And I think that's pretty much it, if I recall correctly.
I'm a little bit confused. So Brittany, and you mean Brittany Dunson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Brittany filmed you working, and that enabled them to get a CPO?
I wasn't working when Brittany filmed me. We're at McDonald's. Usually we'd meet at like a fast food restaurant to discuss the plans of the day, what poles we were going to be working on streets and et cetera. And she recorded me and Mike Stefanko having a conversation at the McDonald's. And I guess the McDonald's was close to where they were residing at the time. And that's when they filmed me. I don't think they actually filmed me working on utility poles.
So they didn't film you threatening Ashley, right?
No, we weren't even aware that we were being filmed. I guess I remember in the paperwork that we got from the CPO, Brittany mentioned that she was filming Mike and I talking at McDonald's.
Okay, so it's kind of a dirty trick, right?
I don't think it was very fair.
Okay. When you showed up at school, and what was the name of Grace's school?
St. Peter and Paul Catholic School.
Okay, and that's in Wayne County, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have other children that went there?
Yes, sir.
Who else went there?
It would be Alexander.
Okay. Did Alexander go there at the same time that Grace went there? I know I'm sorry, we should probably say AC.
He's over 18.
He's over 18. Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
sir.
Did Alexander go there at the same time that Grace went there?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So after you guys lost Grace and weren't able to or allowed to pick her up or drop her off at that school, you still had to deal with Alexander, correct? Like take him to school and drop him off.
In the beginning, we didn't take Alexander back to the school. I think he might have missed a couple of days, and we were actually considering enrolling him in a different a Catholic school, if I remember correctly.
Okay. But after a couple days, Alexander went back to that school, correct?
Couple days, give or take, yes, sir.
Okay. And would Erica ever help picking up and dropping off Alexander at that school?
Of course, yes, sir.
So if Brittany Dunson says that she saw Erica sitting at that school, it could have been because she was just picking up or dropping off Alexander, right?
I mean, you'd have to ask her, but I don't have any reason to say that's why she wasn't there.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after you show up to the school and Grace is gone, how'd that make you feel?
Shocked?
Shocked? Good shocked? Bad shocked?
No, sir. Bad shocked.
Okay. And who's the first person you called?
It was my grandmother.
Okay. Did you try to call your mom first or did you call your grandmother first?
My grandmother.
Okay. And you talked to her and then you tried to call your mom. You testified to that, right?
I believe my next phone call was my dad.
Because your mom was at work,
Correct.
right? And your dad is Jay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your dad got a hold of Cindy, your mom, right?
I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you if he got a hold of her or if I got a hold of her first.
Okay.
I'm sure he ended up calling at some point.
Sure. But Cindy found out relatively quickly because Cindy, your mom, and your grandma went over to Brittany's mom's house, right?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that was happening?
I believe I was at the time. And if I remember correctly, I think it was my grandmother, maybe my dad, my mother, and Miss Stefanko went over to check on Grace,
Okay.
if I remember right.
You may not because Brittany testified that it was just your grandma and your mom. Is that possible?
It could be.
Okay.
I-
'Cause you
like
lumped,
I said,
you lumped Erica in on that, but Brittany did not.
Well, again, I said I may not be remembering that accurately.
And you weren't there.
No, I was not.
You weren't there, right? So would Brittany know or would you know?
Well, she was there, so she would definitely know better than myself.
Fair enough. You testified yesterday that this was a bitter custody dispute. You wanted Grace back, right?
It was definitely contested, yes, sir.
Sounded like it. It sounded awful, quite frankly, right?
That's fair, yes, sir.
I've got kids I can't imagine. You had an attorney for that, Beth Judge?
Yes, sir.
And you said that your attorney advised you and Erica to call the cops for what you called welfare checks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Why would she inform us to do that?
Well, what's the purpose of that?
Well, the purpose.
Objection. Just clarification of the question, Your Honor. Is it speculation as to what Beth Judge was thinking?
Counsel, do you want to rephrase?
Why would a person call the cops to do a welfare check on someone that had your daughter?
When we were informed by Beth Judge, we were just doing what our attorney was advising us to do. Her reason for advising us was probably to see if something was going on with Grace. Maybe it was a legal strategy. I have no idea.
So you were just following the advice of counsel?
At the time, I didn't have a reason not to.
Sure. And Erica was as well, right?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that you guys didn't call the cops on Brittany and Ashley out of spite, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You called the cops on Brittany and Ashley for welfare checks.
Under the advice of our counsel, yes, sir.
Pursuant to the advice of counsel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified that when you went to court and you saw Miss Biggs, Ashley Biggs, that you went up and shook her hand.
Yes, sir.
Would that not have been a violation of that CPO order, or is it because you were in court you're allowed to do
I
that?
don't believe it would have been a violation because we were both scheduled for a court hearing that day.
Sure. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just don't know how it works. So this was in court, right?
It was actually, it was in this very court building.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it was in the seating lobby. So I don't know if it was technically allowed. I don't know if it wasn't.
And you had a little brief conversation with her?
I did, yes.
And you said you invited her to dinner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where are you guys going to go to dinner?
Luigi's.
Okay. And what would be the purpose of that dinner?
I haven't seen her in about 2 or 3 years, so I just thought it was a nice thing to do. Even though after the dirty trick, as you said, it was to get Grace, I just figured it's like, let's start off on a nice foot here.
Okay.
It's like, it's nice that you're back. Let's go to dinner, maybe figure some things out. But I mean, ultimately, we didn't end up going.
Okay. Catch up and talk to her.
Yes, sir.
So this person that's directly responsible for the worst thing that's ever happened to you, you then want to take her out to dinner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point prior to that, when you were dating Miss Stefanko, or possibly married, you tell me, you had an affair with Ashley, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what year was that?
That we were living in Barberton at the time.
Were you married?
No, sir. We didn't get married until 2010. Excuse me. We resided at the Barberton house 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. So I'm going to say that that occurrence between Ashley and I was probably 2007, 2008-ish.
Okay. Was Susan Wingrove, the woman that you had would that be your first child, the one you had with Susan Wingrove?
No, sir. Grace is my first child.
Grace was your first child.
Yes, sir.
And how much older is Grace than the child you had with Susan Wingrove?
Me, like year and a half, 2 years,
Okay.
give or take.
In 2013, you testified that you were divorced from Erica, correct?
You saying in 2013 I testified that I was divorced against Erica?
No, you testified yesterday that in 2013 you got divorced from Erica.
I believe the divorce was finalized in 2014.
2014.
I believe so.
Okay. And how did that all come about? Because you were in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't have a lawyer.
No, sir.
So you got some paperwork in the mail and signed it? Long and short of it?
Basically. I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but basically.
Okay. And, at this time or even prior to that, you found out that Erica was now with Mike Stefanko, correct?
In 2014, yeah, I knew that they were together at that time.
Okay. And he was your best friend.
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday he was 2 years younger than you, right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember his birthday, but I do know that I'm older than him by a couple of years. Maybe 2, maybe 3.
Okay. And how old were you when you met Mike?
7, 8,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
So he would have been 5 or 6.
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And you testified that you're an only child.
Yes, sir.
Your parents didn't have any other kids from any other relationships, correct?
That's correct.
So you're all they got
Yes,
in
sir.
terms of children. Okay. And you testified that you didn't really play sports, but you were into martial arts, right?
Yes, sir.
What kind of-
I played sports, but martial arts was a thing that I enjoyed.
You had a passion for that?
That's fair, yes, sir.
What kind of martial arts?
Korean-based stuff. I was Tang Soo-do, Taekwondo, kickboxing. It was all taught at the same place.
Okay. A dojo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you were into rollerblading, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you rollerblade?
Wow. Honestly, I think all through my childhood and teens and 20s.
Teens and 20s.
Yes, sir.
Kept going with the rollerblading.
Not as much as I used to when I was in my youth, but yeah.
Okay. You testified that you entered the Marine Corps and you were there for a short period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long were you with the Marines?
6, 9 months, give or take, somewhere around there.
So did you get through basic training?
Yes, sir. I did graduate basic training.
Okay. And why'd you quit? Or I retract that. I'm not saying you quit. I don't know what happened. How did you leave?
You were correct. I ended up quitting, and it wasn't for me. I wanted the title. I didn't want the work.
What about the work didn't you like?
I signed up for infantry, and it was combat oriented, and it was that's completely combat oriented. And I didn't know at the time that I could have changed my MOS to something that I'm actually have an interest in, like mechanics or aviation or whatnot. And instead of pursuing the path to change my actual job assignment in the military, I kind of took it as a take it or leave it thing. And it's like I earned the title of Marine, but it's like I didn't want the job responsibility, so quit.
You didn't like the combat aspect of it.
I didn't. Well, I mean, I've never seen combat because I was never even deployed or anything like that. But they were training you to be a Marine infantry rifleman, and it was just too much.
So training you to fight and kill ultimately, right?
Yes, sir.
Be a soldier, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say it was too much. Describe to the jury what you mean by that.
Just that's you're training every day for combat specific theaters, and I really just didn't want anything of it. I wanted the title. Once I had the title, I opted out of the rest.
Okay. Did you, in addition to your martial arts training at the dojo, did you learn any other, combat techniques, fighting techniques when you're in the military?
What they teach you in basic training?
Like what?
It's called line training.
What's that?
It's similar to martial arts. Takedowns, self-defense, etc.
Okay. How to handle yourself in a fight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like even if you had a fight with a woman, you'd be able to handle yourself.
With a fight with anybody.
Okay. How about a fight with Ashley Biggs?
That was more raw.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. What's your discharge status from the military?
I believe it's an other than honorable discharge.
Explain to me, I'm sorry, I'm not a military guy. Explain to me what that means.
There's, hopefully my knowledge is accurate, but I think there's 3, maybe 4 types of discharge. I know there's honorable, there's dishonorable, and then there's other than honorable.
Okay, and you were other than honorable.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually awarded a good conduct medal when I was in there, but when I was supposed to receive it, I had already actually been home, but it does show up on my DD-214 from what I recall correctly.
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you testified that you're very, very close with Grace, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you still close with Grace?
Yes, sir.
Does she visit you?
Yes, sir.
How often?
Every 2 weeks, every 2-3 weeks, give or take.
Okay. How far away does she live? Don't tell us where she lives, but how far away does she live from where you live?
Half an hour, give or take.
And she comes there every 2 weeks, about.
About.
In between those visits, are there phone calls between you and her?
Yes, not many. She's pretty busy. So I mean, sometimes I just wait until I see her to actually talk to her. Sometimes I'll check in on her in between visits just to see how things going. But she's pretty busy.
Do you write letters to her?
Not as much as I used to.
Does she write letters to you?
She texts a lot. She likes doing the text stuff on those tablets that we have. But as far as like actual letters, no, I don't get letters from her.
Okay, kind of antiquated at this point. You've got to. So explain to the jury how you're able to text when you're Serving life without parole.
Well, they started introducing those, I think it's like a GTL tablet. They're tablets. It's like a tiny computer.
Like an iPad or something?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
something like an iPad. And they can text over that. We can text back. So, I mean, they're all text. I guess you can kind of consider that a letter, but they're generally, super short.
Okay, so you're able to text with Grace. How often do you text with her?
A couple times a week.
And then you see her in person every couple weeks.
Yes, sir.
And how long are those visits typically?
Visiting session is usually like 2.5 hours, give or take.
Are those visits emotional for you? Are they happy, sad? Tell us about those visits.
They're comforting. They're definitely not sad. She likes talking about her boyfriend. She likes talking about college. She likes talking about her truck and whatnot. So really the conversation is, about her. I mean, what is she doing now? What is she interested in now? How's her boyfriend treating her? And, how's she doing at school? She's in college. So there's really not a lot of room for, negativity or sad stuff. It's all, happy stuff with her.
You want to keep it positive.
Well, I mean, she definitely likes talking about what's going on in her life, and I like hearing about it. So
She's out there still living her life, right?
she's doing very well.
That's great. And you're in there and you're kind of stuck, right? Or you are stuck, right?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
And you killed her mom, right?
Never said I killed Ashley, sir.
You didn't kill Ashley?
That's correct, I did not.
And we showed you that segment because of the opening and the end of that, where the very poignant question, did you kill Ashley? And she's okay with that because you killed her mom. And he said, I never said I killed her. He said, but you did kill Ashley Biggs. And he said, I never said that. The reason he is pulling back on that, even though he is serving life in prison without the chance of parole, is because during his testimony he revealed that it is, and we know that the death of Ashley Biggs was caused by strangulation, the zip tie that was put around her neck. He would drop the bombshell in his testimony that he didn't put the zip tie there, that Erica did. His wife at the time would have been Erica Cobb, now Erica Stefanko, that's on trial here. As you see a live picture of the seal, we are still in this, what was supposed to be a 10-minute break. That video we just watched was 22 minutes. Let's remind you what had happened. They had just gotten back from lunch. They had just gotten started, 2 or 3, 4 minutes of testimony, and they had started to get into, it was redirect, so it was the state asking Chad Cobb questions, mainly about the divorce. That's where they had started talking about how the divorce was filed between himself and Erica Cobb, and that it was done while he was in prison. He said that he initiated it, but there were some other details that were starting to come up. And then the state asked if he was aware that phone calls are recorded when you're in prison. And he exclaimed, yes, that there's a recording that comes on about every 5 minutes that lets you know that the phone call could be recorded. He said there were even signs posted in and around, and that's when the defense objected and had to have a sidebar, and they are now doing research into a particular question. My guess is, and this is just a guess, is that there may be some question about when are you, I think we could all agree your marriage is still fine, or you're still in a marriage until the day that it is signed by a judge and your divorce is official. But so it makes me wonder if there was going to be a question about some of those prison phone calls being played while they were still officially married, and perhaps not in the process or what have you. That could be tricky as far as when does the state recognize or not recognize that spousal privilege. Again, when you are married, what conversations you have with a spouse are can be protected, are not admissible in court. So it makes me wonder if that is the question at hand. They start asking about prison phone calls and there's an objection. This may be a question of when were those prison phone calls recorded? When was their divorce final? Can they play them if you are going through the process of a divorce? It'll be interesting to see what they say. Keeping our eyes on it. Still not back from this research break. Who knows how long this could go? So I'll tell you what, let's find a little bit of, since we've only been hearing from the defense today, asking Chad Cobb questions. I want to go back to yesterday. You're now going to hear the state when they had their first chance to ask Chad Cobb some questions, and very poignant about this question of, were you alone? When were you alone at this crime scene, June 12th in Akron, the back of this building? They know that Ashley Biggs is going to be delivering a pizza. She has been lured into this situation. We found out today Chad claims that he was simply dropped off there and that he said he wished his wife at the time would never have left him. Basically, as I said earlier, throwing a rock at a beehive, knowing here you have Chad and here comes Ashley to deliver a pizza. What do you think was about to happen? And that's exactly what did happen. But let's take a listen to this portion of the testimony from yesterday about when were you alone. And why is that question so important is that if Ashley is with him almost every step of the way, that is complicity. If she knew what was going to happen, if she's the one who made the phone call, is she complicit? Is she in violation here, and should she be convicted of murder for a second time? But take a listen to this line of questioning from the state yesterday.
When you were charged, there was a death specification, meaning it was a death penalty crime. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am, that's fair.
Okay. And my co-counsel, Prosecutor LaPrenzi, was he was the prosecutor on your initial case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, was there a plea agreement reached in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you plead guilty to aggravated murder along with multiple other counts, and the death specification was taken off the table? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's what happened.
Are you currently serving life in prison without the possibility of parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you pled?
I believe it was February of 2013.
And is it fair to say when you pled to those charges, the only plea agreement you had at that time was the death specification taken off the table? Is that a fair statement?
It's not entirely accurate.
Okay. So you were given something else besides the death specification taken off the table?
No, as long as I pled, though, I wouldn't lose my kids.
Who told you? You're saying Prosecutor LaPrenzi told you that?
No, I didn't hear from him, no, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's my questioning. From the state, not from your attorney, not from anyone else, the defendant, your mom, anyone else, from the state. When you pled, the only agreement was the death specification taken off the table. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I apologize. That was my phrasing of the question. Okay. So you said part of your agreement was your kids wouldn't, you said, how did you put it?
That I wouldn't lose them.
Okay. Again, that wasn't from the state. So when you made that plea agreement, was that something that you took into consideration when making your plea agreement?
What?
That you wouldn't lose your children?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that something you may have discussed with your attorney at the time?
It was my attorney's the one that brought it up to me.
Okay. And when you say you wouldn't lose them, when you go to prison, you don't have your kids now, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say you wouldn't lose them, what are you talking about?
At the time, the children were JR6'd from both myself and the defendant. They were in foster care.
Okay. JR6 is a legal term. They were Rule 6, meaning they were taken out of your custody. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was you and the defendant's custody at that time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you would lose your children. How would you lose your children?
Adoption.
Okay.
And their last names being changed.
Okay. And that's if you did not take a plea.
That's correct.
And this is coming from your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant was not arrested at this time. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You thought you would lose your children if the mother, the defendant, was out?
If she was out.
If she...
She was out at
Right.
that point in time.
And you still thought you would lose your children?
They were in the state's care.
Okay.
And after what happened to Grace, I know for a fact I'd lose them.
What happened to Grace?
Well, all you got to do is look at the custody battle.
Okay.
We're going to jump out of that. We are back in court. We've had the all rise, and it appears we are seated and ready to go.
Patience. Once Christie's connected, we will go back on the record. You ready? Okay, we're going to go back on the record. It is 1:52 p.m. Go ahead, Prosecutor Easter.
Thank you so much. Chad, we were talking about the jail calls, and I think you said you couldn't call, but you could call. She didn't call you, correct? You called her.
I'm sorry, sir. We just need to have his microphone. Can you reach the button, or do you need someone to do it for you? Thank you, Attorney Laybourne. There you go. Thank you so much.
Is it working?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. During those calls in the beginning, did the defendant continue to stand by your side or tell you how much she still loved you?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did that go? How long
sorry.
did that go on for?
The entire time I was in jail, I suppose.
Okay. And when you say the entire time, that goes up until you were sentenced. Did that continue until you were in the prison facility?
It started getting a little shaky when I got to Lorraine prison facility, because that's when I started becoming aware of her and Mike's relationship. So her attitude towards me, as far as like love and commitment and everything else, started fading because she started another relationship with Mike.
And at the time of your sentencing, you were not aware that she was pregnant with Mike's child. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
So while you were here, she's here, meaning not shipped away, but still here at Summit County Jail. She was coming to see you. You were talking on the phone, and she was saying how much she loved you and would stick by your side.
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked quite a bit about Ashley's death on cross-examination. And you said it was complicated because there's things that you could not say. And one of your things you directly said was, because the defendant's prior calculation and design for ag murder. What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that
You said it
question?
was complicated. This was a whole complicated situation. The murder was complicated. Let's just start there. Do you believe this situation is complicated?
I believe this case is quite complicated. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of the times you answered, you talked about the defendant, Erica Stefanko's prior calculation and design for this ag murder. What did you mean by that?
I believe that was in reference to What people were trying to say were my prior calculation and design, and that was when I said the only plans that I had in the future was to go to Disney World.
Okay, that was not, okay. And you were talking about, well, let me just ask this question. As you sit here today, is it your testimony that you are not responsible for the death of Ashley Biggs? You do not have any responsibility in the death of Ashley Biggs?
I've never said that because I was there.
Okay. Do you believe someone else has responsibility for the death of Ashley Biggs as well?
The death of Ashley Biggs ultimately resides on both Erica and myself.
Is that based on the actions that both you and Erica took that night?
Yes, ma'am.
There were conversations about that took place under a tree. Do you remember that, conversations under a tree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. During those and that was prior to the phone call that the defendant made to Domino's. Is that a fair statement?
There was a conversation before and after
Okay.
the call was made.
Based on those conversations under the tree, were there certain actions taken after Ashley came to the scene? Don't tell me about the conversations. But based on those conversations, were there certain actions taken against Ashley once she came to the scene?
Verbal, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm going to split it up. Based on that conversation under the tree, were there certain actions taken by you?
Verbal, yes, ma'am.
Were there certain actions taken by the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those actions were the topic of a discussion that happened under the tree?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And let me make sure I get it clear. Not under the tree for your actions?
Forgive me. I'm trying to follow what you're saying without commenting on what exactly was spoken of.
Okay, well, if it's too difficult, I'll move on. I don't want you to say what happened up under the tree. Okay. Did you make the call to lure Ashley to the parking lot?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If Ashley was not lured to that parking lot that night, would her death had occurred at that parking lot?
Objection.
Basis.
Calls for speculation.
Okay, sustained.
Had Ashley not been in that parking lot that night, could those actions taken place that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
On cross-examination, you talked about your child, JW. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you did not see your child, JW, throughout the years. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And you said that the defendant prevented you from seeing JW. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that the defendant sent, I think the mom's name is Susan,
Yes, ma'am.
Susan threatening emails.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you view any of those? Did you see any of those emails?
I didn't receive them personally, but Susan and I still stay in contact, so.
Did you see them, not receive them?
No, ma'am, I didn't see them.
Okay. You were made aware by Susan.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, you were asked about your highest level of education. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what the defendant's highest level of education is?
She's got a degree in industrial organizational human psychology, if I remember right.
Okay. Do you know if that's a master's degree in psychology?
She has a degree. I don't know what kind it is.
You were asked a lot about the law and about your sentence and about entering entering your plea. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I want to talk about that. You pled to aggravated murder for life without parole, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was to get the death spec taken off of your charges. Is that a fair statement?
One more time, please.
That's to get the death penalty spec taken off your charges?
That was removed. Yes, ma'am.
And you were continually asked, or it was said that you're going to die in prison, die in prison. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You pled to aggravated murder for life without parole, correct?
I didn't plead primarily for that, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware there are other sentences where there is parole for aggravated murder?
I know the court has like sentencing parameters, I guess, that they can impose, so they have different choices.
Okay. So just because someone pleads or is convicted to aggravated murder does not mean they'll die in prison. Is that a fair statement?
I believe so, to the best of my knowledge.
There's parole eligibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked about, I'm not going to go through them all, but you were asked about why the state charged you with felonious assault, or why the state charged you with robbery or aggravated murder. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you tried to answer. You gave your best guess. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone from the state come to you prior to charging you?
Prior to charging me, prior to me getting the indictment?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So nobody from the state came and talked to you about why you were charged with a certain crime. Is that a fair statement?
I'm aside from the officer when I was placed under arrest. I mean, if that's what you're referring to by the state, or are you referring
that's
to like
an
the
officer.
prosecutor's office?
Correct.
Oh, no, ma'am. No.
So you don't know if we charged you as a principal or as a complicit to those charges. I think you were asked about felonious assault, robbery, aggravated murder. You don't know what theory the state charged you under. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know if we charged you or were thinking you were the primary person who did this act or someone who was complicit in doing this act. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you sit here, you're not saying you did not play a part in the death of Ashley Biggs. Is that a fair statement?
I was part of the horrible night. I mean, my actions, I've spoke about them. I was a part of that night.
Okay. And when I asked you that, you became fidgety, and I can see your facial expressions. Is one of your concerns, or strike that, do you get upset or does it bother you when the events of that night is totally placed on you?
Everything about that night bothers me, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about KC.
My son?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And that the defendant had KC and she would have been busy with the children. Is that a fair statement?
I remember that being said. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. KC was okay when the defendant was talking to you under the tree. Is that a fair statement?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
The defendant was able to talk to you up under the tree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. KC was okay when she followed you to Poor Road to the cornfield. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Casey was okay when she waited for you at that bridge when you took Ashley's car and came back. Is that a fair statement?
Objection calls for speculation. He was in the car.
Sustained.
Was the defendant able to wait for you at that bridge while Casey was in the car?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Was the defendant able to go back with you to the crime scene when Casey was in the car?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was the defendant, able to hide with you behind the detached garage when Casey was in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say Erica was able to do a multitude of different things while with Casey?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, to be fair, I think he was just asleep for the most of the time.
Okay. You were asked about, geez, I forgot the name. Is it a sawhorse in the back of your yard in 2012? Is that what it's called, a sawhorse?
There were sawhorses
Okay.
and some construction stuff laying around. Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about your what you did when you got home. Is it fair to say you took your clothing off? I pointed to it on the screen by the back door, that garage.
I was super close to that garage area. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that where you dropped your clothes?
I stripped down naked by the garage. I took everything that I had off.
Okay. Did you move your clothes to the back of, way back in your yard by the sawhorse?
At that time, I was not clothed. I walked upstairs and took a shower.
Okay. So if your clothes would have been moved back to the back of your yard by the burn pit, someone else would have had to do that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were your children when you was getting out the car?
They were still in the car, best I can remember.
Do you know if they came in the house?
I took off my clothes. I went upstairs in the shower. I really don't remember what was going on with the kids during that time.
Where were they when you got out the shower?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't remember. I know I was in the shower for a while. I know when I couldn't tell you if I seen them moving around or if they were still in the car. I have no idea.
Okay. By the time you got home, do you know if they were awoke or asleep?
By the time I got home, before I took a shower,
Yeah, when you pulled up by the garage.
I don't really remember at that time. I know, like behind my grandparents' barn, my youngest daughter was awake, and I know Grace herself was awake. When we were driving around, I do remember that. I can't say one way or the other about the boys, though.
Okay. The Lincoln Navigator, was that the family, like a family car that you all used?
I mean, it could be called a family car. It could be called her vehicle. I really preferred my truck, but the Lincoln was nice, so it could be family or hers. It really depends.
And when you went to do jobs for the cable company, you had work trucks, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So not your truck that you're talking about. What kind of truck did you have?
I had a 350 one-ton.
Okay. And that's different than your work truck, correct?
Yeah, the work vehicles are white. Mine was green.
Okay. Your work truck is where you kept your work supplies for Cobb Cable Company. Is that a fair statement?
Majority of the supplies were split up between the two vehicles we had at the time.
Okay, but they were both two work vehicles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there would be no need to have zip ties in the Lincoln Navigator. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took on cross-examination, you were asked about a backpack.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you kept it in your bedroom closet?
No, ma'am. There was a closet that was attached to the small living room. That's usually where our backpacks and duffel bags and boots and stuff were.
When you got home that night and showered, was that backpack, do you know if that backpack was in the closet?
That backpack would not have been at the closet at the time that I was in the shower.
Where was it?
Last I saw is when I put it in the back of the Lincoln when Erica picked me up from Midco.
Did you pack the items in the backpack?
No, ma'am.
But you're the one who got the backpack out the closet and put it in the Lincoln.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, you were asked multiple times about you disclosing or talking about the defendant. And I was a little confused. Did you bring up the defendant's name, or when did you first bring up the defendant's name after you got arrested?
To Adam Van Ho. He would have been the attorney that I had retained at the time.
So you did bring up her name from the beginning, okay? But that's not, Adam Van Ho is not police, is that a fair statement?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your
No,
question.
I'm asking, Adam Van Ho was an attorney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's no police involvement that you're telling about the defendant at this point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your attorney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those conversations are privileged. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The first time you brought it up to law enforcement was to your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your cousin was the attorney who told someone in law enforcement. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you believe? What was in your mind would happen, the ramifications of bringing the defendant's name or testifying against the defendant at that time to your children?
To my children,
Correct. What would happen? What your belief was?
it would make the situation more complicated
Why?
because the children are in the state's care.
But how would talking about the defendant make it more complicated back then?
She was already released from the police station, so she was already kind of on a fast track to get them. She was working with Children's Services to get them out of a foster home and at least back underneath a family member's house.
So what would you believe would happen if you had told or testified against the defendant back then?
They're going to stay in foster care and probably get adopted out.
Did that go into your decision not to press the issue of you were asked, the state asked you for information back then? Is that a fair statement, doing the plea deals and plea negotiations?
The state never came to me directly for information. I remember one of my appointed counsels mentioned that the state was looking for information, but he had an odd opinion about it.
And were your children still in foster care at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did your children factor into your decision not to push the issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your children factor into your decision to take a plea?
Absolutely.
I And who has custody of your children now?
Alexander was adopted by Mike Stefanko, and Mike Stefanko has full custody over FC and Casey.
And where is Mike living now?
The Mount Eaton residence.
Does your mother get to see or spend time with Casey or FC?
Not very much. I think she sees them like when they're trick or treating in town or something like that, or if they happen to walk by her place of work. But no,
Who has control over that?
Mr. Stefanko.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense.
I just have a few questions, Mr. Cobb. Okay. You talked about the fear of, your kids being adopted out, losing their last name, losing their identities, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had Erica gone down with you at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time in 2012 and 2013, the time period that we're talking here, when you had this fear, describe to me the home of your parents, Jay and Cindy.
Describe to you the home, like where it's at, or like the inside.
Like, how many bedrooms?
It's a 2-bedroom ranch.
Okay. Was it a safe place?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to insult, but they don't have problems with the law or drug problems or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
Okay, I didn't think so. Just would you call that a fit home for a child? Your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the event that you brought Erica in at the time into this mess, like you said you would have, but for this issue, could your parents have provided a fit home for these children?
I'm not sure. That's something that they would have to ask. And I know when the kids first went into foster care, their primary objective was to try to get Grace out with everything that she's been through. So their mindset towards FC and Casey, I really don't know what it honestly would have been. So yeah, you'd have to ask them, honestly.
Well, explain that. So your parents wanted to get Grace out of the foster system and into their home,
Yes, sir.
but not the children that you had with Miss Stefanko.
Again, it's quite complicated. Grace has endured quite a bit more than FC and Casey and AS, or Alexander rather. So we're talking about very, very different situations with young people. And the battle that they had with Grace alone was very overwhelming to them. So multiply that by 3 more, I don't think anybody would have been able to do it.
Is part of the reason that Grace has been through a lot more is that her mother was murdered?
That has a large part in it.
And did you have a part in that?
And to answer your previous question,
No, answer this question. Did you have a part in it?
in what happened to Ashley?
In Grace losing her mother?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, let's go back for a second. Explain to me why Grace would be a priority for your parents and not the children, your children, that you had with Miss Stefanko.
You might be better to ask them, sir.
Okay. Do you find that odd?
Not at all.
Does that upset you?
I can't see a reason to be upset at that. I mean, to be fair, you weren't apprised of any of that situation back then, so my perspective looking at it's going to be quite different from yours.
Do you think your children that you have with Miss Stefanko would appreciate hearing that?
I think it's unfair to box it in like that. to think that one is more important to the other when they are all equally important.
Okay. Speaking of children that may not directly belong to someone, Grace was not Erica's biological daughter, correct?
Correct.
And she lived with you all, right?
Grace?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked about the tools related to that you may have had for Cobb Cable Company and other projects it sounds like you were working on, and that you wanted those tools and stuff to go to your parents, correct?
Whatever was left over that wasn't sold. Yes, sir.
And you told Miss Easter that your preference would be that those go to your parents, correct?
I mean, to be fair, I just wanted my dad's property to go back to him. Not all those were mine. He actually, some of those were his. There's a torque wrench and jack stands and like an Allen set or whatever that my dad used to work on his race car. And I just, like, that's important to dad. So if it wasn't sold, it's like that really needs to go back to him.
Okay. You'd prefer that over those tools going to your son or one of your daughters that may be interested in that?
They weren't mine in the first place. They were my father's. So they're not mine to give away. They were just in my toolbox.
Okay, but you didn't ask, hey, can you please give these to my son? Correct?
Correct.
Speaking of Cobb Cable Company, you said that you worked a lot of hours in building and maintaining that business, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified that at one point you had 5 to 7 trucks, forgive me, like a crane truck or a bucket truck, excuse me, right?
Yes, sir.
Other heavy machinery and at times upwards of 12 employees, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had to procure clients and keep those clients and service those clients, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to do payroll and make sure your benefits and all of that are squared away, right?
To be fair, we didn't have any benefits, but
Okay.
yes.
But like yours and dealing with the IRS and things like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pretty complicated, and you were the man on that, correct?
No, sir, that's not fair.
Okay. I mean, but you own the company, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You hired everybody?
Between Eric and myself, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you buy those trucks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're a capable guy. You ran a company.
Got a good work ethic.
Okay. You mentioned that once you got to Lorraine, the relationship between you and Erica got shaky. That's the word you used, correct?
Don't have any reason to doubt it. I don't remember the exact word I used,
Okay.
but yeah, it did get shaky.
Okay. I'm not trying to trick you or anything, but it felt shaky, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just so the jury's aware, Lorraine is the first stop once you're going to prison, correct?
It's a reception facility, correct?
Okay. So you lived at the Summit County Jail, which is a jail versus a prison where there are people there that have pending charges, right?
Yes, sir.
They're open. They've pled not guilty to them and they're still pending, right?
Yes, sir.
And then once you went in front of Judge Corrigal Jones and said, I'm guilty of all of this, your case was not pending anymore at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were transferred to Lorraine, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the Summit County Jail, you may have been facing life without parole, but once you got to Lorraine, you were serving life without parole, correct?
At that point in time, yes, sir.
Do you see a distinction there?
I mean, I was locked up in both places.
Right, but you hadn't pled guilty yet in the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
There was still some hope that you have a trial, beat the case, and you're back out running Cobb Cable Company, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you're in Lorraine and you've pled guilty, you are dying in prison based on your sentence.
There's always the chance for the truth to make it back into the courtroom.
Sure. But does it make sense to you that once you've admitted that what you've done by pleading guilty and you've been given a life without parole sentence, that anyone that you were married to or was your girlfriend, things might get a little shaky at that point. Is that fair?
I think it's more fair to say that this looks more like a plan to take everything that I had, honestly.
Explain that, Chad.
It's probably best explained by Miss Lyons' website posting that she put on the internet that my daughter found.
Okay. So you're saying that this was a ploy to get your stuff?
You'd have to read it yourself to believe it, honestly.
Okay. Would you expect a person that's married to you to stay married to you when you are going to die in prison? Would you?
Guess that depends on the integrity of the person.
It would be tough for that person to do so, right?
Not sure how to answer that, sir.
This person could never physically touch you ever again for the rest of your life, correct? Barring some miracle that you're looking for.
Are you asking the basis for our relationship ending is because Erica couldn't touch me in prison?
No, I am asking you that if a person is serving a sentence of life without parole, could that person ever touch their wife or husband ever again? Barring
Yes, sir.
a miracle.
Of course.
How so?
Visitation.
Through glass?
There's no, it's a different visitation that they have here in the county.
Okay.
It's an actual room and there's like little tables and whatnot. I mean, it's not perfect, but you're asking if like a husband and wife or significant other could touch one another. I mean, they most certainly could touch, hug, kiss, hold hands, play cards. I mean, so the physical contact is possible.
Okay, so you can do that for about an hour, and then you go back to your cell, and they go back to their house, right?
Visitations usually like 2.5 hours.
Perfect.
They could schedule like an all-day one if they wanted to, but yeah, after the visitation, yeah, both parties would have to leave.
You're going back to your cell where you'll stay until you die, and that person's life is still going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can't provide any money because you're in prison till you're dead, and that person has children that they need to take care of, correct?
Well, if you're referring to my exact scenario, could have had money if things were done differently.
Okay. And again, how would you have run that business from prison?
Well, I mean, the business survived on hiring employees to fulfill the contracts. I wasn't necessarily a primary instrument for employees. So the business can run itself as long as there's somebody competent to run it and employees to do the work.
So you would have just kept running it.
If I was, I'm not saying that I could. All I'm saying is that there would have been more options available opposed to it just being liquidated.
Okay. Miss Easter talked to you about different options for the sentencing that the judge could impose on an aggravated murder charge. Do you remember that?
I do.
And they could give 25 to life, 30 to life, life without parole, things like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you made an agreement with the state of Ohio to plead guilty to the indictment, absent the death penalty specification, you agreed to a life without parole sentence, correct?
I agreed to whatever the agreement that they were offering was.
It's not what I'm asking. Did you agree to a life without parole sentence?
Yes, sir.
So there was no discretion or option for Judge Corrigal Jones in sentencing you, correct?
I don't know what rules the judge has to follow. I don't think that a judge necessarily has to follow a plea recommendation by the state. I think the judge has the authority to do what they want according to their sentencing parameters. I mean, but I'm not an attorney. I may be misspeaking here. That's just my understanding of it.
Did you sign up for a sentence of life without parole?
No, sir, I didn't sign anything.
Did you make an agreement with the state to plead guilty in exchange for a sentence of life without parole?
And to make sure my kids didn't get adopted, yes, sir.
Okay. Miss Easter talked about whether you were consulted before, the indictment was filed. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And she asked you if if you were informed what theory they were going under, if you were the principal offender, if you were a complicitor. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time you were indicted, whose name and whose name alone appeared on that indictment?
Just mine.
State of Ohio versus Chad Cobb, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there would be no question, because there's only one person, about a legal theory. Fair enough?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not,
Basis?
it's inaccurate.
Do you want to rephrase, counsel?
When you got your indictment and when you pled to that indictment and got your life without parole sentence, how many names were on that indictment?
Just mine, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Cobb.
Prosecutor Easter, are we done with this witness? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cobb. We appreciate your testimony. We're all finished with him. Thank you, Deputy. Is your next witness ready to go? Yes. Okay, who are you calling to the stand?
Matt Travis.
Okay.
Judge, I don't know if we want to take a break.
Do you want to do a quick?
It's not my witness. I would consult with Ms. Easter, but
Miss- Is that correct, Ms.?
I didn't hear a word you were saying.
They thought that the next witness might be a minimum of an hour on direct. Is that correct?
On direct, an hour total, maybe. Maybe,
Let's,
quick one.
yeah.
I'm not.
I'm fine, I'm just thinking,
maybe, I don't know. Maybe
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute oh, you know, they want to keep going. Let's go. Come on in, Mr. Travis. Thank you. No, we're gonna keep going. Oh, good, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Just raise your right hand, please. I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much. Go ahead and take a seat.
Chair doesn't move.
Attorney LaPrenzi, is that microphone still on? Okay, wonderful.
So the seat doesn't move, it just spins.
Okay. Mic check.
Okay, Your Honor, it must be something, from my end, I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. Do you have to do a click share or?
Oh, first of all, also, did this witness consent to being filmed, videotaped?
Yes, yes.
And do we have that form?
Dan DeRose with 19 News. We're about to see Mike Travis take the stand. His name has been brought up a couple of times. He was supposed to be the first witness in this entire case. He was the manager of Domino's at the time. He had spent 2 weeks in Akron waiting for this trial to start. He lives out of state. He ended up leaving Akron area saying, look, I can't stick around anymore. My job's going to fire me. So it appears they have made a phone call. Somehow he's gotten back and he's about to testify. His big piece of testimony is going to be that the person who called to place that pizza order was a woman on the phone. That would be very damaging to Erica Stefanko because it is alleged by her then husband at the time, Chad Cobb, that yes, she was the one who placed the phone
Will
call.
you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself? We'll start with where do you live right now?
I currently live in Columbia, South Carolina.
Hey, did you fly up here last night for this case?
I did.
All right. You
I
little-
got here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Did you work yesterday as well?
I did.
Okay. All right. So you may be a little tired right now testifying.
I am exhausted.
Okay. Sorry about that. How long have you been living in You said Columbia, South Carolina?
Columbia, South Carolina.
How long have you been living there?
About 7, 8 years now.
Where did you move from?
Akron, Ohio.
And how long had you lived in Akron, Ohio?
All my life.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
All right. How long have you been married?
15, well, going on 15 long years.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I do. I have 2 of them. One's 22, and the other one's about to turn 18 and graduate.
All right. Now I want to turn your attention to this case while you're here today, the reason you flew up last night. First of all, in South Carolina, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
What type of work do you do down there?
I am an ASC certified technician.
What's ASE?
Automotive Service Excellence.
Okay. And is that what took you to South Carolina, a job?
No, I acquired that in the time I was down there.
Okay. All right, now let me go back a little bit. State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. You said you used to live up here. Where did you used to live when you were here? And I want to go back to 2012 now.
Akron, Ohio.
Did you live
The Ellet area.
the Ellet area?
Ellet area, yes.
In 2012 years ago. You were married at that time?
Yes, I was. I got married in 2009.
Where were you employed, or what were some of your employment places at that time?
Oh, well, let's see. I worked at Domino's. I worked at the E-Check place. I did landscaping and irrigation. And I don't remember the rest of them.
Okay. Well, I can tell you the job that we're going to focus on is when you worked at Domino's, okay?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. First, I want to get out. There are a lot of individuals in this case, so I want to know who you are familiar with and who you are not familiar with, okay?
Okay.
If I say the name Brittany Dunson, are you
Yes.
familiar with a Brittany Dunson?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with her?
My wife and her grew up. She was a neighbor of my wife's grandmother. So when me and my wife started talking at the very beginning, there would be times that we would hang out and chit chat because they was right across the street.
Oh, okay. And when you say hang out, did you, your wife, Brittany, go out different places, or?
We went out camping. We've done all kinds of stuff. Yes.
Okay. How about the name Ashley Biggs?
I know Ashley Biggs very well.
How do you know Ashley?
Ashley was Brittany's significant other.
Is that how you met her?
Yes, it is.
What type, did you all do activities together once Brittany and Ashley were together?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We had, I can recall of a camping trip out in West Virginia, 4 days out there, playing in the mud, having a good time.
Were you aware that Ashley had a daughter?
I was.
Did you ever meet her?
I did.
Okay.
My daughter and her daughter used to be best friends and played together.
Are they around the same age?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about Ashley did Ashley work at Domino's?
Yes, she did. I gave her the job.
Approximately when did she start working at Domino's?
Right after she started getting custody of her daughter.
How did Ashley get that job at Domino's with you?
I gave her the job so she could show the courts that she can financially support that child.
Okay. And how were you aware that she was going through a custody situation?
She lived right across the street. We were friends. She told us, we used to talk about what she was doing and how she was going through trying to regain custody of her child. And I wanted to try to help her financially to be able to do that.
Okay. And when you say she lived across the street,
So the grandmother lived on the corner.
that's Brittany's grandmother.
No, my wife's grandmother lived on the corner, and diagonally was the Dunson family.
So at that time, Ashley would have been living with the Dunson family.
Correct.
Did you ever see Ashley and Brittany interacting with Grace?
Yes.
Okay, from what you saw, what was your perception of their interactions with Grace?
Loving, caring, supportive.
And those were the interactions from them living across the street at that time and going on vacations together?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Brittany and Ashley move from across the street?
No, they was in that house until her passing.
They were in the house?
The Dunson house.
Oh, until she passed away?
Yes.
I'm going to give you another name. Are you familiar with the name Chad Cobb?
I know of him. I've heard the name.
Have you ever met Chad Cobb?
No, I haven't.
And when you say you know of the name, where do you know of the name from?
Ashley.
So when she was talking about the custody battle, she would mention the
Correct.
name Chad Cobb.
Correct.
But to be fair, you've never seen him?
Never seen him.
Have you ever talked to him?
No.
Have you heard the name Erica Stefanko?
I've heard Erica.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? You are correct. You've heard Erica. It may have been a different last name at the time. I'm sorry. Maybe Cobb.
I knew that she was the wife at the time, yes,
Okay. At the time of who?
of the custody battle.
Okay. And who was she the wife of?
Chad.
Had you ever met Erica?
I have not.
Have you ever talked to Erica?
I have not.
To the best of your knowledge, have they ever come into the Domino's while you were employed?
I don't know. I've never seen her.
Okay. And the individual that we're talking about is sitting at the table. This is the individual, Erica. Have you ever seen her before?
I have not.
Okay. Now, at this time, Ashley is working at Domino's. I want to turn your attention to June 20th of 2012, okay?
Okay.
By that time, had Ashley been talking about the custody battle?
Yes.
What was her demeanor when she spoke about that custody battle?
She was trying to do what she could legally to be able to get her parental rights back and be a part of her daughter's life. She would also tell me stories of...
Well, you don't have to say what she said, it's hearsay. That's why I said, what was her demeanor? Was she happy, sad, upset?
She was happy that she was getting her visitations back, but she did not have good relationships with Chad.
Okay, now the day of June 20th, 2012, you and Ashley were both employed at Domino's. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. How long has she been employed there, approximately?
Honestly, I don't know that answer at that time. I want to say within a year.
Okay, so she was fully trained and all that good stuff?
I trained her myself.
Okay. What was her position? What was her duties when she was there?
She was a delivery driver, and the best delivery driver that I had. She would help answer phones. She'd basically help do everything, but her main objective was to get the pizzas to the door.
Okay. Was that her job description or her duties the entire time she was employed there?
Her technical name was pizza delivery expert.
That day, did you have to work? June 20th?
Yes.
Did
I
Ashley?
closed.
You closed? Did Ashley have to work?
She was my closer.
And when you say close or closer, what shift or what time parameters are we looking at?
End of day.
Okay, and what does end of day mean for Domino's?
We opened at 10, and I do believe at the time we closed at midnight.
So your end of day shift would be somewhere around what time to what time?
End of day shift would be midnight when we closed. We'd have to, well, we'd close the doors and then we'd have to clean the shop up for the day.
What time did you start?
Start cleaning or start
No.
working? Before dinner rush.
Okay.
So
about,
we'll say about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
did you come on together that day?
I would say we started working within a 2-hour time frame. I don't know if it was exactly the same time, but I will say a 2-hour time frame.
How many people, now I'm getting
Excuse me.
a little specific, and if you
Okay.
don't remember, that's fine.
I'll do
But
my
how many
best.
people were working that shift, if you remember?
Okay, so I would have anywhere from 4 to 6 delivery drivers for my dinner rush. By 11 o'clock, I would be down to just one driver all the way to we got everything cleaned up and got out of there.
Okay, and you say we got everything cleaned up and got out of there. I know you're talking about the delivery drivers. Who in the actual shop who are not delivery drivers, how many people were working?
I tried pushing them out about 10 o'clock so that way I don't eat up payroll because it starts to slow down at the later hours.
And you were a manager at Domino's.
I was the general manager at Domino's.
So you made those decisions.
I made it all.
Okay. All right, let's be specific. On June 20th, after 11 o'clock, who was at the shop, Domino's, the shop with you?
Just me and Ashley.
Okay. By that time, you had let everybody else go.
That's correct.
Now, I know you said you closed at midnight. Is there a certain time you stopped taking orders or stopped delivering?
My franchisee wanted us always to take an order at all the way up to midnight. If we're open, answer the phone.
Oh, okay. So, and I have to ask you the process in order to understand what happened that night. What is the process when somebody calls in for an order?
Well, we get a telephone number, a name, an address, what they want to eat, and if they're paying with a credit card, we'll get that information, or we'll know if they're going to pay cash.
What if it's a new customer?
If it's a new customer, it will state in there that it is a new customer. It is also protocol that we call that number back to verify that that number is a valid number.
And you say state in there. Where is in there? Once you get an order, what happens after that?
I made the food and put it in the oven.
Okay. How does the driver know where to go or what to do?
So we have a computer that we call dispatch, and when the pizzas were made and out of the oven and ready to go, the drivers would go to the computer and clock that run out and go. At the time, that's when they was introducing the Trek Your Pizza. So that allowed the customer to be able to know that, hey, their pizza is on the way. Once the driver delivers and comes back, they would go to that same dispatch screen and they would clock back in, and that would complete that delivery.
Okay. Were there any tickets or any physical items
Absolutely.
printed out?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that.
So once the order has been made, from the front, we'll say from the front computer, it then transfers over to the make line so that whoever's making the pizzas knows what to make. And then it'd also print out tickets. It would print out, if it was a delivery ticket, it would print out a delivery sticker. It would also print out a sticker for each item that was ordered. For example, if they ordered one pizza, they would get a delivery sticker and a pizza sticker. If they ordered multiple stuff, we'll say 2 pizzas and a cheesy bread, it would print out a delivery sticker a sticker for both pizzas, one for each, and then also for that cheesy bread. And it would also show on the sticker that that delivery has 3 items that needs to go with, so that way the driver would take everything that was ordered.
Okay. All right. So that night, did you get a phone call for a delivery when you and Ashley were just there?
Yes,
Approximately what time was that order or that phone call?
it was before midnight.
Okay. And will you please tell the jurors about that order or that phone call?
Okay, so a female caller, I believe the name was Jennifer that she gave me and the phone number, had ordered a pizza. I took the address and she asked for it to be delivered to the back door. And I took the order and then I called it back to make sure. They answered the phone, said, yeah, we're here, and continued on.
Okay. Now you said a lot. So that call came in before midnight, you said.
Yep,
Okay. And you said they gave a name.
yep. I want to say it was Jennifer.
Okay. And you said it was a female.
It was a female.
How do you know it was a female?
Sounded like a female on the phone?
Okay. It had a female voice.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you said you called the number back.
I did,
Why?
because it was a new customer.
Okay. And how can you tell if somebody's a new customer or not?
It shows me on my computer.
Okay. Was it, if I say that phone call came in at approximately 11:42 p.m., do you have any reason to think otherwise?
No.
Okay. Now, what were you and Ashley doing when that phone call came in? It's kind of late at night.
Probably starting to clean.
Okay. Maybe starting to clean up. Approximately what time did you normally start to clean up if you closed at midnight?
I would try to start cleaning at about 11.
Okay.
I'd like to get out of there.
All right. So when that call came in, what information did you put in that would come out on a ticket?
Well, the delivery address of where it was going,
Okay.
the phone number, and like I said, it said they asked it to be delivered to the back door.
That would have been on the ticket too?
It would have been.
How about the name Jennifer? Did you put that?
Yes, I put Jen or Jen. I don't type very well, so I shortened.
Okay. Do you know if they left a last name?
I no,
Okay. You don't know or you don't remember or they didn't?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. If they had left a last name, would you have written the last name?
Maybe.
Okay. I asked because you said Jennifer, but you just put Jen.
Because I don't type fast. I'm a single poker.
Hunt and peck.
Yeah. And my goal is to get that pizza made quickly.
And you talked about you called that number back because your computer showed you it was a new customer. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did anyone answer?
Yes.
Was it a male or female?
Female.
Was it the same female you believe?
Sounded like it.
Okay. Approximately how long after the order being placed did you call back?
Within a couple minutes.
And what did that female on that phone state at that time?
We're here waiting.
Well, first of all, what was the conversation? What did you say?
Just doing a courtesy call back, make sure the valid number.
Okay. Okay, so the pizza, you're making the pizza at some point in time, would have been after 11:42, the pizza gets done. Is that a fair statement?
It takes 7 minutes to go through the oven.
Okay. Up to this point in time, how was the night? Was there anything unusual?
No. Typical.
Was that call unusual?
No. Typical normal.
Okay. So when that call came in, pizza done, Ashley was gonna go deliver the pizza?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't have no other drivers. She had to take it.
Okay. Were you gonna go with her?
I was going to go with her, yes. I was going to lock up the shop and go with her. I do that a lot, just training and just to know that my crew is doing what I wanted them to do.
Okay. To spot check, make sure everything was going fine? Okay. Has she delivered pizzas this late at night before?
Absolutely. Later,
And,
actually. I do believe on the weekends we're open an hour later.
and everything was fine.
Everything seemed normal.
Well, you said you were going to go. What stopped you?
She did.
Why?
She wanted me to stay and start cleaning.
Okay.
She's got this. She told me that the delivery's right up the road. She'll be right back, like 10, 15 minutes tops.
Was the delivery right up the road?
It was.
Okay. If I say 647 West Turkey Foot Lake Road, does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Is that where the delivery was going to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was right up the road from
Yes.
the Domino's. Okay. Did you stay and continue to clean?
I did for a short period of time.
And why did that make such a big deal to Ashley for you to stay and continue to clean?
She wanted to go home.
Oh, you all, even her, you all couldn't go home until the shop was cleaned
That's
and
correct.
closed. Okay. Do you know what type of car Ashley drove?
Ford Taurus.
What color?
Gray.
All right, so now you're at Domino's Pizza cleaning, and Ashley is making that delivery. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
She don't return in a timely manner. I lock up the shop and I go try to find her.
When you say a timely manner, how much time do you think passed before you started getting worried?
15, 20 minutes.
And according to you, that would have been ample time for her to go, drop the pizza off, and come back?
Absolutely. She was my best driver. She was quick.
Okay. You say you lock up the...
Thank you.
Okay. At any time before you lock up and just going out there, did you try to call her?
Several times?
Did she answer?
No.
And you had her number?
On speed dial.
All right, so you lock up and try to go find her. Tell the jury what happens.
I went to where she was supposed to be delivering the pizza. I pulled into the parking lot. I seen a puddle of blood. I turned around and I called the police.
Did you get out your car?
Hell no. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Did you see any other cars around?
I did not. The place was completely black.
And when you say black, is that the night, dark out?
No lights, no outside lights. It was dark.
And you were able to see blood on the ground?
With my headlights, because like I said, it has to be delivered to the back door. There's a little road that goes to the backside, and I didn't even pull back there far.
Okay. You did not get out your car, and upon seeing that, you said you went back to the shop.
I was calling the police on the way back.
Okay. You make it back to the shop. Did the police come?
Yep.
Tell the jurors what happened after the police came.
Summit County Sheriffs were the first one to arrive. I told them what was going on. I called Brittany Dunson and asked if she heard from her. And she told me no. I actually woke her up. She was sleeping. And I told her what was going on. And Brittany immediately got up and came to Domino's and met me there.
Okay.
At that point, Brittany Dunson started talking to the officers about the custody battle and about Chad.
Okay. All right, but and all of this happened at Domino's. They came to the police came to Domino's. Brittany Dunson came to Domino's.
Domino's on South Main Street.
Did anyone try to call the number that called the pizza back?
I did.
I said pizza back.
Several
called
times.
to order the pizza. Okay.
Several
When did
times.
you try to do that?
I called Ashley a good couple times first, and then I called that number a couple times, and I kept calling Ashley.
Did you provide that number to the police?
Absolutely.
Do you know?
I gave the police information from the delivery stickers, as much as I could possibly give them.
Do you know if the police tried to call that number?
I don't,
If they did, they didn't do it in front of you.
most likely.
Do you know if Brittany Dunson tried to call Ashley?
Oh, I'm sure she was trying to call her all the way to the shop.
The building you went to, what type of building? Was it a house? Was it a
It was a business.
open or closed?
It was definitely closed.
Okay. A couple things. I want to show you some exhibits, but a couple things. Do you remember what your number was back then?
I don't.
If I say 330-289-0568, do you have any reason to?
I don't have a reason to deny that.
And do you remember what Domino's pizza number was then? Now, if you remember that.
I'll go with the last four is like 1444 or 1222.
You remember Domino's pizza, but you didn't remember your, correct. That goes to show how much you was working back then.
Well,
If I say 330-245-1444, does it sound familiar?
yes.
And 330-645-9379.
I don't remember that one.
Okay. Did Domino's just have one line?
Oh, no.
They have multiple lines?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you some exhibits.
Oh, I had turned it off.
Oh, okay.
It makes a noise otherwise.
Okay.
That's for Mr. Travis. This water for the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. You read my mind.
Will you please take a moment and look over those exhibits?
Okay.
Mr. Travis, if you need to break at any time, just let me know, sir.
Keep going. Just excuse me. Just keep going.
Did you recognize those exhibits?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, rotate. Upside down. There you go. And scroll it down just a little bit. The other way. A little more. All right, zoom out.
Okay.
Other way. Other way. Keep going. Keep going. A little more. All right, perfect.
Thank you, Matt. Do you recognize States Exhibit 6?
I do. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, will you please, first of all, does it fairly and accurately represent the ticket from that day?
It is.
Okay. Please
is.
explain to the jury.
It is a reprint of the tickets, as it clearly states up at the top. Those are the tickets that I actually gave the police. So that is not the original printed tickets when the order was made. That is a reprint that I had printed out to be able to give to the deputies, because on it has the address, the phone number, the pizza, and everything else.
Okay. And we see that that reprint is 6/21/12 at 1:58 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your store would have closed at midnight.
I was closed at the time.
So the 647, I just want to go through it. The 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road, what does that signify?
The address that pizza needed to be delivered to.
Okay. And there's arrows, new customer. Is that what you were referring to? Your computer pulled up?
Correct. So the top one is the pizza. The bottom one is the delivery slip.
That is what the delivery driver would have had?
Correct.
Okay. And it also specifies back door.
Yes, on the delivery sticker.
And that's the information you would have put in?
Correct. That
Now-
way my drivers know where to go.
Okay. Now, if you look at 647 on the bottom slip, 647 West Turkeyfoot Lake Road, is there a name over the word lake?
Jen,
Okay. And where did you get that name from?
the caller was Jennifer.
Okay.
I don't type fast, so I shortened it.
That's fine. All right. And you said the top one?
The top one is the pizza. That would have been placed on the pizza box itself.
Okay. And the bottom one given to the driver. What do the drivers normally do with the stickers they're given?
Well, I taught Ashley to put them on her steering wheel and make them to where she can still see the delivery order number. Reason being is because at the end of the day, they would bring me the money, the cash that they have accumulated, and we would go through their deliveries, and I would give them what they got in tips for that shift. If they had a discrepancy, we would be able to go through and make sure that the ticket number was addressed to them. So I taught her to put them on her steering wheel because it's right there in your face. All you got to do is look down, you know where you're going.
And that was a fair and accurate copy of the ticket that you reprinted.
Yes, that is a reprint.
Can I show you what's been marked? And states, well, I gotta zoom out.
Yeah, you got to zoom out. Wrong way. There you go.
Thank you. States Exhibit 7A and States Exhibit 7B. Okay? What are States Exhibit 7A and 7B?
All right, so 7A at the bottom, if you guys see where it says order information,
Yes.
those, if you look on the very first column, it says order, and you have all those order numbers. That was what I was just explaining. That's how you keep track of your orders to make sure. Scrolling through to the right, you can see the number of how many pies or how many pizzas or stuff went with it, how much the total was.
So this would have been all of Ashley's deliveries for that day, her shift?
For that day, yes.
Okay. Is this something you printed out and gave to the police when they were there?
Correct.
And States
that's-
Exhibit 7B, what would have been her last order, the time, the address?
That's that turkey foot. As you can clearly see, you got the item number or the ticket number. The 1142 was when the order was placed, and the 1151 is when it left the store.
Does this fairly and accurately represent the information you gave to the police?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 43.
It's Ashley's car.
And that's the gray, what kind of car is it?
Ford Taurus.
That's the gray Ford Taurus that she left out from the store delivering the pizza?
Yeah.
Going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 46.
That's her steering wheel. As you can see, all the pen marking, those are the tips that the amount that she's gotten, so she's able to keep track of how much money she made.
And do you see the one in the middle?
Yep, that was her last delivery. Yep,
And that's the one that would have been given to her. Is that a fair statement?
that's the original delivery slip. And as you can see, there's no pen marking on that one.
Because the pen markings would have been made after they got the money.
After she made the delivery.
Does it say on any of these? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 49.
Okay, that's the pizza one. That would be the tells you what pizza. Okay, so we're going from left to right, top to bottom. You got your address. Underneath that it says large hand tossed pizza. If you look over to the right, it says one of one. That means there's only one item going with this delivery. Turn to the side, it says large hand tossed pizza. The slash is half. The P is for pepperoni.
So it's half pepperoni and half something else?
Cheese. Cheese never, if it was just a cheese pizza, say the whole pizza was cheese, there wouldn't be nothing there. It'd just say large hand tossed pizza.
Okay, but it was half of something and half of something else.
Yeah. They'd give abbreviations for each topping. Pepperoni, P for pepperoni, S for sausage, O for onions, so forth.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 48.
The heat wave bag.
Okay, and that's what she left out in.
My drivers put the pizzas in there. That's what keeps it nice, hot, fresh when it comes to your door.
And State's Exhibit number 50.
There's the pizza. It's not as pretty as now, but it was pretty when it went out the door.
Have you ever, you said you have never talked to the defendant or Erica Stefanko, which means you've never heard her voice, correct?
That is correct. Excuse me.
Are you done with the document, Karen?
Not quite.
Okay.
Matt, when that call was placed to make the pizza order, do you know what type of payment she was gonna make?
Cash.
Cash. And if it was a credit card, is that noted on any of those tickets?
Can you put the one that is on the steering wheel back up?
I sure can.
All right. There's not another example on here, but it has the total on there. If it was a credit card somewhere on the ticket, and don't see one on this display, but it would say paid.
Oh, okay. So if it doesn't, it just says delivery charge, and then at the bottom, the total amount, that's what she has to collect when she gets there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see one that reflects that. Can you go back to the exhibit of the amount of runs?
Yeah. I'm gonna put back up, Your Honor, States Exhibit 7A and 7B.
All right. On the bottom, all the way to the right, it says payment method.
Oh, it sure does, thank you. Then I see some say credit card and some say cash.
Correct.
And for the last delivery, which was,
Cash.
oops,
You can see it
yep, I see it.
right next to the zeros.
I do not have any further questions, Your Honor. Okay.
Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Felicia, can we have those pictures?
Oh, okay. Oh, I did take them back.
So we're about to see the cross-examination of the Domino's general manager at the time. He's the one who took the phone call from a woman. You did notice that the state had to ask, well, have you ever heard her voice before? Would you know? So that's going to be the tough part here is, you know, it was a woman, but can you identify that as Erica Stefanko? Clearly, there's no way that's possible.
My name is Angie Killey. I represent Erica Stefanko. Thanks for being here today. That is a long day for you, huh?
It's been a long past couple weeks.
And unfortunately, I'm assuming this is an extremely sensitive situation for you, correct?
Very.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just a few questions. If anything is confusing, please let me know. I'm not here to try to trick you or anything like that. Just want to sort out a couple of facts, okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Travis, how long did you work at that Domino's? Roughly.
We'll say a couple years.
Okay. And was that one of your only restaurant jobs, or were you always in restaurants?
I worked at another Domino's at one point in time.
Okay. Did you work the same shift all the time?
Oh yeah.
So you were the closing manager?
I was always in there at my busiest times, and that was in the evening time, yes.
Okay. And you said that Ashley was your bus driver, correct?
That's right, she was.
So did she work a lot of the same shifts as you?
If I called her, she jumped.
Okay. Was it a set schedule for her?
I usually would make a schedule, but we know how things happen. If you're off, I call you, hey, you want to make some money?
Okay, but it's not something like me where you're off every Saturday and Sunday, right?
There was no set schedule.
Okay. Very quickly, with just a few people here, just to verify, are you still close friends with Brittany Dunson?
Well, I mean, I moved down to South Carolina, so I mean, our talk hasn't been as like it used to be. No lie, when I seen her up here, it was good to see her and give her a hug.
Okay. So when you saw her up here, was that socially or at the courthouse?
It was a courthouse.
At the courthouse? Okay. Did you see her at all socially while you were up here? No? Okay. So then how long has it been since you two have socialized in person? Years?
Yeah.
Do you actually speak or to each other on the phone regularly?
No,
Text each other?
not since I moved.
Okay. So the friendship kind of faded with distance and time.
Yeah,
Okay. And you did verify that you have never seen or met Chad Cobb, correct?
I never met him or seen him.
Okay. You've never met or seen Erica Stefanko?
Never.
Have you ever met or seen a Cindy Cobb?
No.
Would you have any reason to know what her voice sounds like?
Didn't even know who she was. I didn't. That name wasn't brought up as much as Chad.
Okay, so you had heard that name before.
I heard. I know that she was the mother.
Chad's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's it.
That's it? Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Sir, you said that when you received a call for the pizza that it was a female voice.
It was.
Are you sure that it was a female voice?
I'm gonna go with 99%.
Okay, but you are aware that there are some individuals who have a voice that maybe doesn't fit their physical characteristics?
I am aware.
Okay, and there are ways to modify or disguise your voice, correct?
Sure.
Is some of that based off of the fact that you were given a female name?
No.
No, it was the actual sound of the voice?
It sounded like a female to me.
Okay. Would you have any indication from the voice what the age of the caller may have been?
No.
How about the race?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything in the background that would indicate whether that person was like inside or outside?
No.
No. Any children or anything else?
No.
It's quiet?
Very.
How long did the phone call last?
Not long.
Pretty quick, huh? Just
I
pizza and out the door?
I try to get your food, get it done, get it coming to you. You're calling me for a reason. You're hungry. Let me get you your food.
Okay. And with it being a cash transaction, you don't get a billing address from a customer?
I get an address. My people would have a bank on them. They were supposed to only have $15 on them at all times.
Okay.
So when they went, they was able to at least give change.
Okay. So really, other than just a delivery address, Domino's policy would be if it's a cash order that you get nothing further, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you always the one that takes the orders, or can anybody answer the phone at Domino's?
No, I pushed everybody to answer the phone. I tried telling my drivers 2 rings maximum, pick it up. That's your next tip. Answer the damn phone. Excuse me. Answer the phone.
Fair enough. And you said that you're not good at typing, correct?
I'm not good at typing, but I'm good at making pizzas.
Fair enough. Well, that's a good skill. So if you're not great at typing, and that may be why you just typed in Jen instead of Jennifer, is that your statement?
Absolutely.
And you don't have any recollection of whether or not you heard a last name?
No.
Okay. And if some of the other tickets on the steering wheel photo that the state presented to you have last names on them too, why would that be?
Well, so sometimes that you would put it in, especially with credit cards.
Okay.
Okay, because you got to have what's on the credit card and the billing zip code.
Okay. So if there's a credit card involved, you're taking down a little bit more information. If it's cash, not so much.
Yes.
You indicated that your system said this was a new customer, correct?
Yes.
And is it designated as a new customer because of the phone number alone?
It starts with the phone number.
Okay. It starts with the phone number. What does it go to then?
Well, when you call and we were to put the phone number in, if you have already called and placed an order, I can pull up what you ordered last time.
Okay. So it is really the phone number, though, that determines whether it's considered a new call, or you're not cross-referencing it with an address or anything.
It starts with the phone number.
Okay. So if I change my phone every couple weeks, then every time I call Domino's, I'm going to be a, quote, new customer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that Domino's policy was to return a phone call.
Yes.
So when you said you did, in fact, you're sure you returned a phone call in this instance?
Yes.
And that the same individual picked up the phone?
Sounded like it.
Do you have an idea how long of a time passed between when you received the call and when you called back?
Within a minute or two.
Okay. Because the order went out in 9 minutes from the phone call, correct?
Absolutely.
According to the paperwork. So it would be a very quick turnaround for that phone call?
I was shooting for phone call made, pizza made, and in the oven in under 2 minutes. Out the door with the delivery in under 10 minutes, and at the door in under 20 minutes.
Okay. So if that person answered the phone, I can assume that it didn't go straight to voicemail or anything like that when you called.
No.
Okay. Did it ring?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe 1 or 2.
Okay. And that person indicated they were still there, so you had no concerns at that point in time.
We're sitting
Fair?
here waiting.
Okay. And believe that there was some indication or testimony that there was an instruction that this pizza were to go to the back door. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Is that abnormal?
No.
No. Can you tell me why that's not an abnormal request?
I'll give you an example.
Sure.
Christmas time, somebody puts a Christmas tree in front of their door. They can't open the door.
Okay. Or if my door is blocked?
I mean, some are, some aren't.
Okay.
Some people just don't want to use that door.
Sure. So it's not something that would ever raise a red flag for you or seem suspicious?
No.
Okay. Did Domino's have any type of rules or policies about whether or not it was okay for the driver to go to a back door?
No.
No?
No.
They didn't want you to verify that it was well lit or anything along those lines?
Well, we'd always ask to turn on a light. One of the things when I would train was to, if you pull in and it's dark, to call that number and ask them to turn on a light.
Okay, so if they pulled in and it's pitch black, let's
Yep.
say, they're supposed to call the phone number before they go.
They should.
They should.
I tried training that way because that's what I used to do when I was a delivery driver.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's a safety precaution.
In my eyes, yes.
Okay. Sir, you have given statements previously in regards to this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you did return, or I'm sorry, not return, that you went to where the pizza was supposed to be delivered to when Ashley didn't return or answer your calls, correct?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me again what you did when you got there?
I pulled into the parking lot, was looking for her car. I didn't see it. I turned around and called the police.
Okay. In the parking lot, I think you indicated on direct it was dark.
It was dark.
Did you see any lights?
No.
Even at the back of the business?
I didn't go that far back.
So how far in did you pull, sir?
Like I said, there was a little road that went to the back. I was getting ready to start going back there till I seen the blood, and I turned around.
Okay. So when you pulled in, when you're talking about a little alley, you're talking about, and I'm sorry, I know it's been 12 years, so I'm trying to visualize too, right? It's been a long time.
It is.
So if I'm looking at the building, there's
down
like a little road on the side, on the left?
On the left-hand side.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you pulled
I pulled
to the edge of that?
To the edge of the front of the building, and my headlights was enough light for me to stop and turn around.
Okay. And when you pulled up to that business, you didn't see any vehicles in the front lot, correct?
Empty.
Empty. Did you see any vehicles, say, fleeing that location as you approached?
No.
Anything that would have aroused your suspicion until you got into the parking lot?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to Mr. Travis. Do you recall whether or not you have previously mentioned seeing any blood in that parking lot?
I did.
And you were asked by the state about the pizza that was ordered, correct?
Yep.
And they showed you a ticket and it said HT. Does that mean hand tossed?
Hand toss.
Okay. And a slash and a P.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony here today that that means the pizza was half and half?
Half cheese pepperoni.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you had previously testified that that was an all pepperoni pizza, would you disagree with me?
No, I'd agree with you.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your memory might be a little bit off because of the amount of time that's passed?
Yes.
Okay. And because this is an emotional situation for you to be involved in?
Yes.
Okay. And probably on the night of the incident, you weren't paying that close of attention to how much pepperoni was on that pizza, right?
On the night?
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't really pay any attention then, right?
No, I made my pizzas the way that you wanted them.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else from the state? Are we finished with Mr. Travis?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Travis, thank you very much for your testimony here today. Safe travels, sir. At this time, we're going to take a brief recess until 3:50, and you'll have your next witness ready?
They're
Okay,
ready.
perfect. So we'll take a break till 3:50 and restart.
All right.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. Some emotional testimony there by Matt Travis. He was the Domino's general manager. He was working that night. At the time the call came in, it was just him and Ashley Biggs working. He said Ashley Biggs was his best delivery driver. Not only that, she was a friend. Ashley's girlfriend, Brittany Dunson, was a neighbor to Matt Travis. When he met Ashley, and there was talk about her wanting to get her child back. We're talking about Grace Cobb. She needed a job. She needed to be able to show that she was financially viable to be able to get her daughter back. So he offered her the job. He said he was very proud of the fact that he gave her the job and that he trained her for this role and that she was such an incredible employee. And then the emotional testimony about the fact that he was the one who took the call. And when he started to see the pictures all over again of the order slips of Ashley Biggs' steering wheel, and he had trained her to put the sticker on the steering wheel as part of her routine. And then he saw her car in the cornfield where it was ditched with her body in it.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks, guys.
Let's go back.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
And does this witness consent to being videotaped?
It's an officer, yes.
Okay.
Patricia Ware, the next one, does not.
Wait, so
Oh, I gotta get her.
Browning's next in.
okay, so where does not? And you've got the form for where?
We'll get it.
Okay.
Just a little conversation there about who will be the next witness. There seemed to be a little confusion there. It sounded like it would be an officer. At some point, we will be hearing from, would be my guess, the first officer who arrived on scene, but more about Matt Travis that you see there, the Domino's general manager, having fear for his client. And I want you to think about what he said. He almost went with Ashley Biggs to make that last delivery. He felt the need. It was late at night. Maybe he should go on that delivery with her. She told him, no, stay here, clean up so that we can get out of here. Think about that. What would have changed? What would have happened if Ashley Biggs showed up in her delivery vehicle and she had her boss with her. Would he have gotten out of the car? Would there still have been a confrontation? Would Chad Cobb have not rushed the car? Would he have seen that there were two individuals in the car, and would he have stayed at the tree? I mean, think about how differently that night could have played out. What if Chad goes ahead with it anyway, and you have Matt Travis there in that situation? Does he get wrapped up in this? And does some sort of physical harm come to him? A very interesting set of how do you have to play out the what ifs in all of this. We're going to stay with the SEAL here as we wait for this break, about another 14 minutes. And then he becomes so concerned, we're talking about Matt Travis, the manager of Domino's, that Ashley had not returned. He said it should have been just a couple of minutes. It should have been a quick run. And that she should have been back. So concerned, he locks up and he drives to that address, and he's looking for her car, does not see her car, does not drive all the way to the back, but somehow his headlights hit and show blood. He sees blood at the scene. That's when he says he turned around, he goes back to the Domino's and calls police and walks them through their investigation at that point. And what a resource to have. Matt Travis is the one who takes that phone call, who says it was a woman, and that these are the instructions she gave, come to the back door. And his description and the sticker on the pizza box match up what Chad Cobb said in his testimony. Chad Cobb says he remembers his wife at the time, Erica Stefanko. He remembers her calling, getting out of the vehicle there in the back of that business there. She got out of there, Lincoln Navigator, and he heard her place the call. Chad gave a couple of different names, said he thought it might be Jen or Jennifer. And I'll be honest, we're seeing pictures in the courtroom here. I'm not sure who these individuals might be. Is this our next witness? We'll have to see. But again, the fact that he was able to say that, and it matched up. The one thing that matched up in particular is Chad Cobb said in his testimony that he thinks she gave the name of Jennifer or Sarah or something like that. We hear that it was put in as Jen. He said he also seems to remember that she called and ordered a half a pepperoni or a half of mushroom, something to that extent. So that matched up with the paperwork from the pizza shop and the paperwork on the front of that pizza, the fact that it said it was half pepperoni, half cheese. So that part of Chad's story holds up. And if you're the jury, you have to ask yourself, is that enough to show that she had a role in this, that Erica Stefanko had a role in all of this? And is that going to be enough for the jury to come back with a conviction? Remember, we're working on the word complicity. Complicity in the state of Ohio when it comes to committing a crime. We had Jared Klebanow describe this for us yesterday, our noted defense attorney who helps us out several times. Complicity in the state of Ohio, and we use the example of a bank robbery. If you are the getaway driver and your passenger is the bank robber, and you drive them to the bank and your passenger jumps out, runs in, robs the bank, and you drive away, you are complicit. You drove them there knowing that that was going to be a bank robbery. The time that Jared Klebanow said that that wouldn't apply, you wouldn't be complicit, is if you were just driving along and the passenger in your car simply jumped out and went rogue and went and robbed the bank. And you're like, hey, I didn't know he was going to do that. We hadn't talked about that. But so had there been complicity, is there complicity by making that phone call, by luring Ashley into the back of that parking lot? And according to Chad Cobb, his then wife then left him in the back of that parking lot. And today in court, we heard him say that he wished she had never left him, because that put him in the situation to have that confrontation with Ashley Biggs. Again, just on a little short recess. We've got about 10 minutes left. What I'm going to do is let's listen to some of, I'm going to play this shorter clip here. Actually, we'll play the clip about the zip ties. This is a 5-minute conversation or part of the testimony where Chad Cobb, for the first time, explains that the reason he keeps saying that he did not kill Ashley Biggs, because we know what did kill Ashley Biggs, a zip tie around the neck. He kept saying in all his testimony that he was not responsible for the death of Ashley Biggs. Why? Because now he is claiming it was his wife that put the zip tie around her neck. That's the first time we have heard that, and that is part of this testimony. Take a listen.
Mr. Cobb, that night, or the early morning hours of the late night of the 20th, or the early morning hours of the 21st of June, 2012, did you use your taser that night?
Yes, I did.
And who did you use that taser on?
Ashley
Ashley who?
Biggs.
Where did you shoot Ashley Biggs with the taser?
I think it was in the side, if I remember right.
Okay. Did you shoot her in the back with the taser?
I remember when she threw her phone, that's when I deployed the taser, and I remember her shoulder was facing me, but as far as specifics after that, I'm not sure.
What do you mean by that? You don't remember the specifics now?
As far as the specifics of where the taser actually
The taser, okay.
got her, yes.
So you may have shot her in the back with the taser. Is that fair to say?
I remember her shoulder being pointed towards me, so I'm assuming I deployed it on her side.
Okay. The front of her shoulder or the back of her shoulder, Mr. Cobb?
I just remember her shoulder being pointed towards me because she.
Part of her shoulder.
I'm handcuffed, so it's very hard to point. But like her shoulder, not the front, not the back, but like the side of her shoulder, almost like if I sat like this and my shoulder was, directly towards you. That's what I remember.
Okay. Did you have zip ties on you that night?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
If you didn't have zip ties on you, then how did one of them end up around Ashley's neck?
That would be the defendant.
The defendant did that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stefanko put the zip ties around her neck.
I remember one around her neck. Yes, sir.
Who put the zip tie around her wrists?
I only remember the one around her neck, sir.
Who put the zip ties around her legs?
Again, I only remember one around her neck.
If I showed you a picture of Miss Biggs with zip ties around her legs, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't see how that would refresh my recollection.
Well, here's why. Because you said that you don't remember zip ties around her legs.
Because I only remember the one around her neck.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you recognize this picture, Mr. Cobb?
What's it numbered? Is this defense
I'm
exhibit?
not introducing
Okay.
it into evidence. I'm sure the state will ultimately.
I do not recognize that picture.
You don't?
No, sir. But I can assume what it is.
What is it?
I'm assuming it's Ashley with zip ties around her ankles.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture, sir?
I understand what that scene is, but I do not recognize it.
What do you mean when you say you understand what that scene is?
Well, because I know that when I had to leave the parking lot, I ended up putting Ashley in the backseat of her car. That is clearly the backseat of her car, and that is clearly Ashley with zip ties on her. All the zip ties that are on her, I can't recall, but I remember the one that Erica put around her neck, and that's what made me leave the parking lot. Because once that happened, I had to go.
So this is Ashley's dead body in her back seat?
That you have in front of me, 2 inches in front of my face, yes, sir.
Okay, and are her feet bound with a zip tie?
In that photo, yes, they are, sir.
Okay, do you use zip ties in your work? Did you?
We do occasionally, yes.
These zip ties?
They do not look familiar. Ours have a plastic spacer right by the top of them.
Do you see that her hands are also zip tied, sir?
I saw that in the photo, yes.
Okay. And this is Ashley, who you put in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Sir, are you aware of what the police found amongst your possessions at your home? Do you know what they found there?
I've been told they found, I think, bloody tissues in the trash can.
Did they find zip ties?
I think if I remember correctly, they found some on what they're calling an improvised work table down at the back of the property.
Some very interesting testimony from early today, and just showing you the courtroom. We're not going to miss this. We're about to get our next witness called by the state, but the first time we are hearing the direct allegation from Chad Cobb that he did not place the zip ties. In fact, he is not claiming responsibility for any of the zip ties. We did not see the picture of Ashley Biggs dead in the back seat, the picture that Chad Cobb was shown. It apparently showed her hands were zip tied, her feet were zip tied, and apparently there's a zip tie around her neck. Chad Cobb claims he didn't place any of those zip ties. The only one he said he remembers was the zip tie around her throat, and that was placed there by Erica, his wife, and he said once that was placed, I knew I needed to go. It was asked not only on this clip that we showed, but previously, how did you get her body in the vehicle? Chad Cobb said it was difficult. She was, I believe he used the term, she was a big lady, but somehow said yes, somehow he was able to lift her in portions to get her on the floor of the back seat of her car. But again, just very interesting. And then in cross-examination, or redirect by the state, they didn't get into that. You would think if you were trying to prove the case that Erica Stefanko is the one who put that zip tie there, you would have had Chad Cobb's, you would have asked him, walk me through the zip tie. When did it come out? Who put it there? What was your reaction when you saw it there? We didn't get any of that. If it's that you're not sure if the jury would believe him if he said it, you don't want to make your own witness look less credible. So that would have been part of the issue. But it's almost been interesting in this case of what we haven't heard as opposed to what we have. Still on break, should be wrapping up here in the next minute or two. I want to show you the video here of the scene. This is the driveway that heads up to the back of the building where Ashley Biggs was killed. Apparently where you see grass on the right-hand side, that also was part of the parking lot, and you'll see in a second as they pan around to the right, you'll see a big tree. This is the area supposedly where the phone call was made from and where the delivery driver, where Ashley Biggs ended up showing up to. There was a big tree there. Chad Cobb says both he and Erica, his wife, were standing around that tree talking about whatever. Because he has spousal privilege, he can't say what their conversation was. They can't ask him, well, at what point did somebody say, let's call her and get her to this property? And that's one of the questions that hasn't been answered. How did they get to that property to begin with? How did they know that property was so secluded? Had somebody scouted it out? That would sure show premeditation. And if you were Chad Cobb and you had never been there before, you would think that he would want the jury to hear that. Let's take you back into our live coverage.
And just, if everyone present could just make sure all your cell phones are turned off at this time. If you could just stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and take a seat.
All right, Deputy, will you please state your first and last name, spelling both?
Stephen Browning, Steven Browning.
Where are you employed?
Wayne County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been there?
26 and a half years.
What is your position and duties at Wayne County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff in the Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what are some of the duties or what are some of the things you do as a deputy sheriff?
Currently, I'm positioned in a school 5 days a week. When school's not in session, I handle calls throughout the county.
To handle those calls, what type of training or education do you have to be a deputy?
I have,
Your Honor, we stipulate to his training and
Oh, that's perfect.
experience.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Attorney Easter. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn your attention to June 21st, 2012. Were you working that day?
I was.
Okay, and what shift were you working?
Honestly, I don't remember whether it was an 8 to 4 or a 6A to 6P at that time.
That's fine. During that day, did you receive a call from dispatch regarding a suspicious vehicle?
I did.
Will you tell the jury about that call?
I was dispatched to Poor Road, reference a gray vehicle parked in an agricultural field behind the caller's house. She felt it was suspicious since the field had been planted in corn.
One, I'm a city individual. What does that mean, planted in corn?
There was corn growing in the field currently, and it was odd that a car would drive through a planted field.
Okay. Did you ever find out who the caller was?
Yes, Patricia Ware.
What did you do after receiving that call, sir?
I touched base with her by phone, and I advised her that I would look into the vehicle that was back there and get back in touch with her afterwards.
Did you do that?
I did.
Where is her house located in reference to the field?
It is at the northeast end of the field.
Okay. Is it side by side across the street?
It is on the same side of the street. It would just be more east of where that field is located.
Okay. And you went out to that field?
I did.
Tell the jury what happened once you went out to that field.
I parked on a field access lane to the north of Patricia's house and utilized that access lane to walk back towards where the car was parked. When I was approximately 100 yards, 150 yards from the car, I had reached a wood lot directly to my right. I then entered the wood lot and proceeded to walk south towards the car. And then I literally walked past the car to a ATV trail and then approached the car by the front of it.
Why did you make that approach?
Cover and concealment.
Okay. Did you know what was going on by that car or anything?
I had no idea.
Okay, so for safety reasons, you chose your approach.
Correct.
Talk about what you found once you got to the car.
When I arrived at the car, I approached from the driver's side window. I observed a individual between the seats. I could see skin that was very dark purple. That's still vivid in my mind. There were taser wires. There were zip ties, domino shirt. I want to say tan shorts, white shorts, leather belt. And once I observed that, I backed away and contacted my captain of the road division to make him aware of what was going on.
Was there anyone around the car when you came? Any
There
other
was-
individuals?
No, there was not.
Okay, I'm missing an exhibit. Will you please look at these photos?
Approach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And also, I just want to confirm, I don't know if we've been on the record, but Deputy, you did agree to be filmed and videotaped today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for both sides did ask me to please let the jury know that some of the images or image may be a little bit graphic in nature. So did want to give you a heads up about that, okay?
Yes.
The photos I just showed you, did they fairly and accurately depict the car and what you saw that day?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And before I get too far along, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number.
You just have to turn the, yeah. And it'll take a second to register. I know. See if that works, Felicia.
Oh, he just.
If not, we can call Tristan in.
No, it should.
There we go, it's starting to warm. It sounds like, yeah, it takes a second.
Everything is set.
And then- There you go.
Thank you. Okay, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 26. Okay, so you're gonna have to scoot your head up a little bit. Where is Patricia Ware's house in reference to this? Is this the area we're talking about, first of all? This. Is this the field you're talking about?
Patricia Ware's house would be situated here, and the vehicle would have been parked there.
Okay, and which way did you come up?
I parked right in here. I walked across this field, started down the tree line, and once I reached the wider portion here, I cut in, followed it down, And then this is Chippewa Creek. There's an ATV trail that runs directly beside it. I walked down that path to where the car was parked.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so showing you what's been marked as state's exhibits number 32, 33, 34, and 35. We'll start with 32. Oh, that is. Okay, state's exhibit 32. What are we looking at?
That is where I parked my patrol vehicle and then walked down the access lane.
And that's a bridge. That's an access lane. And is that a bridge in the middle?
That is a bridge there.
Okay. State's exhibit number 33.
It would be just on between my cruiser and the bridge, looking towards the agricultural field.
And state's exhibit number 34.
From the bridge to the agricultural field or fields,
And state's exhibit number 35.
showing the access lane going into the agricultural fields to the north of where the vehicle was parked.
And that's where you started to walk into
Correct.
that field. Okay. Now I believe. Hold on, I'm missing the photo. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we get to that one, state's exhibit number. State's exhibit number 30.
You said 30?
Correct, 30.
30, okay.
30.
Thank you.
Okay, what are we looking at in that one?
That is an aerial view of the agricultural field.
Okay, and is this where, approximately where you said you cut into, where it became more of a tree area?
At this view, there's no way to tell where it's too close. No, I would have probably cut in before that. That's a fairly wide portion of the woods.
Okay. Now you stated that you saw the car. This is state's exhibit number 43. Will you describe for the jury what we're looking at here?
That is the vehicle in question that was parked in the agricultural field.
Okay. And that is a close-up. State's exhibit number 29.
That is an aerial view basically over the Chippewa Creek looking at the vehicle in the field.
Okay, and is that the way you found it? Did you move the vehicle or anything of that nature?
That is how the vehicle was sitting.
Okay. And you had, and I'm about to put a picture up on the screen of what you described when you, of the individual you saw in the car. Did you touch or move the individual in the back seat of that car in any way?
No, I did not.
The picture we're about to see is how you found the individual in the car?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you state's exhibit number 55. Is that the individual you just described to the jury that you saw in the back of the car when you looked into the window?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Now, after seeing that, you said, okay, sorry. After finding the individual in the back of the car, what did you do?
I contacted my captain of my division.
And what happened after you contacted your captain?
He arrived on scene along with Deputy Peters. While they were on their way, I contacted New Franklin Police Department, advising them that I had located their missing person and that the vehicle description matched what they had put out.
Now, can we talk about the vehicle for a minute? Do you remember if the windows were rolled up or down?
The windows were down.
Okay. And were the keys in the car?
That I do have no idea.
Do you remember if the car was running or turned off?
It was turned off.
Okay. And the individual that we saw, I don't know if you said, did you, the Domino's, can you remember, without me putting the picture back up?
Yes, she had a Domino shirt on.
Okay. Had on a Domino's shirt. Did you notice any taser wires?
There were wires coming out.
And did you notice any zip ties when you looked in and saw that individual?
Yes, there was one around her neck.
And that individual did you see any signs of life at that time from that
No,
individual?
none.
You said you contacted New Franklin Police Department. How did you know they had something out for a missing person or car?
While I was walking in the woods, my dispatch called me over the air and scared the living bejeebers out of me and told me to call them. So I called my dispatch. They told me about the missing female, vehicle description. I then wrote the license plate down on the palm of my hand. And as I walked through the woods and came out, I went like that. And I was just like,
That's it.
see if I jump a call again, was my exact thoughts.
All right, and all that occurred before you got to the car, correct? When you
Correct.
were walking through. All right. Did you see any boot prints coming away from the car?
There were tracks in the field that I noticed as I was walking in.
Okay. Oh, as you were walking into the car.
Correct.
And it came from the way you were walking in?
They were going opposite. I was walking in, they were walking out.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. And you saw those walking up that tree line. Was it before you went in? Or
Yes, I noticed the tracks before I cut into the woods.
and did those tracks go? I know you said they were walking back. Was it walking back towards that bridge, that access road?
Yes, that's about the only place along there you could get. There was an actual creek that flowed through there.
What did you do, or what did you do, if anything, or who came out to the scene after you called your captain?
Once my captain and the other deputy arrived on scene, I was advised to return to my patrol vehicle, do the report, and make contact with Patricia Ware at her house.
Did you do that?
I did.
And did you get a statement from Patricia Ware?
I did.
When you went to Patricia Ware's house, were you able to see the car? Were you yourself able to see the car from?
Yes, you could see the top of the car over the corn.
Okay. Okay. And you never left the car until other officers arrived to secure the scene. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Give me one moment, please. You stated when you first arrived, you parked at that access road where we saw your car in the picture. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And you got out and walked to the car?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how long did that take for you to get out and walk to that car?
Probably 12 to 15 minutes. I'd say 12 minutes.
Okay, 12 to 15 minutes. And that was walking at an average pace? Were you walking a?
I was walking at a steady pace going in, and then once I entered into the woods, I slowed down a little bit.
Okay. Okay. And how far away would you say from that access road to the car?
Maybe just shy of a half a mile.
Half a mile? Okay. All right, and with corn in a field being planted, describe what you were walking in. Was the soil, did it get on your shoes, your clothes?
I honestly don't recall that.
Okay. I do not have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything, any cross from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you need any photos? Okay. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Deputy Browning. My name is Mike Kranick, and along with my co-counsel here, we represent Ms. Stefanko in this matter. I'm going to ask you a few questions myself, just like the prosecutor did, okay? My questions are not meant to deceive you or trick you, so if they come off that way, please let me know, and I'd be happy to rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
Sure. Okay, so you testified that on the morning of June 21st, 2012, you received a call from your dispatch about a suspicious vehicle in an agricultural field?
Correct.
I'm sorry, off a poor road, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you see anybody around?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that you had testified that you pulled your cruiser up to the bridge and then you proceeded on foot. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. This access road, does it have a name?
No, sir. It's an access road for the farmers.
Okay. Is it like a dirt or gravel road?
I wouldn't even title it as that. It is literally just a path that tractors go in and out of fields in.
Okay. Is it fair to say that based on its composition or what it's made up of, that you were able to tell that a vehicle had driven down that road?
Yes.
Okay. So you noticed tire tracks on the road?
I don't recall seeing tire tracks, but you could see like where corn had been knocked over.
Okay. So it was pretty easy for you to conclude that a vehicle did make its way
Yes.
down that road? Okay. So as you described, you pull your cruiser to the bridge, you proceed on foot, you get to the big opening in the woods, and you go into the woods, correct, for cover?
Yes.
Okay. And you come out of the north side of the woods by the ATV trail, correct?
Would be the south end of the woods.
South end? Okay.
Yes.
It was along the ATV trail, though?
Yes, it was.
And your exit point from the woods would have placed you at the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the vehicle. Is it fair to say that you kind of did a circle around the vehicle, you walked around the back?
No, I walked around the front to the driver's side window initially. Made my approach, observed what I did, and then I believe I circled to try and see her better from the back passenger window.
Okay. Did you notice a second set of tire tracks there?
I did not.
Okay. Did you notice any other vehicle present?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kranick. Anything from the state?
Yes, just one question. Do you mind if I ask?
Go ahead from there.
Approximately what time of day would that have been that you got the call and went to the field?
So I was dispatched at 12:14 p.m. I would say 7-8 minutes drive time to get there, and then approximately 12 minutes before I got back to the car.
And that would have been on June 21st?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Deputy, for your testimony. Did you have another witness ready? And it's my understanding that this witness does not want to be recorded or videoed. Okay, let me turn off some of the cameras. Let me just make sure those are off.
We're good. Christy, I believe this would be Court Exhibit 5. 6, okay, thank you. If you could just raise your right arm. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat.
The chair doesn't move when it spins, okay?
Okay.
And then just make sure you're talking.
And the microphone's on blue? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your name, spelling your first and last name for the record?
Patricia Ware, Patriciaware.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ware, you're here to testify in the case State of Ohio versus Erica Stefanko. But I want to ask a little bit about you right now. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask minimal. You live in Wayne County, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you live on Poor Road or off Poor Road?
I live on Poor Road.
Okay, I won't ask your address. Were you in 2012, were you employed?
No.
Were you married at that time?
Yes.
When you were living on Poor Road, were you living with your husband?
Yes.
Were you living with anyone else?
No.
Can you describe your house and like the area around your house?
It's a ranch. There's only one close house. Most of the rest of the area is farmland.
And how long have you been living there?
Today?
Yeah, yes.
Approximately, I'd say 18 years.
Okay. So at the time that occurred, in 2012, you would have been living there approximately maybe 5 to 7 years?
Something like that.
Okay. Now, on June 21st, 2012, approximately what time, I just want to talk about that day, okay?
Okay.
Approximately what time did you get up that morning?
I really don't remember.
Tell the jury what happened once you got up that morning.
I got up. I went to let the dog out, the back sliding door, and I seen a flash of red. And I'm like, that's really odd.
Where did
Because
you see
there's
that
nothing
flash of
back
red?
there but field. So I kind of went ahead and made myself some coffee and went about my business. And then I went out and did chores. And I came back in and I looked, and it seemed like there was a vehicle back there.
Okay. You said you got up. Do you think this would have been before noon? Before?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. So early in the morning?
Yes.
And you said you went out what door?
I let the dog out the sliding door in the back of the
Back
house.
of your house. Okay. And you saw a flash of red.
Yes.
And are there fields all around your house, or is there a specific field you saw a flash of red in?
It was a specific place in the back field.
You thought that was odd?
Yes.
And why was that odd?
Because there's nothing back there but field and corn.
And would it be odd for a car to be in a field of corn?
I would think so.
So you let your dog out, you went back in, you said you did chores. What were you doing and how long did that take?
I had 2 horses at the time, probably 45 minutes maybe.
And after you did your chores, what did you do after that?
I came back in and I said something to my husband about the flashlight. And we looked again and he says, it looks like there's a vehicle. And I'm like, okay. And we just watched it for a while because, I mean, you try to mind your own business, but that really was odd.
Okay. And you said you watched it for a while. How long do you think you and your husband watched that vehicle or took note of that vehicle?
It's been so long ago.
That's fine.
I don't know.
That's fine. So after you watched it for a while, what did you end up doing? Or you or your husband?
I called the sheriff's department and told them that I thought there was a vehicle in the backfield.
Now,
And that's a planted field. So, I mean, I can't imagine a farmer would let someone voluntarily drive through his planted field.
now, this field, was it the car closer to you? Was it far off in the field?
It's quite a ways.
After you called the police, did the police come out?
Yes.
Approximately how long after you called did that happen?
Didn't seem like long.
What happened once the police came?
He stopped at the house and asked me what I called about, and I told him. And I think at that time he did look out my back door.
Okay. In the direction you saw the car?
Mhm.
Okay. When you looked out, did you see any people around that car? Okay.
No.
When you looked out, did you see any other cars around that car?
No.
Okay. And this would have been the morning of June 21st. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then that night when you went to bed, June 20th, do you normally go early, late?
I'm usually a fairly early to bed.
When you went to bed, did you notice anything strange over there that night?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything strange, any unfamiliar cars that night?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with any individuals involved in this case? And I'll name them. Are you familiar with Ashley Biggs?
No.
A Chad Cobb?
No.
An Erica Stefanko?
No.
Or a Brittany Dunson?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna show you some exhibits. Excuse me. I'm gonna show you exhibit number 31. Attorney Laybourne, I did not show you the photos. Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that what's in that picture?
I believe it's my house and the neighbor's house and barn.
Okay. And when you say your house, there's a cluster of houses. If you can look where I'm pointing, is that the cluster? Look at up here.
You can step down, ma'am, if you want.
I'm sorry? The cluster of houses up there? Is that, okay, thank you. And that's a fair representation of where your house is. And I think you said your neighbor's barn?
Yes.
Okay.
The large barn is his. The smaller one is mine.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at in that exhibit, ma'am?
That's my barn, my pasture.
Okay. Your barn and your pasture. Is that where you were doing your chores with your horses?
Yes.
Okay. When you say you looked out, I think the back door, is that where you?
Of my house.
Correct. Are you able? I'm sorry, go ahead.
The house is elevated more than the barn.
Okay. But would it be in this back area?
Yes.
Okay. And it will be in this back area you were able to look over and see the car in the cornfield?
Yes.
All right. And does this fairly and accurately represent your pasture area and your barn area?
Yes.
All right, thank you. and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Vaguely.
Okay, and when you say vaguely, how do you vaguely recognize this exhibit?
Mm.
And it's been a while. Does this exhibit fairly show the view you would have had seeing the car?
I don't believe a gas well or storage tank would have been in my view.
Okay, that's fine. After the police came and talked to you, but for appearing in court, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Nope, just appearing in court and talking to the police that day, June 21st. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, and you have not talked to any of the parties or seen any of the parties, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 second, John. It's the same. All right, give me a minute. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 26. Okay. Do you see your house on here? This is a big aerial photo.
It is.
Okay, I apologize. The area, and I'm gonna go up there and point to the same thing, Your Honor. It's just hard for her to see around that corner. The area I'm circling, is that where your house would be?
I guess.
Here, let me give you the one that I
I'm
showed.
not.
I can show you what I just showed. Again, Your Honor, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31, and I'm gonna point to it up on the screen is this your area? Where
Yes.
okay. Now, if this is your house, where in a field would you have seen?
Okay, this is my house,
Mm-hmm.
my barn.
Mm-hmm.
It's across this small creek
Mm-hmm.
and probably right in this area.
Okay.
We can have her annotated. When you put it up.
I can make it, it's the actual exhibit.
And if you put it on the document screen, I can push annotate and she can circle it at that house.
Oh, I didn't think you, okay.
It did work, but he was in handcuffs, so we couldn't check.
Okay.
We have it working now. So ma'am, you should be able to use your finger, yeah.
Right in approximately this area here is
Okay.
where I seen the flash of light in the car.
Okay. And and can you put where your house is?
Right here.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything from the defense?
Your Honor, we have no questions for Ms. Ware. We thank her for being here.
Ms. Ware, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go. At this time, we are going to wrap it up for the day. I'm going to remind our wonderful jurors that you're not to discuss the case amongst yourselves, with your family. You're not to post anything about it on any sort of social media, read any news articles, or watch any news coverage, logs, or anything like that about it, or have anyone read to you any information about it. So basically, you're just not allowed to communicate about it. We greatly appreciate your service. Everyone needs to report tomorrow at 8:30. I will have some breakfast snacks, but you're on your own for lunch tomorrow. You'll have an hour. And anything further from either side?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Dan DeRose with 19 News. We are going to wrap up day 2 of the deadly delivery trial. We are committed to gavel coverage. We will continue tomorrow morning, 8:30. The one thing that we can talk about that we have not seen yet in this trial is we've yet to see the medical examiner's report. It will be gruesome, to say the least, as we expect there will be pictures shown, and we've done a pretty good job so far of not showing you. There was one evidence photo that was shown to the deputy that was very graphic. It was of Ashley Biggs's body stuffed in the back of the back seat of the car, not even the back seat, on the floor of the Taurus that we saw that picture in. It was gruesome. I have a way of seeing it here, but we have a way of making sure it doesn't show up in any of our feeds. That is out of sensitivity for the family going through this very public trial again for a second time. And we believe that is the woman we saw sitting in the gallery. You see you see Erica Stefanko there being let out, that blue towel over her handcuffs, so that no jury member sees her wearing handcuffs that would give them the bias as the propriety that it would show that she may be guilty. We're going to wrap up our coverage. Again, it has been a lengthy day. Our Brittany Weir has been incredible in her coverage on our newscasts on Channel 19 and wrapping up everything. And until tomorrow morning, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News. Have a good afternoon.
19 News is everywhere. Download our CTV apps and follow us on social media @Cleveland 19 News.